Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone back. This is Regenera Rising. Roxy, how are we doing? Are we live?
Yep, good to go.
Fantastic. We're good to go. We're good to go. I'll just give everyone a moment to come back in. If you could let me know that you're back in the room with your cameras on, and we'll move into the Evoke Artivist Collective. It's very warm here, and we're about to heat up the space with some energy from the Evoke Artivists. Roxy, can we do the spotlight, please? Thank you. Okay. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I see Sister Karishi is in the room. Okay, so today we have the honor of sharing some offerings from the Evoke Artivist Collective. Roxy, can I ask you to spotlight myself, Volley and Chabaleng, and Sister Karishi?
Yes, you are on Spotlight, and Vali and Kairishi, I cannot spotlight until their cameras are on.
Okay, Brother Volley. There we go. Sister Karishi's in the house. Greetings, sister. Brother Volley is here. Wonderful.
Greetings. How you doing?
Wonderful, wonderful. Everyone will get a chance to meet everybody one by one. Just a note to share that I was a revolutionary. I traveled in the DSS in edition number 2, and it has been my pleasure and honor to serve this journey in a few ways. One as advisor for equity, with various others that are present in the room today. And this is as an advisor to the DSS to co-steward this journey. Secondly, I created a collaborative space for artivists of the African diaspora. We are a small nucleus group, and we came together to unfold into the inquiry of what it is to bring our artistic offerings through as artivists connected to the broader aims of the incubator, the space of connection and family that we find as we are all artists traveling together and all visioning a different future, a different today even for ourselves. So this is just our first outing. We have Sister Karishi, and when I bring her on in a minute, I'll ask her to introduce herself, and Brother Volley, and I too will also introduce myself. So I am Dr. Diane Regisford, also known as the Empress Evoke. I have created a body of works which has various expressions, social sculpture for urban livity culture. This is what I do, and the body of work is called Evoking Belonging. And the Evoke Artivist Collective is one of the programs, if you like, of this body of work where we're unfolding into inquiries as to what it is to be able to live in a space that is equitable, in a world that is equitable, as artivists with full voice, full-bodied presence, whilst we unfold into what equity means for us, whilst we design our own research agenda priorities. And this is with a view to being able to influence policy as we go. So watch this space. Brother Volley, are you ready?
Hello, can you hear me?
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much.
And we are all ears. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Voli Nchabile, all the way from South Africa, based in Pretoria. I am a musician, percussionist. Mainly, I specialize with African indigenous instruments. I think I took upon my shoulder to make sure that I preserve African indigenous instruments. I collect them and I travel a lot. I perform with the band. I'm a solo artist. I create music for theater productions and TV films and lots. So yeah, I'm so happy to be here today. I'm always back in the background listening, but today I'm on spotlight. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Volley. Thank you. Could you share with us what we are about to experience? What are you going to share with us today? And please play on. Let the music play.
Okay. So basically, what I'm gonna do now it's a emotional response. I don't know what I'm gonna play. It's a jam session now, but I'm gonna just pick up a couple of instruments around me and create some ambience and yeah. So are you ready to start?
Yes, indeed, we are. Thank you.
Okay. you.
Thank you, Brother
Thank you.
Volley. Thank you. We will all do our jazz hands and send some love for Brother Volley in the house. Brother Volley, could you share with us a little about the instruments that you were sharing with us in this composition, this inspired, improvised composition now?
So basically, I like to explore on the kind of the sounds that existed in Africa before colonization or 10,000 years back. So, but based on the current situation right now, I just used Mbira, and I used the Johab. The original Johab, it's more like, I don't know if I have it somewhere here. It's more like a instrument like this. So it's off tune. So, but I was just using modern Johab, and I think so it's okay. So and some effects, thunder drum, and the bass sound, and you know. So yeah, I was just creating ambience with the effects and the libera and vocal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Volley. Thank you. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay. Up next, I will read some poetry. This is from a collection of poems called Poetics of the Urban Indigene. In my work, I'm very interested in how we as diaspora of African heritage diaspora communities are, with every breath and every step, not only navigating what it is to take roots in spaces that are far removed from our ancestral lands, but as we are doing so, the writings that I'm currently sharing is an exploration of how we are co-creating new forms of indigenous African Caribbean diaspora knowledge systems. And the invitation to the DSS community for me has been an inquiry around what it is to belong, another form. And so I will share this poem written in my first book of poetry published called Evoking Belonging, Poetics of the Urban Indigene, and this is called In Familia. I am all in my Aki. I say all in my Aki. I revel. I dance light trip, fantastical dream waves to see my face, my being, transplanted members bonded in global citizenry. Yes, that sweet Aki enrobes my patriot affinity. It is an offering, precious gifting to all holding seed, cultivating wellspring, the sacrament to belonging. Oh yes, my Aki, she be salve to dislocated memory, truncated dreams, dismembered her story, his story, transplanted over oceans, bodies overboard, etching cornerstones of my identity. In familia, I be yearning. I seek anchor in familia homing. I seek anchor in familia bonding. I seek anchor in this global family tree. My sweet Aki, she holds me, laced to source, delicate threads bind me, weft in human tapestry, germane to global being. In familia. Global citizenry, I'll start that again. Global citizenry paves pathways to new world reality. brings multisensory expression to worlds constellated in transplanted beings. I ask, do they, like me, still seek anchor in familia? For nubile mobility hones residual tendencies, shapes tenacity to bridge, adapt, and flow. In familia, in these global villages, musings strike through zoned inequity, lives etched on periphery, striving, not yet feasting. So me, propositions, courted, sensing opportunity beyond the shrouds, I hear the call. I come, the urban indigene, sensing, shaping global notions of being. Propositioned, courted I be to this intention of global citizenry. I rest anchored in familia, all in my Aki. Thank you. The second poem I'd like to read, thank you so much, is called Whispers in the Winds. Whispers in the winds. Somewhere lies land where my being, my soul, my heart, my everything be cocooned, be held, be free. Somewhere lies land, dream space, the hopeful imaginarium, dream space, the cocoon where we, witnessing erosion, resisting invasion, find anchor amidst the rising oceans, the choppy waters against the shifting sands. Somewhere lies land deep within where we sense deeply the being, the regenerative soul. So intentfully longing to be born. We hear the clarion call. We, committed, courageous, we, the collective regenerative soul. We gather, we bear witness, we plant seeds, sacred seeds of sovereignty, seeds of hope. For somewhere lies land where hope lives strong. May we return to source. May we find healing. May we find still to tune in, to listen to the ancestral voices, their whispers in the winds. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. With that, I would like to just share that part of my familial heritage is Jamaican. And no matter where you find a Jamaican anywhere in the world, when we speak about Aki, and we say you're all in your Aki, that means you're feeling good, you're all in your niceness, everything is just beautiful. And so in familia, it is that sense of belonging, that connection to source. You know, Aki is Jamaica's national dish, and wherever you go, you will find Jamaicans congregating around where Aki is being served if they're not cooking it themselves. And so this was an offering to say, I am all in my Aki, and it is a yearning. It's still a yearning. It's still an inquiry. It's still an opportunity for co-creation that I see through the work that I offer here, not only in the DSS, but through my work in the world. So thank you for receiving it. Thank you. I will now invite Sister Karishi, another fierce poet. She'll tell you a bit about herself. I mean, I will ask you, Sister Karishi, to take the mic.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Diane.
Okay.
First, I just want to say it has been a pleasure to be a part of this this cohort and the Evoke Artivist Collective. And, you know, if it were not you and connecting with you and you seeing me, this wouldn't be possible for me in my life. And so I really appreciate your commitment to artists, to the artistic community, to our growth, and to the African diaspora, right? And making sure that we are present and have voices and seats at the table, and to understand how imperative that is. So I appreciate that wisdom and that call from you. And I was when you start reading I said, "Ooh, ackee and saltfish." That's what I was thinking.
Come on, sister, come on.
And when Brother Volley was talking, well, at first I was like, "In Chappie Lang, he's South African."
That's
And then
right.
Pretoria, my Zulu name, the one I use, I have a couple, but the one I use is Kaya, which means home. And I got that in Mama Lodi at a outdoor festival, listening to Hugh Masekela and a bunch of cats like performing. It was beautiful. But I was like, "Oh, come on here, Pretoria."
Evoking belonging. One more time. Brother Volley, come back into the spotlight, please. Put your camera on because we're going to need to exchange for a little bit after Sister Karishi has shared her offering. Thank you.
Yeah, it's such a trip. I was told a while ago that the closer you get to self, the tighter your circles start to weave, right? And so you start seeing people with many connections to you. So that's really powerful. I'm Kyrishi Wigington, a multidisciplinary artist. I'm going to share a poem today. Yesterday, when I presented about my project is a book that I'm working on called We Women, and a lot of it was made possible by the artistic opening that I'm experiencing in the cohort, and that combined with like my spiritual practice deepening and my quest for my own healing, and realizing that my healing is deeply connected to the healing of the women in my family. And so it's called We Women. I think a fat Black woman and the wildish nature women who raised her, or she comes from, something like that. But anyways, I shared a couple of poems yesterday, but I did not share this one, which is what the book was inspired by, called We Women. I had a conversation with my grandmother a couple of years ago, and I was asking her because I knew they were sharecroppers, but I didn't know the story. I didn't know all of her story. And I think when you come into womanhood in a certain way, you want to know the women in your life differently, right? And I wanted to understand my grandmother. And I said, "Mama did, so you pick cotton?" And she said, "Girl, I started picking cotton at 5." So she's telling me the story. And I'm like, what does that look like in your life if you start picking cotton at 5, right? If you think about cotton and slavery in all of its forms was problematic and detrimental to the world. But cotton is a crop that pricks you, right? It hurts. There's a hardening that happens, I imagine, at least from your hands, right? And what I'm learning for myself is that what happens in the body is reflective of what's happening inside, right? And so if my grandmother at 5 starts to develop calluses and things on her hands from picking cotton, how does that translate to her life? And so that got me thinking about like the journey of the women in my story and what their stories are and how those stories are linked to mine. So here you go. We women are red, blood-painted, fierce, bearers of root history, sacrifice and ascension, cardinal-colored, courageous by time, carrying shadow magic in our hands. How else could we have survived? Cotton, picking fingers, bleeding, little girl of 5, a playground of work in fields of white, much bigger than pink, hard and soft, strapped in a pillowcase and daddy's tie, looking like the grown folks, just miniature. Mama Dear said, Gramps put her in the fields that day. She's been working ever since. Fingernails filled with Arkansas clay and sunshine, hard work and dreams, both bound by earth and reaching for sky, all the while thinking we cute. We women are musk-scented sugar bushes, crafted, stretch and struggle, soaring towards greener pastures, hope bound. We not wild, we regular, unaware that wild is our superpower, maneuvering through wilderness and concrete terrain, seamlessly dancing in duality, elemental shapeshifters, day, night, dark, and light. Fragile is a luxury we can't afford. Those women, the women I come from, smell of anomaly. Intozake's rainbow-filled feminine, different, drawing all the complexities we possess, dipped in dark phrases of womanhood, transforming from Friday night juke joints to Sunday bests. Perfume-scented artfulness, we wear it well. We women are feral, beeline foresight allowing us to see in all directions. Cat eyes are special, like us, carrying consciousness in our wombs, elusive beings bending time to our will. Ageless apparitions, you don't see us coming, we appear. Divine instruments of insight, luminescent, basking, kissing, crystal shimmered skin, got us serving glow no matter how tired or low we get. Fierce, bellies pitted with a hunger for freedom and a deep knowing. We are jitterbugs, waving mops and brooms through the air like magical wands. Diagon Alley ain't got nothing on us. We art, we conjure, a Roomba's mirage, using our hands to paint new realities. We women are lionesses, walking, huntress, stalking, Amazonian-style warrior goddesses. We built for this, mobbing sleek and slick, toting guns and ice picks in case you want to play fool. A bloodline of survivors, between sun and moon, quick lips, high tempers, throwing fists and hot grits. We'll step to anyone who gets in our way. Grandiose sisterhood, Roman lands with a dignified gait, strut like we noble, unruffled and calm. 3/4 love, a quarter fight. Dora Milaje, Queen Nzinga, the Agoji, rolled into one. Switchblades in purses, knives in shoes, Afro picks in back pockets in case there's shanking to do. On alert, always. Speak with command. In this family, the Dunwar Daily gets the news before it hits the stands. We women are heptagons, odd-shaped, rare, 7-point rays, casting monuments of motherhood. We birthed you, mitochondria measures of first. In the beginning, there was us, bleeding sacredness, stars aligned. We be both masculine, feminine, in time and on it, divine astral projections, possessing the strength of a whisper, spirits talking, hovering, shadows of wisdom, looming essence, longing for form. We alchemists, we charm, manifest what's needed despite challenge or harm. Our food, spells, our love, potions, hand weaving wholeness, sewn together, quilts of warmth blanket you, babies on breasts, our magic proof of design, folding endurance into layers of skin, simultaneously stitching stability and strength into seams of familial souls. Those women, the ones I come from, unyielding fight, fending off pain, raising fortresses of protection and call them home. Been training for this, lifetimes, packing burlap, 100-pound sacks, backs scarred from too much life, walking miles, scaling fences, kicking ass, creating mighty enchantments to preserve who we be. Intangible, like Atlantis, the mascara, grand illusions can't be seen. We move see-through, marked with scarlet letters, proudly mother, witchy warrior, quintessential queen, laying on of hands, prayers of perseverance, planted in each jar, of fruit canned or tea cake offered. Kitchen tables become altars of energy, serving revitalization, worn, tattered, blackness. We don't quit, playing numbers for ritual. 7, 3, 21, 13. Our existence is symbolic. Elements brewing, conspiring to ensure our survival. We Black, we powerful, we women. I love that poem.
Let's go, Sister Karishi. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Thank you so much. Can I ask everyone to unmute and just show your appreciation for
Thank
the
you, thank you, thank
Excellent.
you.
Wow. Amazing. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yay, Kaya.
That's right, Kaya.
Kaya.
That's right.
Rabona.
The volley is back. The volley is
Danny.
back. Indeed. So you see the circle is getting closer.
I'm back now. I'm back now. She was talking of my melody, then my phone just switched off. But I'm so glad to see you, my sister. I'm not sure if you still remember the last time you were here. I did workshop to your kids in Johannesburg. You still remember?
Yes, yes, yes. Sis Knox brought you.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Good.
Beautiful
Thank you.
connections.
See, small
Thank
world.
you all. It's a very small world. Thank you all. This was an offering from the Evoke Artivist Collective. We will continue to journey with the DSS in coming evolutions. And as we go on, there'll be more and more of us that will share in this beautiful co-creation. Thank you, Sister Roxy. I will now hand over. Nicolas, oh, you're back. Okay, great.
Thank you so much, the Empress. You're amazing as always.
Thank you so much.
May we all heal.
Amen.
Such beautiful poetry and words from everybody. So thank you so much.
Ashe, ashe, ashe.
It's like thank you for bringing joy. I think that's the thing that I appreciate the most. It's like the joyful spirit of life. Awesome. Well, hello everybody. My name is Nico. I'm one of the co-founders of DSS. If you don't know me, I'll be supporting a little bit today to host some of the things. And I want to introduce you to our next guest. Let's see. Hi, Tayo. It's so good to have you here. Oh, perfect. We're on mask day. I like this.
Can't speak
Beautiful mask, beautiful kimono.
like with a mask, so I'm gonna change to Tayo.
Perfect. Is there a box?
Yes. So this is Tayo Kamoto. Hello everyone. I'm an artist living in Brooklyn, New York. So I've been experimenting with a lot of mediums, paper, water, paint, body photography, different kinds of things. And so since I began joining Design Science Studio Cohort 3, I happened to be in pod 11. It used to be pod 5 now, with pod 5 and pod 6 together, pod 11. And it's like a small nuclear family. So DSS is like a big family, relatives and cousins together, but this is like a smaller family, and we call pod. And so we cultivated during, so we were together for 6 months, 7 months together. And we did not know each other before, but over time we cultivated trust, compassion, love, yeah, all kinds of feelings. And I wanted to honor these people, my pod family, and then for this last salon, I had an intuition to make something to do with Pod 11 and Regenera together. And at first I thought I would make a play, but so I decided to stay in New York. I miss you guys. Enjoy in-person events. So then I thought, oh, let's make animation. So I have never made any like animation work, but since I like to experiment, I started to make an animation. So I'm gonna show a trailer for my work. So I asked Pod 11 people, what are your Regenera characters? I would like them to join in my work. So yeah, my animation, the title of my animation is called The Fox and the Eagle. The fox, my Regenera character. I mean, I'm supposed to probably just stay like this, but I'll switch the title. Yeah, so why fox? So I had a car accident when I was 9. I almost like died in that accident. I hit my head so hard. I basically like landed from my head on the ground, so it was a severe injury. And then since then I have this feeling inside of me, why am I still living this way? You know, why do I still have this body and living? So that kind of question was always with me all this time. And I went back to my accident site maybe like a year ago or so on Google Map. And right by the accident site, there was a small shrine. I knew that existence, but I completely forgot about it. And then shrine has this dependent, sorry, box. So I'll share my screen. So this is the screenplay, front page of the screenplay. Studio 11 is our pod. In association with Design Science Studio, the title, the chapter 0. Yeah. Chapter 0 is like beginning and entrance and exit. It's like a 0 point. It could go minus or plus. That's where we are now. The cast is all names of the Regenera characters. And then this is my character, Fox. Has not remembered his name yet. And he suddenly arrived in the Garden of Om, which is in Regenera City. It's in my imagination, it's like a floating magnetic field somewhere in the city. And inspired by Byakko, his transparent fox, gods dependent, which resides at the entrance of shrine. I believe you have seen those things. So, and so I would like to play the I'm going to play the trailer. So you will see many different characters. But I'm gonna, so this one, I was talking with Roxy, but this one goes with licensed music. So it's gonna disrupt the streaming. But this part, I don't really need to show. It's just only for internal and just for us to enjoy. Are you guys ready?
僕が生まれた日の空は高く遠く晴れ渡ってた行っておいでと背中を撫でる声を聞いたあの日季節の中ですれ違い時に人を傷つけながら光に触れて影を伸ばしてさらに空は遠く風を受け走り出す瓦礫を越えてくこの道の行く先に誰かが待ってる光さす夢を見るいつの日も扉を今開け放つ秘密を暴くように飽き足らず思い馳せる地球儀を回すように
I'm speaking.
Hey,
Yeah.
Tim.
Salon, everyone. I forgot to tell the introduction. There is like so there's an intro. The protagonist who lived in a different world was guided one day by a sphere of white light and found himself in the Garden of Om in Regenaissance City. Everything there is emerald colored. He does not know why he's there or even who he is. He feels like he once lived in a city called Tokyo, but his past memories fade day by day. The sphere of white light told him, on the 11th morning, a violet ray will enter the Garden of Om. And today is that day. The path to a new journey opens. That's the intro. And so there are about 11 people showing us.
Hey, Tayo. I'm one of those pod 11 people. This is Stacy. Also, one of my character is the pig. I'm really happy about that pig. The pig's name is All One, but spelled like this. I'm going to type it in the chat because we all won, because it's a win-win. It's a win-win realm in the future of Regenera. And let's see if any other Pod 11 members want to chime in here.
Yeah, there's Arena. Arena is my lead actress.
No zero-sum games here. All win. All one. So awesome. That was so awesome. Oh, I can't wait to see more. I hope you hope you don't like just stop at the trailer. You've got a summer project, my friend. You have to finish it.
Yeah, because I technically, I have limited ability, so I need people.
Well, we are here.
Yeah, but I wanted to make this animation by first by myself, and I wanted to see what I can do, and then what I'm have difficulties with. And yeah, I started to understand what I can't really enjoy doing.
Right.
There's Annie Yang Shalvanaya there.
I'm here.
Come on.
I don't know if you could pin
Pin.
me.
I don't know how to pin. How do you pin? I don't think I can pin. Ah, someone pinned. Awesome.
I have no idea. Oh, am I pinned now?
Yeah, you're pinned.
Excellent. Oh my goodness. I assume if I turn my video off, you won't be able to see me, right? The only reason I say that is because my, whatever you call it, when my video's off, that image is Anyanwu, much younger than the image that I sent you. And I haven't finished. I'm going to write the story of how, like, yeah, how she came to Regenera.
Yeah, it's like it's story within a story.
Yeah.
So
Exactly. Very fractal.
yeah. It's, there's Danielle.
Hey.
Yes, pardon. I just want to thank you so much because I had so many arbitrary responses to your inquiry, like what is your character? And I kept thinking maybe it's this or maybe it's that. And then you would give me a little more time and I'd go to sleep and I'd get an impression and I was feeling the Pegasus. And I was like, I did some more research and I found this word Luwian, which is like a form of Coptic Egyptian language. And so the more I discovered my own character, the more I was able to learn about the.
Oh
no.
You lost her.
I wanted to just add, as I was watching it, and even though I just saw it once, I recognized moments. I recognized the feeling of the moment, whether it happened once or twice, but there were moments there that I totally remembered and related to in terms of the course of the year and the ride we took together. It was pretty great.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's quite it's somewhat emotional for me to create this piece. It's I have like a feeling for this, yeah. So I really want to be like genuine to it, and I want to really like true to be myself, and yeah, I wanna show this
And Tayo, just so you know, Oscar has a question as well
yes.
when you're ready.
What, yeah, one moment. And so, okay. So, so this is Elena's character, Gamma. So that's her past image, present. So something happened in between, and there will be future Gamma too. So we can explore what happened, maybe episode -1 or 2. Because we are at the 0 point right now. So yeah, so this is Stacy. The Luana's in my mind, she's like very, very tall.
I love the third eye that you've got, like
Yeah,
focus
yeah,
there.
yeah. She's kind of like a Buddha in in this piece. And Danielle, yeah, she said, like she said, Pegasus and the Greek style, and Shalvanaya, hummingbird, perched on a finger. That's rock. He said inventor, but to me it's inventor, engineer, somewhere in between. Yeah. Handy girl. I think it's Pamela, and I think she's supposed to be a little bit sexier, so I can maybe redo. And this is Roswell. Yeah, dragon.
Oh, I hadn't seen that.
And there's Tim and then Pablo and Selva. Yeah, I've got their characters, but they came in later, so I'm gonna have to develop their characters. Yeah, and yeah.
Tayo, that's awesome. Now, Tayo, are you ready for Oscar's question?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Go ahead, Oscar.
Hello. Where is it? There it is. Tayo, that was wonderful. I just wanted to report a coincidence to you, really, that very close by to me here in Los Angeles, there is a gorilla garden, which was like dug up by, I don't mean there's gorillas in it. I mean, it was like dug up by burners on public land. They took an old, it's actually, as it happens, an Oriental garden from some old estate that had been eaten by the earth near a place called Runyon Canyon, and they dug it up and they found a big flight of stone steps, and they found an icon that got smashed up and replaced with a Buddha. There's a whole long story about this place, but it's a community garden, right? Magical community garden, and it is called Om Spot. And it contains that archway that you depicted as well. It was very weird for me because you were describing this place I go all the time. And it's called, what's it called in Aum something?
The Garden of Om.
The Garden of Om, and this is called Om Spot, and it's a gorilla garden, and it has that gate in it, and wow. Especially, it's a place of community. It's a place that nobody pays to go there. There are no, restrictions on, you know, other than the overall legal ones in the area? It's just, I just wanted you to know.
Wow. We are connected in a collective consciousness, right? Yeah, I always have this theme. In the past few years, I have this theme in my work, remembering true self. So I wanted to kind of that's why my character still has not yet remembered his name. So he on process, but he's going to. It's yeah, name, soul, remembering, being true to self, yeah, compassion, being at zero, those kinds of things are mainly theme for this piece.
That's beautiful, Tayo. And those are all concepts that I associate with you and, you know, the message that you bring to our whole group. And I'm so lucky and so grateful that we got to see your creation, our little taste of it, and excited for what's to come. And I want to see if Don King is here to bring up now, who's coming up next. Thank you so much, Tayo.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
Hi. Yeah.
Awesome. Welcome, Don.
Hi.
And I'm just going to say a few words about your session and your bio for folks so you get a proper intro here. Playwright Don King talks about using drama and creativity to try to create change and shares a speech from her provocative climate dystopian play, The Trials, which has been performed all over the world. So that's a little bit about the session that Dawn is bringing to us today. And Dawn is an award-winning writer working in theater, film, TV, radio, and other forms. And I will turn it over to you, Dawn.
Thanks. Hi everybody. I loved that session, and coincidentally, obviously we know there are no coincidences. I have a play called Foxfinder, and I'm adapting it into a screenplay. So foxes are very close to my heart as well. So I loved that. And actually, it was really interesting to hear that because it made me reflect on my own time in the DSS. And so the speech that I have prepared, which I will be reading, is to do with work that I've done kind of in the past and like kind of led me into the DSS. And I guess I also want to just do a little bit of kind of off-piste reflecting. But I will kind of like go to what I'd planned to do. And yeah, as I've been introduced, I'm a playwright and screenwriter, and like many people here, I'm trying to use my skills to help make the world a better place, and wondering if it's even possible for a writer to do that. And a few years ago, I had an idea and I wrote a play called The Trials. The Trials is set 20 years into a future teetering on the brink of climate disaster. The younger generation are putting the older generation on trial for their action or inaction during the climate emergency and deciding if they're guilty or innocent. In the play, a jury of 12 teenagers listen to speeches from 3 adult defendants who cast their minds back to how they lived in the past, which is now, to justify their actions. The Trials looks very directly at one aspect of the multitude of problems we are facing. It has a lot of different perspectives in it, thanks to the young characters, and it asks a lot of difficult questions about personal responsibility, justice, and revenge. And I had the idea for the play when I was sitting at home, booking flights to New York for a writing residency and writing some poetry, and I realised that I'd forgotten to go down to a youth climate change protest that I meant to attend. And I thought, well, I like to think I'm such a caring green person, but what am I doing really? And in the future, when they come to after the people that have ruined the world, it will be the hypocrites like me who they'll come for first. Although I actually really think that it won't be me that they'll come for first. I think it will be the billionaires. But whilst there's nothing wrong with simply writing about something bad that's happening in the world, for me, that didn't feel like enough of a response. We all know that climate change is real, and we don't need to be told that anymore. And I also didn't just want to point the finger at other people, because that would have been letting myself off the hook. I was asking myself the crucial question: in the future, if a child or young person asked me what I did to help, what would I say? Would I have a decent answer? And so I wrote myself into the play as defendant 2. And if you want to find out what happens to me and the other defendants in the play, well, you can read or watch it and find out. But let's just say that a few of the jurors aren't convinced, and that I'm accused of hypocrisy and of polluting to make art. Audience members will find themselves empathizing with either defendants or jurors, or perhaps switching halfway through, realizing, oh shit, this play's about me. It's a thought experiment that brings something that might still feel distant and massive and incomprehensible closer. This helps us engage with it. People have told me that it's an uncomfortable watch, but it also features vegan ice cream and teenagers flirting with each other, so it's not all bleak. Theatre is a ritual, written by the writer and made by the actors on stage, the entire team at the theatre, set, lighting, etc., and by the audience. Various groups come together to perform this ritual in different places, and it's different every night. It's magic. It's not just the audience, but also the cast and crew, and me, of course, who are being implicated by the questions asked by the play. I didn't want to just write about something. I wanted to try and do something about it as well. And if a theatre company want to do this play, they have to engage with the way that they make work and the way they're responding to the climate emergency. I even added a diversity and sustainability statement to the published text, which reads, "Please take positive action against the environmental harm caused by the rehearsal and production of this play. The diversity of the cast and crew of this production should reflect, as far as is possible, the diversity of the world outside the theatre." So in the different productions of this play in England, Germany, Italy, France, Australia, America, and other places, we've had theatres using recycled sets, reusing costumes, and creating new systems. In London, we tested a regenerative circular system in which new items bought for the production had to be of a certain quality and able to be stored and used for other future productions. When I was asked to attend productions in Europe, I stated that I'd only travel by train, which is more expensive, and they had to pay for it. And I've got a couple of pictures from various productions, which I want to show you now. Let me find them. Okay, hold on. I need to do a share screen. Because I'm a playwright and I'm not very good with technology. Okay, so here are some images from, this is the published text. I'm going to minimize you. Put the box down the side. Okay, so this is just the front cover of the book. And here are some jurors on stage. This was during the London run at the Donmar in 2022, which feels like a long time ago now. And here are some more close-ups of the jurors with the tables, which were then used the next year in a production that was in Canterbury. And this is defendant 1 giving his statement. And this is defendant 2, who's me. And they say about her, she's a playwright, she's not famous. And this is a production that was in Milan last year. And in that theatre, as in many theatres which have done the play, that they had kind of engaged with the subject, and they did an exhibition of photography about the local effects of climate change. And this is a fallen tree that had come down in a storm. And this is a photo from a production in Cape Town in 2023, where they had made a statement in their information about how they'd responded to my sustainability statement, talking about how they had limited their purchasing of new items and choosing rather to reuse and repurpose. Okay, I'm going to stop the share and go back to my speech. Yeah, okay, so doing things differently takes effort and extra time, which is part of our learning, and we didn't always succeed. Sometimes the logic or the intent hadn't gone through at all levels. I had arguments about dairy milk still being on offer at the so-called all-vegan cafe bar offering that one theatre tried out during the run, because they didn't want to turn away trade. But I made sure that for anyone involved in making a production of this play, the issue of making theatre more regenerative was impossible to ignore. And some people think that it's egomania or unrealistic to say that artists can change the world. But I've met people who told me that reading my play made them decide to get into direct action, or that seeing it made them change their job and quit working for the fossil fuel industry. And I met numerous theatre professionals who had to do things in a different, more earth-conscious way for the first time because they worked on a production of the trials. It might not be realistic to think that you can change people en masse. That's brainwashing, not art. And I've always been more interested in asking questions and dictating the answers. And actually, one disgruntled audience member said to me at one of my shows, not realizing I was the playwright, "But it's not telling us what we're supposed to do." And I was like, yeah, maybe you have to figure that out for yourself. Maybe that's one of the points the playwright, who's definitely not me, is making. Change does happen, and it happens inside individuals and also inside imaginative floating cities. And those individuals go out and they talk to their friends and family and they carry the change, spreading like a mycelial network. And the mushrooms of hope that can grow from that could be, well, magic. We're all characters in the great and epic story of the death of a system that threatens to kill entire animal and plant species, as well as end human civilization as we know it, and the birth of one that is fair for all of life. A regenerative system, and we will have to play our parts just as hard, just as truthfully, and just as hopefully as we can. We can tell this story so it has a happier ending. And this is my provocation to all the creatives and makers and designers and dreamers who are watching and listening now. How can you amplify the effects of your work? If we're making something about a problem, can you make it do something about the problem as well? And I'm just going to go off piste for a minute. So I was thinking about this a lot, like when I came into the DSS, and I also had a very open mind, and I was trying to see what were going to be the new ideas and what were going to be the new things that I worked on. And so I sort of met everybody, and I was listening and all of the stuff that we learned about. And I just remember like all the sessions about geometric shapes and all this stuff. And actually what happened like after Christmas this year was that I kind of like, I shook my brain and then just like all these ideas just fell out. Like I went like, boo, and then like 5 ideas just kind of fell out of my brain. And the next play that I'm working on, which I've been commissioned to write for a theatre in Germany, which is a cast of adult professional actors and people from the local community who are not professional. So it's going to be like mixed. They're going to be on stage with equal importance. I'm going to write something which is about trying to choose a future that is the positive future. And that's what I'm going to be writing about. And that's an idea that I've just been developing. So now I'm like future, past, future. But I'm going to go back to the past now. And we're going to go back to the trials. And I wanted to leave you with the opening speech from Defendant 1 from my play, The Trials. And you can decide guilty or innocent. And so we're going to tune in now to a courtroom 20 years into a dystopian future where a man is on trial for his life and talking to a jury of teenagers who are listening, some with rapt attention and some looking like they couldn't care less. And if you could spotlight Defendant 1 for me now, that would be great.
Should I start now? Okay, thank you. Hello. First, I want to say that the information that you have about me doesn't represent who I am now, how I live now. I work for certified sustainable organizations, and I've been volunteering at my local regeneration center for several years. I've changed. Back then, I was doing my best to provide for my family. That's the truth. My wife and I have 3 beautiful kids, Sarah, Joe, and Leon. Hey, kids. Love you. They're all grown up now, but seems like no time at all. They were all toddling around and getting into all kinds of mess. We had organic food delivered every week. We were really into feeding the kids properly. We never let them have junk food wrapped in plastic. I mean, we weren't tyrants about it. If there was some kid at school having a party at McDonald's, then of course we let them go. But at home, free range, organic, everything. We recycled. My wife and I both had careers. We felt that was important, and you know, busy doesn't really describe it when you're both working and you have three kids. It was organized chaos. When we had to buy a second car, we went electric. We talked about that. We discussed it, and we were really happy with that decision. I worked in advertising, as you've been told. And one of the campaigns I was really proud of was for a new sportswear brand made out of reclaimed ocean plastic. We won an award, a really prestigious award for that. I worked hard, really hard, you know. I worked nights, I worked weekends. My life was work and family. I had to provide for them. The childcare we needed to continue our careers, both of our careers, was phenomenally expensive. And then the kids, they went to private school. Yes, they were privileged, but nobody can tell me that is the wrong thing for a father to have, the wrong instinct, you know, to give your kids the best education possible, to look after them, to show them the world. We taught them to love nature. We traveled mountains and forests, diving in the coral sea. They said that was their favorite, their best holiday that we went on. And yeah, if we went skiing, then we always took the train, the ski train up the mountain. I've barely flown anywhere for years before the special flights came in, but my wife's family is from overseas. We did a lot of video calls, obviously, but video calls are not the same. Nobody can tell me that a video call is the same as holding your grandchild in your arms. It is not the same thing. I'm sorry, I do regret taking so many flights, but when it came to work, I did the absolute minimum. And in my opinion, those trips should not be included in my so-called carbon footprint. That is the company's responsibility. That is not mine. I was paid a lot of money for what I did, and I had to perform to the best of my ability because there were other companies waiting to take our position, steal our clients. If I ballsed up, and I paid a lot of money, I paid a lot of tax on the money that I earned. And if I hadn't been doing that work, if I hadn't been earning so much, then I wouldn't have been supporting our healthcare system, our education system through those huge, huge taxes that I paid. And the education system that benefited some of you, I might add. Look, the important thing is what I need you to understand is that between work and family, I didn't have any capacity for anything else. I didn't really know how bad the situation was. I knew something, obviously, more than some people, but less than others, like way less than others. That's what I'm saying. So I don't see how I could have been expected to do anything else, to act any differently, especially with all the responsibilities I had. What was I supposed to do exactly? Give my money to charity, give up my job, spend my days yelling in the street, chain myself to something maybe, because people were doing that and it wasn't having much effect. If it had been effective, then we wouldn't be in this situation now, would we? And what about paying the mortgage, feeding your family? Huh? What about that? I am not a criminal. I lived a decent life. I followed the laws of the time. I'd never been in trouble. Like, I'd never been arrested, not once, never got in trouble with the police. I lived like everyone else. Everyone lived like I did. Okay, maybe not everyone, but I wasn't worse than anyone else. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, we're done. That's the end.
Wow. Thought-provoking, inspiring. You started by expressing this feeling that you would be under trial for being hypocritical. And really, I feel so inspired by your mission, your focus. And there's so many places just in the United States that need to be exposed to this idea. I've lived in a lot of places where most of the people don't have any concept of the future falling apart and being responsible for their actions. And so I'm impressed by what you do, and I encourage you to try to push this type of material out further. Try to find ways to get it into communities that wouldn't be looking for it.
Thanks very much, and thank you to Paul, who was my Defendant 1 actor. So thanks everybody.
Yeah, that's enjoyable. All right, Stacey, do you want to do the next intro, or I can?
I think this one is for you to intro our beloved mage.
Oh yeah, check it out. We got Mage coming on. Mage, Britt Hanvey, is a synergized spirit compound of the profound, the product of the seeds that were laid in the ground. MAGE, the mystic MC, is an archetypal agent of an acronym meaning macro anatomical generation of emotion through music and the magical prose of the mystic medicine carrier. Part trim tab troubadour, part portal hopping prophet pushing peace with his poems. I'm excited for this one.
Hey, welcome everybody. I'm assuming that I'm coming through loud and clear. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, cool.
Gotcha.
Awesome. Well, I am from Nashville, Tennessee. I have not yet docked in Regeneissance, but as you can see, my friends have already taken off on the sea back here. We got Scratchy and Belvedere to the E. I'm just riffing here, you know, but got about 20 minutes of poetry here, and I'm gonna keep it laser. Make sure I'm on time, and I'll start with the rhyme. So this is an amalgamation of all of the of a couple poems that I've written over the past little bit, and what I'm gonna do is just kind of mash them up all together and see how it goes and see how it flows. So without any further ado, peace and joy to you and to all the mothers and the crew. Grateful for everything that you do. Happy Mother's Day first and foremost. Without the mothers, none of us would be here. So this life is like a hyperspeed over space light travel, or pulling at the thread to watch the mystery unravel. Beyond our shells, we are more than just some cells. Beyond perception, we are more than just ourselves. It's elemental chemistry, sequenced with careful symmetry. Rays cast from stars creating life over the centuries. The stellar winds gently kiss me, but photosynthesize the rhyme that takes effortless form synergy. The day chisels statues from stone, removes kings from their throne. As time remembers messages left long ago on microphones, I'm overstanding, inner seeing. The essence of truth that's meant by human being. I be fluid flame spitting, this uplifting picture scripture. Subs done broke the Richter, shake the bullshit from the mixture. Refinement, realize with all's alignment. The shallow roots grown, concealed, but still deep. Wildfire in my heart, a flame I still keep. The upper echelon is what I sketched upon, the motion that animates the dreams I merely slept upon. Activate the syllables to stimulate your conscious state, the rhythmic realm of rhymes, a world of which I generate. Casualties of crisis crossed with victims of their vices. The wings of Isis guide me up above the flesh. The details of my trauma all dissolve when linked to breath. Stabilize the vision, reform my art expression. I alchemize my spirit, galvanized against all weapons. The witness inside, reclaiming my time for meaningless minds, the metal refined like lead in the grind. You gotta hold your ground, protect your crown. The silent inspiration of stillness gave birth to sound. I said, you gotta hold your ground, protect your crown. The silent inspiration of stillness gave birth to sounds. And to the head, bullying with the soul, bullying from the soul with old emotions grown cold, bursting and blooming into the atmosphere like water vapor. Eternal flames cooking the calm and truth to be savored. If comprehension was ascension, I consider dormant, drowning the subject to the salt, the sea that's surrounding, bounding, blinding with that perfect timing, underlying remedies for a soul that's still shining. I inspire fire to keep you wired with circuitry. I'm bending with my mind, no need for pliers. I'm eternally connected from this energy that's projected. The magnetic intersection as our vision stands corrected. Lens shifting under blinding beam and beacons. Blazing flame of which my soul is still seeking. Like a moth to the candle, my soul is still seeking. We're mixing like alchemists with kettles to the flame. Upgrade your program, redefine the game. Sick of living the same. Call it by its name. Ancestral weights that bind define time. History anchors everything till it's broke down in the grind. I'm passive in my advance till the moment stands in way. Might not draw the blade every day, but still a battle mage. This rusty rattle cage keeps the quiet kept in place when laid to waste. You gotta hold your ground, protect your crown. The silent inspiration of stillness gave birth to sound. You've gotta hold your ground, protect your ground. The silent inspiration of stillness gave birth to sound. And I'm rising like a yeast transfigured beast. The sky changing colors, sunrise simulated in the east. And modify the faces of these tasteless basics. It's like but I modify my attitude so that I don't become complacent. It's like I'm changing with the weather of this earthly endeavor. The weight of the false self is a burden I seek to sever. Cut the cord, fly away. Ancient Vedic visions in this vehicle of wisdom. The key is a prism. To escape the prison, I stand relentless with these sentences. Cut through the cannons cached in contentiousness. The crowded canyons clustered in closed loop conscientious shit. I've been misinformed and misdirected, but stay connected. It's this zeitgeist, time ghost, dope rhymes, slow roast, freestyles, marinating. If the beat's a crock pot, realize my purpose is greater than some weak stock plot. Must customize it all to see the demons of doubt fall. Need another product for another casting call. Diffusion beyond recognition, reconfigured to astral positions. Collapse of chaos atop the conscious permafrost. A bubble at bay to keep the city street, to watch the city streets waste away. In concrete caskets and shopping mart baskets, all on sale, frail fashions forebode those that fade away. The dreary dance of destiny dares to drift, and the dream decayed and drip dismay. Distant destinations left behind on paid vacations. Skilled vocations. Colors grim and gray. Wait for plated lacerations. Colored off artificially. In paradise blue hues, patriot red until I'm dead, tartrazine, submarine, deepening the constitution, a magazine that's out of print. The headline came and then it went. And all these technological advances are excluding and obscuring things once romantic. On one hand, they're improvements, but distractions keep enhancing an outside of time essence that insists on leaving an impression. But this is not no hocus pocus. When nothing's left, we focus. and strip away the layers and find that spirit's what provokes us, and expand to see the detail. Alchemical products, no retail. Travel through the helix rift, rendered when light forms shift. Holographic field of dreams attracting magnetically the me along the one the destined one I'm bound to be. Without the heavy notes of what's that keep them living out their plot, the genetic codes like instruction manuals to fulfill all that we've got. The causal captive concubines cater capital chemically. Deliberate destruction, dopamine drug, drinking to drown derivatives. Empathy evaporates, entrenched in emotional executive elixirs. Fragile figments fornicate, fighting for fraction feelings of flesh. The generous ghost of the giving ghost of generosity. Generous ghost giving to get, and groaning until everything is gone. Like defending something that doesn't need to be defended, and filling the space with more information that's necessary due to a lack of confidence in what I'm saying, which in many times leads to disconnect from an overload of information, which gets in the way of authenticity. With what do I need to do to improve authentically? Relationships stored over long, overdue conversations that aren't new, but been sitting and festering in what I thought I knew, and now I'm here. Name that emotion and the feelings beneath it. What's your relationship to that emotion and the feeling that's provoked therein? And I say this because it's time to change the program. It's time to reframe the story. It's time to see things from a different light and understand that opportunity is burning bright. With the mysteries of magic blowing past the fascist aspects, with departments of corrections infecting perfections imposed, the circumstance arose as a rose breaking the road. As sure as winter's cold, don't you know we broke the mold? As evolving from the mold, and we bud through this concrete, the heartbeat, simulated blood spilled in the streets, the simulated chains, public funded champagne, from the wax to the wane, don't you know we maintain? It's purely our invention to assume divine intention. Illuminate, spread love amidst the failed conventions. Oppression, greed, lust, with distorted vision. Freedom from this prison as I'm blessed with ancient wisdom. Life before the smokescreen wall of television. Endless in decay with this beast of which we lay. My hypnotized delay, understand the games they play. The sands of time that synchronize the beach of which we play. The world consumed dismay, manifested in a different way, with no attachment to self, no concern with wealth. The ravenous lust for knowledge and the undeterred self. And I exist as I, yet my circumstance defies the way they hypnotize, because I know where I reside. In this universal knowledge sustained while dropping out of college, I abstain they reign as I exist on vector planes. Baptized in acid rain from the demons that I've slain to speed that this blue note jazz, stylish straight to the vein. Simple and plain, you know the way we maintain. We were sent from the sky, now we flow like the rain. The love, the life, the freedom from the pain. The state of mind we cultivate that frees us from the pain. From the wax to the wane. Don't you know we maintain? And that one's actually from a song that's recorded called Change the Program. It's a hip hop song. And I still on time. So I'm gonna keep on rhyming. So this one, Change the Program, is from, I can't see the chat, I'm too far away from my screen, but sending love to everybody that's buzzing off in the chat. So, next up. We are, what do you say?
Hi, Mage.
Hello.
Let me just check in. Nico, I think we still have more time with Mage, like maybe 10 more minutes.
Yeah, go for it. Sorry.
And I just want to say, yes, there's a lot in the chat. Especially I was just like highlighting certain amazing magical phrases, like for example, ancestral weights that bind, define time. We can talk about it when you're finished more, though, a little bit more, though.
Yeah,
So
I just have one more and we'll be in there. So, but I appreciate that so much. I get so in the flow that I kind of like everything else disappears in the light of the stage, you know. So
go for it. We love it.
Right. Cool. Awesome. So yeah, one more. This is another one that is recorded as a hip hop song. And just as Stacey just mentioned, a lot of times my delivery is so fast within over a accelerated BPM that it's hard to digest. And as I'm getting older, I'm realizing that I'm more of a spoken word artist than a hip hop artist because it hits differently. So it's really fun having the stage to experiment with that. And with that, this one goes out to everybody that is just seeing the way that sacred medicine and medicine journeying and all of these things have become super commercially popular right now. And this is kind of like a critique on certain approaches that certain people have. And it's artistically done in a way that ultimately comes to a place of hopefully inspiration. So with that, I don't sell doses. Yeah. They the lost hypnotists, but we're the alchemists, the intellect, realist, bounce if you feel this, crystalline clarity, hope they conceal this beast that be showing its teeth, but they barely compete. Bold-faced lines for some money in the rhymes. Exploit the ancient knowledge, feel the flames fan in time. On this mono-atomic plague metal, spit that bubonic for these program ones, commercialized, bionic. I can't even listen to those rhymes. They need some hooked on phonics. The dimethyltryptamine, know what I mean? Except we rep the clean. It's in everything we dream. And understand the skills, understand the schemes. It's all for the dollar bills, but really what's real when we're at war and the kids on the block ain't ever had a real meal. And really what you feel when you're crashing off those pills. We're the sound sculpting, soul and shifting shapes when we're speaking. Solidifying sentences, this projection, a beacon. In this deeply embedded rhythm, encoded in space and time, the manifested realm, we exist as the divine. In this woven web of time, blowing minds with the rhymes, the chemical reactions, all products of the vibes. They think that they're expanding, but they're really getting fried. We make you feel lysergic with the way we spit the rhyme. It's pineal projections pulling pixels into posture. Postulate the pillars, peep the products of our permutations. And that's one of them that I spit too fast. So I'm gonna take it back. Pineal projections pulling pixels into posture. Postulate the pillars, peep the products of my permutations, outer space vibrations with the weight of space be shaking, overtaken, lives they're faking, and the lives they're taking. Bubble pop, stir, ain't no actor claim to serve. As the chapter page turns, the mage won't be deterred. Yo, Alicia's got deferred on that gold chain music. I'm armed with the mind, best believe I'm going to use it. As the candle wax burns, and we're ashes till we're ashes in the urn. And the wheel of time turns as emotions start to churn. I only serve the truth to the youth in the vocal booth, the truth inside of you and the future that we choose. I only serve the truth to the youth in the vocal booth, the truth that's inside of you and the future that we choose. So I'll book in that with, I grew up in an urban environment that was really chaotic. There's a lot of violence around me growing up. And as I'm growing older, as I'm a yoga teacher now, as I'm working in the men's work sphere, I'm really finding it important, not like it's my personal project or a mission or like I'm a missionary, because I think that is inherently flawed as well, but to have conversations with people in chaotic environments and to remind them they have the choice to cultivate mindfulness and awareness on how they respond to these things rather than react, because hurt people hurt people. And whenever I had not dealt with my wounds in the past, I spiraled out and lashed out in ways. And now that I have the mindful awareness that my actions as a creator have impact, as a trim tab for this spaceship Earth, we all have this tremendous responsibility with our brilliant minds and our creation and our passion to be mindful of that when we're acting, so that we're not just creating more harm in this world that is hurting and suffering in a profound way that I can't distill with words. And that's the end of my poetry piece, and I'm open to chatting for the little bit of time we have. Thank you so much.
Awesome, Mage. That was fire. Got some fire love in the chat as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I want to ask you a question because we have a little bit of time here.
Sure. Yeah, go for
How
it.
do you how do you receive inspiration for the words that you use in your rhymes? Like where like what's an example of I guess like a moment where that might come to you.
So a lot of my stuff is actually pieced together where I'll have one-liners that will just come, and I have like an insane amount of a couple of lines that just pop up throughout the day, and then I'll go into like edit mode and basically make like a patchwork quilt of words. So yeah, it's usually a bunch of just like channeled inspiration that comes through the day. I'll be like driving around and it'll just pop into my head and I'll be like, oh, I gotta write that one down. And then by the end of the week, I have like 15 of those, and then I put them all together in the way that works, and I get this like investigative kind of Sherlock Holmes, it's Holmesian, like, okay, what works here? Okay, let's reshift it. Okay, that's good. Nope, cut that. That one was just so a lot of it is that, and I really do look at nature and the world around me for inspiration. So I'm always, I've got a car, but I love getting on public transportation and just like watching life happen in the city. And I love going to nature and watching life happen in nature. So it's a whole lot of just looking to the world around me and being inspired by that.
Beautiful. Does anyone else have any questions or comments for Mage? And I'm going to ask one more question of Mage, which is, could you elaborate on pineal projections or pineal permutations? If I got that right.
No, it's great. Yeah. So it was pineal projections pulling pixels into posture. It's a lot of P's and I don't have a pop filter on, so
pulling pixels into posture. Woof.
like conjuring artwork, kind of,
Yeah.
right? And postulate the pillars, peep the products of my permutations, meaning like all the the geometry that isn't, calculated by a computer, but somehow through our hands and through our bodies and vessels of creativity, like we like cast these permutations onto canvases and they become this act of creation, which is inspiration to everybody. And it's also just like it's an affirmation of our creative resilience whenever a work is brought into the manifest. So yeah, pineal projections, meaning our dreams. Pineal projections, dream theater, Kopsino, the internal theater, the pineal projections, the projections of our dreams. That's what I mean in that line.
And, by the way, that dovetails really nicely into Della's question, which is, I wonder if anything Mage creates comes from dreams.
Oh yeah. Yes. And I have a lot of art. Like admittedly, I didn't I didn't take off work enough to be so involved this time in this cohort, but like I'm gonna share my art in the future. And I've got a lot of visual art that I haven't shared yet. So I'm working on sharing some of that stuff. But a lot of I have had times where I'd be at my desk completely lucid making music and I'd wake up out of the dream and make the song. Or I'd have like lines delivered in a dream state and I'd be like I'd like force myself to wake up and then have to like I mean I keep a notepad right by my bed
Smart.
So, yeah,
that's super smart.
But voice recorder is actually more key than that since I can transcribe from voice now, so my mind works a lot faster than my hands do.
Okay, awesome. And that's a good tip for anyone else who wants to remember something from their dreams, right? Have that notebook next to your bed with a pen. I use my phone because it's just like more convenient while I'm like still laying down to use my thumbs, but
right. Yeah, that's where like the voice recording comes in for me too, because I can just spit it out. And they got this speech to text stuff now too, so it's pretty straightforward. And then I always tell myself whenever I don't want to write it down, I'm like, it's not gonna be the same later. You're not gonna remember the same later. You might not remember it at all, Mr. ADHD.
Yeah, those are really good tips because a lot of people, at least, and I was one of these people too, they find it very difficult to connect with and recall their dreams with everything they have going on. So those tips can help juice up people's creativity.
And the last little piece that I'll share on that is that it's a practice. It's an everyday practice. The more time between recording your dreams, the harder it is. But if it becomes a practice daily or as often as it happens, then you'll naturally build that proclivity and it'll just be something that you do, not something that's a burden to do.
Awesome. And since we're talking a little bit about dreams, I wonder, Nico, if we could bring Della up early just to close out this conversation with us.
Yes.
And I also want to just name that Shelvana or Anyanwu mentioned in the chat, always appreciating the alliterative abundance, all those P's, and yeah, I love an alliteration.
Right. Yeah, brilliant. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was brilliant. Really incredible. I really think it's incredible the way you are capturing those moments when you get those inspirations, whether it's during the day or during your dreams, because that can be so beneficial for you in terms of learning, as you know. And if it were my whole experience, I would just be really pleased that I'd be able to share it with others. Somehow, I'm just going to put this out there, and it's sort of weird, but I just had a really incredible feeling of Bob Dylan. Do you know Bob Dylan, like what his whole story is and his match? Have you gone into that?
I'm just now getting to the point where I listened to Bob Dylan growing up, and I had a lot of friends that was very important figure in their life, and now I'm just now starting to revisit the work of Bob Dylan. So this is a great prompt for that.
Yeah, I think it's incredible because you know, the way I went to his house in New York as a teenager because I was sort of infatuated with his work. But if you think of what you're saying and saying it in such a way that, like he does, you know, with his little bit of how he not sings it, but the way he does it, people just, I mean, they just relate to it because it's so real. And I really felt that from what you were doing. I just want to put that out there. It's sort of a weird thing. It's intuitive. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Yeah, I've definitely I think it's time to revisit Bob Dylan over here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really cool. That's really cool. Yeah, beautiful work.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And yeah, thank you everybody for giving me your attention, and I'm really grateful to be a part of this this program and meeting all these awesome people. Be in San Francisco this time tomorrow. Yeah.
That's great. Good.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mage. And now I want to introduce Della, who's already up here with us. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about Della's background, first of all. Della Burford is an award-winning painter and best-selling author of 7 books. She believes honoring dreams by taking action can transform people's lives and have world impact. And today, Della is going to talk to us about Star Galaxy for the World, which is an adventure journey to meet the 5 storytellers who give secret words to learn what to do to heal oneself and the world. Julian Ramirez has animated this story, and Stroopy, who is also part of the design science community, has made music.
Right.
This is exciting, Della.
Yeah, great. I'm going to be telling a little bit about the book and the experience, and then I'm going to be having you show the video. I don't know whether you have that link. I want to make sure you've got it.
I will play it for you.
Okay.
Let me know when.
So let me just tell you a little bit about Star Galaxy for the World. It's a book about storytellers that have healing messages to be able to, I'll put this down a bit, to be able to heal the world and heal themselves. And I wrote it from a book called Miracle Galaxy originally, which is about a story of self-healing that I created when I had cancer. And I took a year to decide, okay, what are the qualities that I can heal myself? And I worked with so many different people and so many different dreams and came up with what was called Miracle Galaxy. And then at the time of COVID happening, the story of Miracle Galaxy was performed in Japan. And I saw it and I thought, oh my gosh, this is a story for the world. And as I'm speaking right at the moment, I'm getting a message from Japan because the story was being performed yesterday in Japan again. And anyways, I wrote it for the world, and that became the Star Galaxy with the Star Galaxy storytellers. And it became in Design Science Studio Topia site called Star Galaxy for the World, which Julian and I worked on together. Julian Ramirez, who's so talented, as you know, he did help with the New Art City this time, and he's just this brilliant mind. And then we worked on a new Art City installation in Cohort 2 called Star Galaxy for the World again. And then he did an animated film. And the animated film is what I wanted to show today because it's so beautiful. And when we had it in Cohort 2, it wasn't really shown very much because it wasn't on YouTube at that time. And it was, I think it was only shown once for 3 minutes or whatever. And I thought, well, hey, it should be shown again. He put so much energy into it. And it's a story for the time. And so Dale and I last year, we took a year off traveling to 6 different countries. And we were doing storytellings and theater productions and lots of different events. And one of them was in Bali. We did Star Galaxy for the World for 200 children at a dance school. And that was shown last time. And then we went around and we had dinners with people. And I'm going to show this because this is a picture. I don't know whether you'll be able to see it. I'll try to hold it still. But we went around and had dinners for people. And at the dinners, we showed Star Galaxy for the World, this animation. It's also been shown at a film festival in Colombo called I Am Peace. And it was shown to the performers in Japan as an event. And it was shown at a school in Nanaimo, which was doing an environmental project. And so, anyways, I just would like to share the work of Julian Ramirez, and Stroopy did the music, and Stroopy's music is just magic. You'll see. It's on YouTube, Star Galaxy for the World animation. Anybody that sees this, I hope you will share it with your friends. Okay. Here we go. I think I sent a copy in, so you should have it there. I'm not seeing it now.
You have felt.
Oops. There we go. We got to get the screen going.
I think you're sharing the wrong screen.
But the sound was right. So you've got it. You just have to get the right place. That's all.
Give me a sec, because I'm supposed to be sharing all. I understand what's going on.
That's right.
I'm using 2 screens, and so it's.
Yeah, you're doing great.
Let's go. Okay. Here, and then we're gonna do this.
Yeah, I hope somebody will watch this and say, "Hey, I can show this at a festival." We need more festivals to show this.
Definitely. Okay, here we go. Let's gonna go back here. You can see it now, right?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay.
You have felt nature was being polluted on the earth and auras were fading. You ask, show me what I need to know. Please guide me to a place of healing and empowerment for myself, others, and our earth. Well, that night, you traveled to the 4 directions to meet the magical storytellers and their share magic words for action. Star Child first traveled to the South Sun Portal, which has a platonic cube where the gratitude storyteller lives. The gratitude storyteller says, you must say the magic words, I and gratitude are one. I love gratitude. I will take gratitude action for myself and the earth. Star Child travels next to the West Moon Portal, which has an icosahedron where the kindness storyteller lives. Kindness storyteller says the magic words, I and kindness are one. I love kindness. I will take kindness action for myself and the earth. Starchild travels further to the northern portal of the moon, which has an octahedron where the peace storyteller lives. The peace storyteller says the magical words, I and peace are one. I love peace. I will take peace action for myself and the earth. Starchild travels to the eastern portal of the sun, which has a tetrahedron where the creativity storyteller lives. The creativity storyteller says, what exists in the galaxy exists in the solar system and on the earth and all living things. Both the macro of outer space and the micro are the same. The magical words are, I and creativity are one. I love creativity. I will take creative action for myself and the earth. The last place the star child travels to is to the center of the medicine wheel, the portal of the dodecahedron. Here there are butterflies. You see the transformation storyteller. She says the magical words, I and transformation are one. I love transformation. I will take transformation action for myself and for the earth. In celebration, people are doing actions to help each other and the world heal. Many do practical things to help their environment. There are more healing dreams, kindness to each other, gratitude for all living things, creativity, and peace. A rainbow of light signals the unity of all people, all life, and nature. All is well, and all is healthy again, and so it was meant to be.
Good God, man. Stop eating.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I guess Stacy's there too, but it's so incredible to think of the work that Julian did in creating this. It took, of course, as any animation would, ages and ages and ages, and but the result is so beautiful, and it was such a pleasure for us, Dale and I, to go around and share it with various people in various countries, because no matter what country it was, and we were in Spain, we were in England, we were in Wales, we were in Bali, we were in Mexico, whatever country it was, the people related to it, and that made me really happy, and it was just a pleasure to have a chance to share. Yeah. Hi. Hey, Timmy.
I loved that video so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Who did you make the decisions on the relationships between the different shapes and who the beings inside of them represented?
Yes, the shapes, actually, we used the platonic solids,
Right.
of course, being, of course, Buckminster Fuller orientated, and then the actual storytellers, the different storytellers that were in the story, they were connected to a particular shape, and that's how Julian ended up creating the platonic solids. And the platonic solids were wrapped with our paintings. We had Dale and I have painted over many years, and our paintings were wrapped around the platonic solids, and they were also in the background. So it was all done manually. None of it was AI. It was all done organically.
So I've specifically spent a lot of my effort over the past few years focusing on these fundamental 3D shapes, the platonic solids and the things that extrapolate from them, and trying to understand like their essences, like what they represent, and coming to the conclusion that the dodecahedron represents transformation has been like a process of compiling and simplifying information that is exactly what that's led me to. And it was so inspiring and exciting, and to see you choose transformation as
Yes.
defined by the dodecahedron.
Yeah. That came to me. A lot of my stuff comes in dreams. I'm told in dreams. And a lot of the Buckminster Fuller, because the Platonic solids were used, a lot of the Buckminster Fuller quotes were connected to the different Platonics. So, for instance, when we performed it in Bali, which just happened this year, the 15 people that were performing this story, they actually spoke the quotations from Buckminster Fuller with each of the storytellers. So they became also, sort of small Buckies. It was really, really amazing, actually, how it was connected. But the dodecahedron, to be connected to transformation, it had to be transformation. I was given a lot of guidance when I was doing the final stages of this with the Peruvian shaman that I was working with, because I work with a lot of different shamans with my dream work. And one of them is Don Oscar Mira Casada from Peru. And he is like, he takes you into astrally traveling and all sorts of other things. But I got a lot of the stuff in terms of which directions. I had 8 directions in the story, which directions to choose and which storytellers from working with him. And when the Peruvians set up the mesa, the sacred mesa, they use the 4 directions, and then they use the different qualities in each direction that were connected to what I finally ended up choosing the storytellers. Like they have in the West, kindness, and in the East, creativity, and in the North and the South, gratitude, and the North, peace. Sort of came from the Peruvian ceremonies that I was involved with in working with Don Oscar Mira Calzada. And it was very exciting because it was just during COVID. And I was doing this work during COVID. And so the healing qualities at the time, learning them and connecting them to the Platonics was really profound. And Don Oscar Mira Casada saw the animation after it was completed, and he just couldn't speak. He said it was just perfect.
It's exciting and inspiring to see coming to the same conclusions from completely different perspectives and getting our information from different places and finding the same underlying patterns. It's really reaffirming and beautiful.
Yeah, that's fabulous. Thanks for sharing that so much.
Thank you for putting all this together.
Thank you.
Thank you, Timmy. You're amazing. I love the image in your background. So cool.
Thank you.
Makes me feel like I want to go and hang out there and just like climb around.
Climb to the vines and trees and the geometry in the sky.
All right. Well, we have a little beaming signal coming on. We're gonna watch a little beaming from our very own Mark Smith, making the invisible visible throughout the Design Science decade with the Design Science Studios Leprechaun Keen Beaming Echo from Earth. Mark has been wordsmithing the Regenaissance, and let's see what he has to say. Let's see. Okay, is your screen? Can somebody give me an auditory cue that you can see the screen?
I see a black screen and I see the play button.
You see now the video?
Yes, and I hear it.
Go.
Where do you hide and keep it? You started with a word, deciphered, and now I intend to seek it.
This is intended to be a space like the mycelial interconnected networks that spore out of the process of transformation to come together and weave and be inspired and be in this interbeing of potential for a world that works for all. The Design Science Studio is here as a creative, cultural, regenerative incubator for a more just and thriving and equitable world. And this is an experience of creativity harnessed for planetary and cultural regeneration. Today and tomorrow, we will be connecting with artists and musicians and ecologists and design scientists and performers from all around the world who are sharing visions of dissolving our separation from nature and blooming into these just and regenerative futures. The artists and creators inside of the Design Science Studio are from all different mediums and all walks of life, and they are creating different initiatives and projects in support of this collective quest of moving towards a future that works for all. And at the same time, the community is the project and the journey is the destination. And so we co-create these experiences as this cultural pulse and a contribution to a space and a place that nourishes moving towards these futures.
We are the backcasting Evolutionary Alliance mediums. We have stories to tell. You all have brought it. We're just getting started. We've got plenty more to go.
Thank you, Mark. Who else has got something for us?
You said it. It's in its nature.
It's in our nature. Who else has got something for us?
Because I've already grown.
Because we've already got roots. And we've got budding little branches and even a couple of fruits. It's in our nature to grow, 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 grow. If we are fruit of the earth, under the sun and the moon, if we are nature in flesh, children of the same womb, pray to the heavens, dance around flames, acts that worship a God with no name. If there is hope in your heart, know that you're not alone. Those seeds that budding energy will grow. And I'd like to hear it from you. It will grow. It will grow. Will grow, 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 grow. That's how we know. That's how we know. That's how we know that these seeds we're planting will grow. That's how we know, right? That's how we know. That's how we know that these seeds we're planting will grow.
All right, that was a good beam. Thank you, Yurgis, and thank you, everyone that was in there. Awesome. Amy, I'm gonna bring you here with me. I think we have a little thing prepared for the crew, and I'm gonna leave you to it. Do you need anything else? apart from your presence.
Got it.
You good?
We're good.
Awesome. Let's go.
I'm going to play a little song with you guys, and we are going to have to make it up together because I don't have any words. But I would like y'all to send me some words in the chat about planting seeds and feeding them in our community and building a future that works for all of life. We're going to see if we can have some fun. We got a lot of seeds that need planting, but sometimes seeds need to be scratched before they can sprout. We got our hands in the dirt.
Ask for words about seeds.
Feel free to place some words in the chat, and Timmy will weave them into his song.
Yeah, y'all can even come on and unmute and sing some words if you want, or harmonize. Let's be together. Seeds need air, water, and sun. They can last thousands of years and still sprout. So don't doubt that these seeds we're planting will grow. Tallest trees that cover the forest and let in the breeze come from the smallest seeds. 'Cause everything has to start somewhere. There's one origin of all life forms. You and me, we come from the same primordial light, the very beginning. So sow your seed abundantly with intention, allowing nature to live through you. The seed comes from the cosmos. You are not you. You come from the universe.
From the universe.
So let that you break through.
Yay, Timmy. Thank you so much, Timmy. That was beautiful. There's so much more we could weave in if we had a little more time. So luckily, these recordings also save the chats, I think. So yeah, lots of gems there, maybe for the future. Thank you so much, Timmy. And I am going to bring up now Julian, Ramirez, and Ian. So let me find y'all here. Let's see here. See Ian. Give me 1 second.
Julian's on video too, so you should be able to find me easier that way.
Ah, there's Julian. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. And I'm going to say goodbye to Timmy. We'll see you soon. All right, awesome.
Actually, just a note that if Timmy wants to stick around too, I think we're going to be showcasing one of his pieces in the sky in New York City as well too. So
do we start with that? I like bring him up there, bring him back. Okay. We'll
Julian, did you want to do the screen share of the space?
Back up.
Give me 1 second.
Let me do also a little intro for y'all. So just say a few words here. So the new exhibition that is opening in the Museum of Regenerative Art. So that's what we're introducing to today, MORA, the Museum of Regenerative Art, and the Sympoesis Art Tour. And this new exhibition, which debuted yesterday, I think, the World Builders are going to highlight some artists and works which were not featured yet. So we have Ian and Julian here to speak with you more about this. So go ahead and take it away.
Also too, I will throw in the link to it as well too, if anyone wants to jump in and fly around themselves as well.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry, but so we have added a couple more pieces here. And we can start with Hemis flying objects. I don't even want to tell us anything about this. We have one here. which is the golden vector matrix. And I guess this one is the main one, I believe. Actually fly inside of it. It's really cool.
Wow, these look incredible.
Yeah. So I don't know if that's the way they're supposed to be like flying. I mean the idea of the design. If that's the right
That's perfect.
spinning. I think Ian installed this. And this one here.
Did you want to speak to the context of the fact that they don't have proper names yet, Timmy?
Yeah, actually, the reason I like these shapes and I chose them specifically is because they're super symmetrical and fundamental, but are complex enough that they haven't been named yet. So they're right on the border of being important and simple, but not having a name. And so there's no simple geometric way to refer to any of these 4 shapes that I submitted. So like this one you're looking at here, your guess is as good as mine at what people should be calling it.
I think there's one more to I don't know coordinates, but like fly straight from where you are looking right now.
Out?
To the left a bit. Yeah. Should be one that looks kind of coppery out there.
What?
Down low. Oh.
This one?
No, to your right.
Oh.
And then
This
right there,
one.
I believe. Yeah.
Oh wow, it's really nice.
Yeah, this one's like a big dodecahedron with dents in it, and then a little dodecahedron's popping out of it.
Oh, there's also something in the middle I just found. Huh.
Whoa. I didn't know that was there. I've never seen this perspective. Incredible.
Wow, that is so cool.
Is it probably a result of the geometry of the outside? I don't know.
Julian, did you make these?
No, these are Timmy's, I believe, right?
Yeah, I made these.
Timmy, you made them?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I made these on Fusion 360, and they're all natural extrapolations of the phi isotropic matrix.
Well, that's the core, that's the heart of it. Really nice.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a kaleidoscope inside of the blue one with the clouds inside. Very. I just kind of chose a bunch of random like I think this one's a cloud opal for the bunch of GSD, and then I just like put it on every face. I didn't really have much time to do something proper, but it turned out pretty well. And the other ones are like copper and aluminum or silver, gold, or something like that for the others. But yeah.
The most concise, accurate name you could call that thing is 20 great stellated dodecahedrons penetrating an Icosy dodecahedron.
That's a mouthful for sure.
So somebody needs to think of a better name.
And are all these shapes have those like propelling properties, the angles of all of these are useful in that sense?
So the most optimal shape I've found for propulsion comes out of this symmetry. Those lines are in here, but the whole group itself of isotropic matrix has properties for transformation. So propulsion is like one type of transformation to transform rotation into thrust. But I am curious what the transformational properties are of these different specific shapes. And I just think that they would all fall under that category of transforming one type of motion or energy into another type.
Very nice.
I'm just gonna go ahead, Stacey.
Sorry, Julian, I was just gonna say we have a question in the chat. How did you make them digitally? If you want to weave that in at some point.
Yeah, there's 3D modeling programs available, and I use a free one called Fusion 360. It's made by Autodesk. And so I basically start on the program with like a simple set of simple set of lines, and I turn that into a tetrahedron. And then by doing calculations, I found like the right angles to rotate the tetrahedron to make a compound of 5 tetrahedrons. And then from those lines, the compound of 5 tetrahedrons, I'm able to extrapolate other geometries that, like a lattice that grows out of that. And that's where all this comes from.
And thank you. There's actually one more follow-up question here. I'd love to hear more about how you discovered and learned to use the program Fusion 360, if there's time for that, y'all.
Yeah, that's a short and funny story. I found a free class at Delgado Community College in New Orleans, and I went down there with my backpack and I slept like in the city park right next to the college and went to the college every day for like 2 weeks and took this free class. And after 2 weeks, I had the skill and I took the train back to my hometown and bought my own computer after that. And then I knew how to do it. And then it's just been years of building shapes and practicing with it after that.
Just gonna quickly prompt us, just like kind of looking at the approximate time of where we're at. It looks like there's only 3 other pieces that haven't been showcased. I don't believe Ren is here. And then I think you added in 2 more pieces today.
There it
This one
is.
is
The
Harlan's.
144 interdimensional space-time portal, which I had the good fortune to connect with Julian in the last cohort, and he did all of the architectural drawings down to a 16th of an inch to actually fabricate this in real life. But then he also took the time to make this 3D model, and which he has actually, there's a really cool little video. I don't know where that ended up. But here he was able to take it and add it in. After I saw the tour yesterday of all the cool 3D stuff, I was like, hey, Julian, and it's so funny. This is interesting. This was the original plan for the interior where you see a bench around the wall that we put in. I lost the bench and we actually made a sloped like inverted sloping wall to lean against. That's the exact angle of the pyramid going the opposite. And then the roof, those are the structural beams that actually hold it up. But then those all got covered in real life with an inside out pyramid that joined to a point inside. So instead of seeing a square ceiling with these beams, when you walk inside the real one. So if you ever wanted to upgrade the 3D model to reflect how we finished it in real life, it would be a pyramid inside also. A perfect pointed pyramid, not a flat top pyramid. The outside is based on the pyramid at Chichen Itza, and the inside pyramid was based on the Great Pyramid in Giza. So it's like a compound. And then all of these, so this entire project, though, I actually figured out, and with Julian to figure out how to build it. But the design of it was by this woman named Maria that I met years ago. That's from South Africa. She's an intuitive, and she actually channeled this whole design. So she's the one that specified a 12-step pyramid, the angle of Chichen Itza. She came up with the idea of not arches, but complete rings. And I said, well, we can't make complete rings. So we chopped off the bottom half. But what's so beautiful in this is the first time ever seeing it. You see how there's a reflective surface it's sitting on. So you see that the arches reflect into complete rings. And that was our intention. We actually wanted to buy some mirror to put around the base to actually reflect the arches. So this is amazing to see it as she intended it, with both the pyramid and arches reflected into complete rings. And so, yeah, she came up with the concept, and then all the symbols she channeled and, and told us what symbols need to go where. And then, between me and Julian, we actually figured out how to build it. So it's there's a website, which I'll throw the website in the link, and that's pretty much it. We can move on to the next one. I'm super, super thrilled and honored and glad that Julian was able to bust this out and add it to the gallery for us to experience virtually in 3D, even to the ability to go inside of it. How cool
Yes.
is that? So
Yes. We
I
can
will
update it
throw
later on.
Thank you. I just want to add that y'all have 20 minutes, so you have decent amount of time.
Oh, we're not rushed then. Well, okay, wait, if anyone has any more questions about it, but otherwise you could start to showcase the others. Like I said, I'm going to throw the link. So if you want to read more about it and see more photos of the actual piece and stuff, here is the website for the piece in the chat. So super cool, man. Thanks, Julian, and thanks, yeah.
And Harlan, we do have one question from Sudeep. What
Yes.
if this structure is floating on water?
Well, yeah, right. To be then it would reflect it, like to have a reflecting pond, to have it sitting in a little reflecting pond would be perfect. I don't know about like floating in the middle of a lake, that's possible, but if you just built a reflecting pond that was a few inches deep and around it would help to make it reflect. But yeah, that would be cool. It looks great in this 3D version of it, so that was awesome. And look, this is interesting. Wait, this is a star portal. Whose work is this?
This is Greg's.
Oh, this is Greg Fleischman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is he here? He's not here.
I'm gonna pull up. Is Greg here? I'll check for.
No, but I can get his website.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And if you're also exploring too in here, you can you can click on the artwork, and I think for the most part has all of the metadata, so you could just like click on the piece and then usually has all the links as well too. Go ahead, Julian.
So I'm editing mode here. I cannot click on it, but all the information's on the website here. This is really nice. We didn't get the 3D model yet. I'm gonna put it later here. But this one has all the installation and construction drawings, so we added those too. So it's really nice the way that he's like sharing this constructions, and there in his website there are a lot of all these different projects, and I think it's a really good place to learn a little bit about like using these shapes and also like woodwork. I think it's really cool. I don't know if anyone has any more information about this.
Friends with Greg from way back when, and he's such a geometry expert. He even has this one like video talking about this lost triangle. In this particular piece that you're showcasing, it is the it's a rhombic dodecahedron, which is basically you see a cube in the very center with those struts, and then there's like points on each face of the cube, but then they all connect together. And just his use of geometry and his use of all of his structures go together without any nails or screws or bolts. They are all slotted plywood with incredible joints and incredible ways to put them together and take them apart. And like I said, I put his website in there. So if you click on his website, you can see a whole variety of his various structures and the various joints, different joints that he uses in other ones to make these geometries that are all based on this isotropic vector matrix and all of the it goes really deep into the geometries that Stroopy is all about, and obviously Timmy, and he's able to utilize them in incredible interactive spaces, easy to set up and take down. So yeah, Greg is, it's kind of funny because it's kind of the opposite of the way I work. We're on the opposite ends of the spectrum because I build geometric structures and all I use are screws to hold it together. And it's too bad Greg's not here to talk about it because I love Greg. He's so amazing.
Do we have any other new installation here, Ian?
I think the only one that hasn't been showcased. Well, there's two Rin's piece, which I don't know much about hers to talk about, and then the one you're looking at right now, which is Ileana, I don't know how to pronounce the name, but yeah, I just put her more beautiful world images that she conjured inside of this little space because sometimes it looks a bit silly to just have placards out without being in a cute, neat space.
Yeah, it's an icosahedron, and it's a beautiful icosahedron. I don't know how you modeled it, but just the way the struts all look and come together, that's really nicely done.
There's a crazy wealth of people who give free to use assets out there, and this was just definitely one of them. And yeah, pretty
Nice.
simple. Yeah.
Nice work, Ian. I saw Ian. Did I see in Jurgis's thing? Were you named Betwixt?
Yeah, I go by that as artist and DJ name. So
okay. Well, that's beautiful.
And what's the other piece you talk about?
Oh, yeah, Rin. Where's Rin's piece?
Rin's is yeah, the white pieces over to the left and down. With the 3 pictures, yeah. Virtual Oasis deck. I don't know much about it to explain it at all, so more just a visual. From what I understood, it seems like Serena placed it here, and it seems like you start at one end and then go through them, and it kind of devolves or evolves based on how you're moving through it. But I don't know the whole vision and
going the
intention
wrong way.
necessarily. Well, I mean, you're just going the devolving way, not the evolving way. Nothing's wrong.
So go through and then turn around and go back the other direction. Wow.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
That's pretty cool that you could do that.
I like that it says tree learning partner. Definitely want to hear more about that from Rin.
I think if you're jumping in the world on your own too, you could jump in and I think click on each one, and I think 1 or 2 of them are videos as well too.
Very nice. We go once again. I think that will be all of it at this point.
Yeah.
Julian, are you still going to go to Topia?
Yes, I have it right here. Give me one second. Okay. It's Moni here or someone that could help me explain this word. I help placing some of the artist artwork and poems and some videos. I think this started in DSS1, and I don't remember the name of the artist. He created all this beautiful art, so the word was kind of this. And then for the second version of DSS, we extended the world and we added more poems here. And I think that's kind of the idea of this. It's all poetry. And we're kind of extending different areas, different places for different themes. There are a couple more that we need to add for this year, but yeah, the idea is that it keep extending. I don't know if you want to see anything in particular.
Moni is here. Maybe she can share. And also, do you have your audio on, Julian? Because maybe you could play some of them.
Can you hear it or not? Right now?
I think you have to, whenever you share your screen, you have to select audio so that it also plays the audio.
More were clearly crying. I could.
working now?
This poem is part of the collection Multiverse Poetry Journey by Moni
Yes.
Showadai, member of Design Science Studio. All poems are available in Spanish as well as English. This poem is called The Deep Ocean. All we see is oceanic water, always aware of its immense power. I close my eyes near the shore. I remember you. A voice stumbled through my veins. I remember you in the womb of your mother. Playful dolphins came around, one or more were clearly crying. I could see in the distance a fishing net filled with plastic, trash, pieces of lifeless coral, and a trapped baby dolphin asking for help. Nearby, a sailing boat and an army of kids jumped into the abyss. They grabbed the net, tore it to pieces, freed our little baby brother, repaired the coral with a magic wand made of algae, cleaned up the water, and flew away in a wind-propulsed kite. I remembered you, and I always have. Keep listening, the voice added. Then I knew why the ocean was part of my heart and is part of our inner life. Poem written by Moni Showadai, voiced by Kevin Slattery.
Hi, Moni.
Hello. Can you guys listen to me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm driving. I'm sorry, but I'm here. Thank you for touring the world. It is amazing to see it alive.
What's the name of the artist that created like the initial
The name
artwork?
of the world is you're talking about the art, the illustration?
The artist.
Oh, the artist, Umair.
Umair.
Umair was a member of the first cohort one. He was in the first. He's an amazing illustrator from Pakistan, and he was very kind to illustrate 2 or 3 of the poems. One mainly is one that is Mother Earth, we will heal your wounds. It's a poem that was yes, that one.
This poem is part of the collection Multiverse Poetry Journey, written by Moni Showadai, member of Design Science Studio. All poems are available in Spanish as well as English. This poem is called Mother Earth, we will heal your wounds. Walking each morning on a pasture sprinkled with tiny drops of dawn, I could barely feel on my bare feet the beating of your heart. I look at a once upon a time blue sky, now darkened by smog, and I feel your pain. I ran and embraced a now dead tree on the backyard, same tree that witnessed our children's childhood. I could feel your tears falling on my face. I kissed your trunk with hope. I walked to the small creek that runs along our home, and I could feel running through my fingers tiny fish struggling to stay alive in a water today polluted by chemicals. I can feel your tears mixed with mine running down my face. I can feel our deep connection. You gave us birth, Mother Earth. Our umbilical cords are still connected. Please, don't lose hope. We, your children, are waking up from a dark dream. Don't lose hope. We love you. We always will. I placed my ears upon the ground. I closed my eyes and I could hear the cry of slaughtered whales and baby dolphins. Don't lose hope, Mother Earth. I can feel your pain. I am a mother too. Hear us out. We are united to heal your wounds, to see your smile again reflected on pristine and clear waters, on blue skies and living trees. Stay awake. Don't lose hope. We love you. We know of our mutual dream to see the smiles of many generations to come. We are your children. Mother Earth, we promise today we're united, and together we will heal your wounds. There's still time to get this done. Film editing, speaker John Ash. Film footage, Creative Commons, The Cosmonaut Collection, and Moni and Z's Film Archives. Written by Moni Shoadai. Music by Carlos Garcon. And spoken word by Kevin Slattery.
Really nice. We have some others from Moni here. I don't know if you want to show anything in particular, and if you go down here, you can find. I think this one is.
This poem is part of the collection.
If you keep walking, you will find a lot of paintings that was on the second cohort. Umair couldn't help me, so I'm not an illustrator, so I decided to use paintings. Actually, those are 90% of the paintings are done by Roxy. And somehow my friend put the voice and music. So then it was open up to everybody. Invitation was for every DSS poet to participate.
My story.
And I think that you can find, yeah, there you go. Mark is there.
Mm-hmm.
And Neha.
My
Perhaps
story
you can find
is coming from the heart this very moment.
I only see 2 of my paintings. I see lots of other people's stuff though. I love that Neha's installation is here. This one you also made, Julian.
This is where all the animation started. The idea of
May we learn from banyan trees the creativity of growing aerial roots. May we learn from oak trees the engineering of inner depths withstanding violent storms. May we learn from neem trees the healing power of bitter medicines in fragmented sugar lands. May we learn from magnolia trees the artistry of unabashedly embodying our colorful magnificence. May we learn from coconut trees the tending of tenderness in the heart of hardness. May we learn from weeping willow trees the beholding of old grief even as we sow new seeds. May we learn from tamarind trees the weaving of wide canopies made by dance of tiny leaves. May we learn from sequoia trees the regenerating passages of purging wildfires. May we learn from sandalwood trees the chemistry of preserving our fragrance through snaky entanglements. May we learn from birch trees the shedding of old skins for welcoming the future now. May we renew, may we renew, may we renew.
some works from Luke. I think here.
Please, endless faces, tree of life. Please dance the earth into living motion. Blazing sun, please crown creation. Secret moon, please wax and wane. In cycles and rhythms, revealing and concealing, motion, and reason. Love lives peace, and love lives wrath. But even in confusion, our hearts unfold wondrous play of illusion. Empty sounds fruit brilliant blossoms, and a warm river trickles underground. Please float down with me through forms and branches where love is all abound. But before we begin, we're already a pool. One endless, boundless, all contiguous place where formlessness meets formless emptiness, meets formless empty space. Hono gate, 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 paragate, parasamgate, bodhisattva.
I think some of these were made by the artists themselves. I think this one too, I'm not sure. So it was a nice process to combining poetry and images, video. And yeah, the world's still open. We have a lot of space. So if you have anything, maybe you can send to Moni or yeah, any of us, we can extend it. Remember, let's check.
Love at First Light by Antonio, the librarian of Regenera, the elder of etymology. Ye leprechaun kin, Ariadne's ancestors, grasping this commons of mind, through the eternal now, threading our way, ray-finding, into, then out again, this labyrinth of liminality, morphing old reactionaries, illuminating refractionaries, ray-finding, remembering the story of now and how, attuning the thread away from the dread, divide and conquer, 'twas not what was said, divine and conquer were the original words, umbilical cords, nourishing souls, mixed metaphors of heart, right from the start, channeling the beam, connecting the dots, being sphere now, ray finders, trailblazers, evoking integrity, story living, each an epic, spun together, sung together. Holy we be. Love at First Light by Antonio.
I don't know if you have any questions about the process of Topia or New York City, if anyone has any question about it.
I mean, I think I generally have. Oh, I see Della's hand is raised. Della, do you have a question?
You're muted. Della, your sound is muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I love both. I love Topia and I love New Art City. It's just totally amazing that you can work in both, Julian. You've got that skill to do that. It's great to see Moni's stuff again. I just got to say, I really missed it because I had a link from my sites, Dodoland and Star Galaxy for the World, and they were broken in other. I'm so glad they're up again. I hope you're going to be showing more of Topia, maybe tomorrow, eh? But yeah, the question is, I guess, which do you find more interesting to work with now, Julian?
They're actually pretty similar because basically it's just space and you put things on it, right? Topia works in like 2D world, and your city is 3D, but it's basically the same thing. You just drop objects and you place them in a certain position, and then you can add like music or videos links to those objects. So in reality, it's really similar. So
that's
I
neat.
guess I do
Yeah.
more like 3D myself, so I enjoy probably more like the making, but the
Yeah.
process is really, it's kind of the same. I enjoy
I
both.
know. You told me when I talked about New Art City, and you said, "Oh, you've done Topia. You can do New Art City." And I thought, why don't you? Maybe next time I'll try that.
No,
Yeah,
really?
that was really cool. And when I showed today your beautiful animation, Julian, I didn't know you were there, or I would have asked you to come aboard and talk about it, because it's been such a treat to have that nice, and I just wanted to make sure that you could say something about it. And you're here.
The whole process of the animation and creating the worlds, and I guess that was really important. My process of learning how to put together all these like little skills and different things.
Right.
So for me, that process was very powerful, and right now I feel like more confident about like creating these things because I had that experience.
Yeah, it's
So for
beautiful.
me, it was just growing a lot. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Thanks for
beautiful
that
when you do
question.
the projects, you learn from them, and then you can go to the next phase and do something else. So that's really, really fantastic. And you are an inspiration for sure for many people in doing that, in going through that process and creating things and moving on to the next adventure. It's
Mhm.
fab.
That's how it feels. Really, like every project is really fun, and just everyone that it's here working and trying to do something about these issues. It's just they have like a lot of energy and great heart. So it's great to work with everyone here.
Yeah, that's true. The group is just amazing to work with because they're in the right headspace and the right heart space, and already that is an invitation to create together, to collaborate together. Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Will these spaces be up permanently, or is there like a time limit and then they'll be reset or used for something different?
Uh, I think they're permanent. I think we can update it as much as we can if we want, but the idea is also like create different uh, iterations of this every year, right? So kind of reprocess what everyone is doing and see what works better. So I think it's flexible as well, depending on where we want to take all of this.
I'll
This is
just
the first.
add in. I mostly just have audio right now, but I can sort of answer to that question. I think it's just perfect to have these things kind of like continuously journeyed into and created and kept alive, kind of like having a hard drive of repository of artifacts or files or knowledge, because it's the future potentials of like extrapolating technology or knowledge or art pieces are just going to become exponential. And I can imagine in the future just taking one of these new art cities, like just throwing it into a video game and people can like interact with it and run around and like and that being the simple thing that just takes a click or two. So there's a really good use case in keeping around artifacts for especially in a time right now of the need for keeping alive art in that sort of way.
Totally. That's exciting. So I'll be able to use this link to go visit this space like anytime throughout this year, and other people
Yes.
can visit it, or do they need like codes, passwords, and stuff?
These two platforms are free and you can go anytime. You can actually create your own works for free with some limitations, but enough to put work and videos, everything. Uh, then if you want to create like larger meetings or put like more and more files on it, then you can pay a little for it. But they all have like free versions, so it's really open both platforms.
That's so cool. I'll be taking my friends to see my shapes there all year.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Julian. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thank you.
I guess, let me talk for a second. I guess that my invitation to all of you watching this is, the whole idea is for everyone to participate in the world. It will be there for everybody, not only to visit, but you can also add into the world. But like Julian said, all you need is an asset. So a piece of art, music, and spoken word, or a poem, really a poem with your voice. And if you want to identify yourself, like I did with all the other poems, it's fine. But the idea is like it will be a permanent display of the collaboration among all the poets from DSS. And that was my dream, actually. And I'm so happy that it's finally alive, like Della said. I was so sad because I couldn't access it. But now it's alive, thank you to Julian and Stephanie, their resilience to get this to work. It happened. And there is one more piece that I want to do. It happened in Art Basel in Miami. And I think it can be done in Topia. Roxy said it is possible. And it's supposed to be a possibility of any of the visitors to leave a poetic word. And I can put together a poem, a collective poem later on. I don't know how to do it. I am not very technical in this aspect, but if there is a chance, that would be amazing, because it was done physically when we went to Art Basel. There was a poetry corner where everybody wrote. Excuse me? What is?
I don't think anyone said anything, but I did write in the chat. There's an app called Padlet, and people use it in Topia all the time. And it's like an interactive little notepad. So some folks do like Exquisite Corpse, some people play games, and they have a bunch of different formats. So I think that could be a cool option. Yeah.
I just want to add in, I feel like modalities like Topia and New Art City and others and more to come, I'm sure, are really crucial for the like interoperability and multi-generational like skill tasks. Like Adela does not know how to do the things that I do, and yet I took her stuff and brought it in through a few different mediums and put it in this space. And I think the future needs to continue to move towards that like inclusionary interoperability where everyone does not have any barriers of access to putting a microphone to what is live inside them, especially if it moves them. So yeah, I just wanted to drop that in.
Okay. Any last words before we move on? Well, welcome back. I'm coming back into the space. I know it was fire earlier. I'm sure that it's just been continuing. What amazing connective, creative energy that we've all been able to contribute to and be a part of over the last few days. If you missed me earlier, my name is Kyrishi Wigington, and I'm a member of the Design Science Studios Cohort 3. Woo, 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 woo. And I'm glad to be in space with y'all, glad to be sharing in this creative juice as we envision a new world, a world that works for everyone and all things. I have kitty cats, lots of kitty cats. And so nature is always fully present with me, especially because cats, if you know anything about them, they bring the outside inside, all the critters. So I want to welcome to the stage Dennis. So Dennis, are we going to bring Dennis up?
I'm looking for him. Yeah.
Okay. So while Roxy's bringing Dennis, let me just say real quick, Dennis Moore is a visionary teacher of a love-based paradigm that is meant to help save our world, right? So that is the gift. Those are the gifts that Dennis is bringing to the table. And Dennis is going to be presenting a talk and a Q&A session on centralization of power and why decentralization of power is required to avoid extinction of all life on Earth. I heard that, Dennis. Listen, people need to understand the Earth is a living being, and she is not just going to allow us to keep playing around. So I'm going to give it to you, Dennis.
Hi, hello everyone. I have just experienced a major shutdown on my computer, so I'm back on my cell phone and we're just going to have to run with that. I can't show you any slides or anything. So I'm just going to try and work from what I've got here. So decentralization, what we have done is we've created these huge pyramids of power, and we've been plundering our world and destroying our world because of this simple principle based on greed and selfishness and so on. But it's really, really important. I mean, there is this saying, which I don't want to quote the source, but the truth will set you free. I think it's like fundamentally important to realize that we need to know and see and understand the truth. And are you willing and able to be open-minded enough? Are you willing and able to question everything in search of the truth? Because that is a requirement. Because you will only know about the pyramids of power and the structures and everything if you're willing to question and go there. This particular thought journey into power-based systems is only one of the many thought journeys that I went on my quest for the truth. But this one in particular goes into what I learned when I was being very active in the Occupy movement and trying to find ways in which we could transition. You know, first of all, be activists and change our way of life and transition to the future that we needed. So basically, my slides were based on that. And so decentralization, to me, the basic principle is moving out of centralized living and returning to the land to live as one with Mother Nature. It's about regaining that which we have lost through our indoctrination systems. And those would be media and education systems and religions. We need to recover and rediscover who we are as humans on this planet. And of course, going back to the land, to me, is what will equalize this disparity of power, which is so, so important. We need to take the energy from this civilization and reintegrate it into nature and life, to regenerate life and to grow the abundant future that we deserve to live in. I mean, think of this concept. If you just take one seed and you go and you put it in the ground, like an avocado seed. Well, first of all, I nurture them before I put them in a jar of water in my windowsill with 3 sticks in it, and and they grow into these beautiful seedlings, and I transfer them into soil and then plant them in the garden. That one seed grows into this beautiful being, and when it reaches maturity, for many, many generations into the future, it produces thousands of seeds. And if you took those thousands of seeds and you planted them, they would multiply the number of trees. It's simple. But now think about it. What I did in South Africa was I decided every seed that passed through my hands, I was going to nurture and grow into seedlings, and then I was going to go and find places where I could plant them. So I did all sorts of things, like I did guerrilla gardening around the forest. I planted on this tiny little bit of steep hill embankment that we had a few trees, but I couldn't plant too many because that wouldn't be fair on the trees. It's really important that you position them in good places where they will survive. Then I'm like, I need land. And I decided, okay, I'm going to go out and guerrilla garden along the railway lines and along the roads. And that's what I did. So I'm taking my baby for a walk. And then I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't have enough land. So I realized that people who live on the land honestly believe they own the land, and they've been convinced about this lie of centralization of power and this is my land. No, you get to live there for a while and then you move on. You either die or somebody else takes over. So I went knocking on my neighbors' gates and handing them free gifts. Like, hi, hello, I'm your neighbor. Here's a free gift for you. And then showing people who didn't know where to plant them, how to plant them, and so on. But just that one thing that I was doing was basically decentralizing the food source from the monopolistic system and applying that and creating food for people into the future on the land that was freely available or was available all around. So it's not about private ownership, which is a centralization concept. It's about giving, and just in giving, you will receive. And just think about that concept. If every single human being planted every single seed that passed through their hands, literally in no time, in a very, very short period of time, we would live in an abundant world. And then there would be no need for the fear of scarcity, which is the fundamental principle on which these pyramid schemes are built. So we need to be the gardeners of the land, and the natural wisdom shared to awaken human awareness, consciousness, and enlightenment. We need to lead them through this process. And I have this whole education system that I've written through gathering my insights and intuition and the research and everything. It's all there. All that needs to happen is for that to spread across the world, and we would naturally decentralize and start living sustainably on the land. So understanding our current power-based systems and their destructive force to all life on the planet is essential to making wise choices. Only by understanding what is happening in our world and the natural wisdom of nature can we change and ensure a future for all life. Move this out of the way. I apologize. Decentralization. So decentralization is returning to nature and spreading out on the land, and so much more. It's not just about that. Life is not about what we can take, but what we can give in balance and harmony to receive abundance ultimately. These are the universal principles of life. Living in love, balance, and harmony is essential for life. But this is what's ignored and opposed by those who choose to centralize ownership, wealth, and power. we are indoctrinated away from realizing what the truth of life is and what the natural wisdom of life is. The essential values and beliefs of life and living regeneratively and sustainably are love, empathy, compassion, consideration, mutual respect, and growing relationships with all life and one another. We are one life force with all life. We are one human family. We are all connected and interdependent on life for life. And what we do to Mother Nature, her lands, water, air, and the natural world, we don't just do to ourselves, we do it to one another. Civilization is designed, the word just makes me crazy. It's really uncivilization because of the effect that it has on nature and life around the world, subjugating people to slavery, wars and destruction, and all of the horrific things that are perpetuated by supposedly civilized society. And unfortunately, we are caught up in that, and we don't realize our impact on other people around the world. So civilization is is designed to create thoughtless imbalances in life for the benefit of a few within the pyramid of power at the expense of all life on earth. We need to empower all life with the knowledge, the skills, and the wisdom they need to live up to their true potential, living dynamic lives on the land as one with all life, empowering humanity with life around them to ensure that they live in abundance. Life should be lived for all life, including our living world, Mother Nature, Gaia, Pachamama. Are you all with me? You good?
Pachamama.
Pachamama.
I was just pulling out some of your interesting quotes, Dennis, in the chat.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt your talk, but just to sprinkle a little reflection back to you. Civilization is really uncivilization for the benefit of the few in the pyramid of power. Decentralization is returning to nature. Love, empathy, consideration, compassion. Just a little reflection back to you, Dennis.
Thank you. It's really, really important. Like, I think you give me the power to go on to realizing that you're listening and absorbing it. I appreciate you. Thank you. So centralized, monopolized money is like, that is absolute, it's just money. So I'm just going to give a list of them. So money, private property ownership, land, our rights to land, food and water, knowledge and wisdom, and nature itself has all been stolen from us. Resources, energy, minerals, pharmaceuticals, from the forests of the Amazon jungle, medicine and creativity. All of these things have been monopolized and centralized. Like only the few get to be on the leading edge of creativity. That's what I love so much about this group of people, is they are stepping into their creativity. They're taking back their right to their creativity. But think about everything that has been disintegrated, specialized, monopolized, and stolen from individuals and small communities through the centralization of power-based systems, with their institutionalized systems of government, education, media, religions, all infecting humanity with the thought plague of their destructive value and belief system. But it's not even that alone. I mean, it's like the empire has the God ordained right to go and war and slash and burn and plunder and do whatever it likes to the other. As long as they demonize them first and ensure that their population's on their side because of the school patriotism, they can do as they please and plunder the world and cause genocide and do all these things just so that they can get more and more minerals and resources and centralize it into the pyramid of power to perpetuate this power-based system. Now, it's insanity, you know. It's like when we think of the population of the world being centralized into these cities that are unsustainable, it's like, oh, there are too many people on the earth. No, in actual fact, if we're not living to perpetuate empire and we're living to regenerate life across the earth, like doing permaculture and natural agriculture, there are not enough hands. There's not enough of us. We need to go, and this is our moment. This is our opportunity to literally go and take ourselves, our human energy, and go out onto the land and reestablish as much of nature as we can save. It's like, this is our moment. We will never have this population again. All right? And all we need to do is to teach the people the knowledge and the skills and the wisdom they need, and then let them at it. And then, of course, we have to convince the land grabbers, like there are some ruling elite families who have been buying up enormous tracts of land across America and around the world. We need to convince them that that needs to be given back. Those are basic human rights to land, food, water. And if we go to the land, there is a future for all life on the planet. Any comments?
Yeah, this is sorry to interrupt. Once again, I just wanted to see if maybe I could ask you a question at this moment. And
yeah, go ahead.
And if you prefer to just continue where you were
No.
already, that's fine. But I guess what comes up for me is you talked about convincing landowners.
Yeah.
And I guess I just wanted to ask you, like, what's your theory of change? You know, just in this moment, off the top of your head, about how those folks might change their minds about land ownership or how land is used.
Well,
how might you approach them? You know, like let's say one of them as a relationship and as an individual, you know, in their humanity.
Well, you know, I think that the basic fundamental principle that exists for all humans is we care about our children and we care about the future of life on the planet. And we really need to approach them with that. It's like, if we want to sustain life on this planet, you really need to become part of this fundamental movement for change, to provide your children with the knowledge, the skills, and the wisdom that they need to survive into the future. Because if we carry on deforesting and desertifying and losing our topsoil and doing all of the things we're doing, your children won't survive either. I mean, I'm referring to them. Yes, you might be able to go and hide up in tunnels and whatever, where you've got all of these resources hidden. But that's not, I mean, when your children come out from that destruction at the sort of Armageddon moment when all life has collapsed on the planet, like, is that what you want to leave for your children? Like, the future depends on your choices now, right now. We don't, like, really right now, we don't need, I mean, every year that passes, every moment, every second that passes that we aren't doing this, people are suffering around the world. Animals, wildlife, everything is suffering around the world. And your children's future is getting worse every moment, every second. please join us. That's what I would say.
Thank you so much, Dennis. I wrote in the chat, what do you want to leave for your children? And the time is now to make that choice.
Thank you so much. So, looking at the values and beliefs, we have been schooled into all of these fundamental values and beliefs, abstract ideas and lies, which, because we're conditioned into them and we're raised in them, we just take them for granted as being the truth. And we believe them, and we accept them, we live by them. But it's time for us to stop and say, no, what are the values and beliefs of the past? So we can look at them and say, oh, this is not true and this is not right. Like, why do we believe that? And what is the alternative? See, you need to be able to see the sort of the extremes of the continuum. One side, what pyramid schemes have been built on, what their foundations of thought are, and what are the foundations of thought of the natural wisdom of nature and life that's always existed. The problem begins with our thought predispositions, our fundamental indoctrinated, unquestioning questioned values and beliefs, abstract lies, and that which we believe and accept and live by. So how can so few own and control it all when the majority have no access and are trapped in prison, city, labor camps, or prison labor camps we call cities within empires? Oh my gosh, you know, I go down in Miami and I drive every day and these buildings are going up. You cannot even see the light anymore. It's just so extreme how we are taking the energy. I think of a lifeboat, all right? So here we are in this lifeboat, 20 or 30 of us, and we've got this food and we decide tonight we're gonna have a party. We're gonna eat everything with no concern for tomorrow. But tomorrow we wake up and it's too late. So right now, what we're doing is the amount of wealth and money that's being pumped into growing these enormous structures in Miami and literally right around this country. It's just this insanity that's just, it's institutionalized. The children have been taught how to, you know, design and build and whatever and create these, just this insanity, and they are caught up in the whole system, and they literally cannot see the wood for the trees. It makes me want to cry. We could be taking a small percentage of that wealth, like 10% of our wealth, our energy, our effort, and we could be putting that into growing sustainable teaching eco-villages and living systems on the land. If we did just that, 10%, nature multiplies what we put in. We know that. So why don't we just do that? Just a little bit. Each salary we earn, each day we work towards whatever we're doing to survive and everything, we take a percentage and we put it towards the future we want and deserve, and the future that humanity and all life deserves on the planet. No one owns the land, we just get to live on it. We need to convince the owners. I just said that, sorry. So one of the sets of values and beliefs is second, specialization. Through specialization, we have created doctorates and whatever, but it's all disintegrated. There are so many other healing modalities, and yet the medical fraternity has monopolized that whole system, and of course it's monopolized by the pharmaceutical industry. There's this absolute centralization of, I don't know, needles and pharmaceutical drugs and scalpels is like the way to help heal humanity. But we're not. This is dealing with the symptoms. We're not dealing with the cause. The cause is our way of life. We need to decentralize to recover our health and happiness and all of many of the modern diseases are because of our unsustainable way of life. It's insanity. It's like the only reason why you have to cut and do all of these things is to get people back into the workforce so that they can carry on working and die. It's like we get put into schoolroom boxes and we go from box to box our whole lives. Eventually we get to the end of our lives and they put us in a box and we've never lived. So specialization, individualism. It's like survival of the fittest. You know, you've got to tread all over everyone else. It's competition instead of cooperation. Consumerism. We like teach our children, you know, you've got to buy your own pens and pencils and blah, 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 blah. And we consume uniforms and so on, consume. We introduce them into the whole consumption model. We teach them about capitalism. You know, you've got to buy stuff. You can't, there's no giving and receiving and there's no sharing. Exceptionalism. We've got to be the biggest and the best and build the highest building and the most creative building. And it's like, why are you building buildings when you can be designing an incredible eco-village to live in? All right. And then, of course, materialism. We've lost our understanding of the true nature of reality. It's like E equals mc squared. Energy combines with energy to form mass. It's like every single atom is the flowing, vibrating energy of the universe within the universe. And, you know, when I think of this, I think of a tree. But I'll come back to the tree. Education and religions. With all due respect. Okay, sorry, anyone want to say anything? Or interested or have comment? No? Okay, education and religions.
Hey, Dennis, let's just check and see for a moment.
Okay, check, please.
Yeah, I guess anyone want to chime in? Is this sparking or resonating with anyone here? This conversation about power, empire, individualism, competition versus cooperation. Just want to see if anyone has any questions for Dennis that could also guide our conversation.
Rock.
Well, there's a commercial, a television commercial a few years back, and there's a guy, he's a Western kind of a rancher guy, and he was talking about all the problems that we're facing. And he said, really, there's only a few thousand people that are really making all the decisions that are putting us in this mess. And he said, they all have an address. And he left it at that. And I'm not so sure that we need to try. We've got to make it real in our own lives. We've got to create the new thing, and it just has to be so attractive for the goodness of us, but also that it's out. You're getting more for your buck in paradise. That it's a better deal. that you're not having to struggle like so many people are these days. And but anyway, I just want to put that out that we gotta obsolete the old deal by making it real for us. So that's all. That's all I wanted to say.
I love that, Brooke. The one thing that I would like to say about that is the moment we cross that barrier or that unwritten rule of fighting, of attacking, of the moment we do that, we literally set ourselves up for failure. And not only that, we've compromised who we are. It's just like, that's not an option for me. It's, you know, I was part of the Occupy movement for many, many years. And what I did, what I realized at the end of it was you cannot fight them politically. Well, you can, and it has some effect, and it depends on the numbers and all of that. But really, the best thing you can do is, like you're saying, is like walk away. Go and focus your energy on creating like the best possible systems that we can, and then people will follow. And if we influence like just 18% of the people on this, you know, within a group or then within the population, then the majority will follow. And then, of course, there will always be those that won't, in trailing 18, 5, 10, 5%, you know. So, but we don't need to worry about them because the landslide would have happened. But it's like Gandhi said, passive resistance was the way. You know, it's like they shut down the whole British Empire just by putting their hands down, putting their tools down and said, that's it, we're not producing food. You see, we have the power as the people of this world. We are incredibly powerful. We are the energy that drives this whole system. Without us, they have nothing. Their house of cards collapses. It's gone. Anyone else?
Thank you so much, Dennis. We actually need to end a little early because we realized that we're behind like an hour in the schedule. So sorry, I have to close your talk early, but I think it was powerful. You know, everything that you shared and the way you expressed it. And I just wrote in the chat one more thing. We are the energy that drives this world. And Karishi's here to more, like to further outro you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dennis. Thank you for that, Stacy. You know, it's interesting. I think, you know, one of the biggest takeaways for me is that we have to be constantly questioning and we have to be constantly pushing towards how do we become our best selves so that we can create, encourage other folks to be their best selves. So thank you for your discussion, and the feedback, and I hope that you can capture all of the takeaways that Stacy was putting in the chat for you.
Thank you so much, Karishi.
All right, thank you. All right, Made, you joining us?
Yes, I am here, present in the space, over space, and I'm grateful to see your face, and I'm grateful to bring onto the stage this conversation about composting ideologies, a space for reclaiming inquiry and listening. And I tell you what, the need for answers is a part of the human condition that really keeps me up at night, walking in circles in my thoughts. So I'm very excited to understand how this conversation unfolds. It's an open space for questioning everything and sharing stories and releasing the need for answers. And we have Justina Salnikova, an artist who asked the question of what if we adored all of our waste? Wait for it. No, seriously. What if we adored all of our waste? Like, you know, like everything that people call trash, we could actually turn it into art. Thanks, Scratchy. And Ian
I love it.
McIntosh, who is also a believer in harmonic world where every living thing can thrive. So I'm very excited for this space. And oh, we are still waiting for Ian, but in this moment, how are you doing today, Justina?
I'm doing really well. How's everyone here doing? Feeling good?
Yes, loving it. Loving it. Feeling very inspired. Grateful for all the conversation and everything that's been shared so far, and just feeling super powered.
Awesome. Well, I know Ian's juggling a lot today, so I don't know where he is, but I
I
can
was just
also.
texting with him. He's coming soon. I mean, y'all
Okay,
can
cool.
start the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the plan is, but I'm here for the moment. If there's any way that you want to lead in, and I can be a stand-in until Ian is available, I'm open to that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little hesitant to start without him, but I mean, I could
Sure.
do a little intro of the space just because the beginning is very much something we curated together versus, yeah.
Right.
But I mean, it'll be fun. I can tell you that. We're gonna do a little movement as well in this whole situation. And yeah, get your brains and bodies ready to question everything.
Great.
Mhm.
So I guess Scratchy can ask some questions real quick if you're open to that about what do you mean by if we adored our waste?
What do I mean by that? I mean, there's so much to say with that, but for me, I think it's really like, how do we remember the parts of ourselves that like literally like remember, like put ourselves back together, and put our like the parts that we don't really like to look at into the center and learn from that place. Because I think there's so many, whether it's physical or non-physical things that we like to just put to the side. And I think just what I ask is, what if we adored our waste? Is what if we actually were present with that? So one question I like to, we're recording. I'm recording. But I guess one question I like to ask, so we'll lead to our questioning, is like, what are the last 5 things you threw away? Do you remember them?
I actually do.
You do? Yeah. I mean, I was like, well, you
Yeah,
might,
yeah,
but a lot of people don't, and I think that's one thing, just to be even present with that, for example.
So what I'm hearing is taking responsibility for the waste that we're generating and being conscious and aware of how it might impact the environment and the world around us.
Yeah, and I think it could be as simple as that, and which is also not super simple at all. And there's a lot embedded, I think, in that, I think it's like a really big privilege to be able to be conscious of your waste and be able to be present with, and to like even shop zero waste or to like make less waste, because our world isn't set up for that, and it's really hard to do that for a lot of folks. But I do think that's a really important thing. And if you can do that, please do. But if you can't, I think the other portion is to really like see the parts of you that you don't really consider, like, there's so many aspects of waste, like wasting time, like what is valuable, what is not valuable. There's so many questions in value and what we find important. And I think to really be with the sticky, icky parts, and the parts that people don't always want to look at or don't feel comfortable with.
I definitely agree. And thank you for sharing that perspective and welcoming Ian McIntosh to the stage. Excited to see you all speak and talk and run through these ideas and to see what is revealed from the compost of ideologies. Thank you.
Hello, cats. Can you hear me?
Indeed.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Cool. Sorry about that. I was literally recording the set in Serato and for the music and dance shortly, but didn't realize we were kind of coming up on time here. So, hello.
Hello. And to know, I also didn't know we were early, so I am not set up outside like I was planning to be. So I might transition out, but we'll see how it flows. Awesome. Well, I think, Ian, we're ready to start. They introduced us and we're on. So whenever, if you're ready, we'll go into it.
Yeah. Totally.
Awesome. Well, welcome y'all to the section of composting our ideologies. Me and Ian have been in a pod together, which is a small group that, yeah, I mean, for folks that aren't and haven't been in the cohort, just some small groups we've been meeting in for the duration of the studio. And I feel like we really resonated on a lot of parts of just sitting with the unknown. And we really wanted to make a space to really be able to do that and to, in a space where we have so many beautiful ideas, beautiful big ideas, so many beautiful solutions. I think we felt like it was really also important to make a space for all the questions that have come up, whether it's through this experience or just things that people are holding in their life. And so we wanted to open up a space for that and to also not only come from a place of, you know, asking questions with our minds, but asking questions with our bodies.
I would also add to and these questions that may or may not want to be asked and may be found and such. Our intention is also not to answer them for you. We don't want to do that. I think sometimes questions are too easily jumped on as an opportunity to speak to something. And I really find a lot of wisdom in that opportunity of like being with and letting that like question become an opportunity to continue to lean in, and through that leaning in being like an experiential thing where an answer is inferred but not really like spoken to all the time. So just to give context.
Yeah, and I think one thing that arose for us, I mean, as you know, we're coming from what a lot of people describe as like a more mechanistic worldview, and a worldview where like a lot of our problems have been arisen from really trying to like problem solve. And we want to, as we're dreaming this new world, dreaming all the possibilities, how do we get out of the mind state of like always trying to figure things out? Because I do think that is like a symptom of a colonial perspective or a Western perspective or whatever, however you want to put that into words, is to, you know, really put things into boxes and be able to create all these answers that are like neat and tidy, but the world spills into each other. Everything's interconnected. We're all interwoven. And there's so many ways, so many curiosities within these threads. And how do we like make space for that? So we really wanted to make some space for that in here.
I'm just lining up and grabbing a few of the songs. I closed down the links because I'd already downloaded and put them into my Serato, which I'm not gonna do. So it's gonna be more clunky and less DJ than I was expecting. But You can go ahead with the next piece if you'd like.
Okay, I was gonna ask if you
Yeah.
Wonderful. So I think now we're gonna invite everyone to kind of feel into the question of what is alive, what questions are alive in your heart right now. And before we're get into submitting those questions, which we are interested in actually making an artifact from all the questions that are asked today so that they can be held and then like taken through this design decade and really like maybe built upon. So we're gonna after the movement, we're gonna have an aha slides moment where everyone can input the questions. So we invite you to listen to the music that Ian has woven together and do whatever is alive for you to be able to be in your body with these questions. So whether that's dance, like I personally am going to dance, and I invite you to dance with me. But if that's not what you feel like right now, maybe if you want to write these questions, or if you want to just meditate or just listen to the music, whatever feels the most aligned for you right now, we invite you to do that with us.
Yeah, and I'll add my partner's been studying for somatic movement therapy, and one of the pieces that she's come to through all of her years of kind of bringing together a lot of pieces, as well as like dancing freedom and other pieces, which I'm sure a lot of you cats down in the States know about, especially the West Coast, is how profound it can be to just have the opportunity to let yourself lean into whatever your specific modality of how you want to kind of disentangle yourself from thinking. And I find myself dance, which I'll be also doing, is one of my ways to drop the masks of how I feel like I should be posturing for you right now. And through that process, there's a portal that opens up of something beyond me that comes through. So I feel like that's a more clear space for me to bring about questions that want to be answered by more than just Ian, I guess. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Are we ready for that transition to music then?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, you're welcome to go run outside if you'd like to use, I'll just
I'm gonna step outside just so we have some nature in the background. And yeah, we'll go to a different spot a little closer.
I might have to get a prompt if it's working, just thumbs up or vocal, but let's see here. All right, the first song is a song that I've been working with a bit lately, and then the second one is actually from Lolo Villa, who's actually in our cohort here too. I think she shared it on one of our morning dances, Tanosh. So here we go. Okay.
Right.
Welcome back, monkeys.
Hmm. A second to take a few breaths because I definitely.
One thing I love about dancing with people and getting everyone dancing so vigorously in a space is that everyone is exasperated and can't speak, so we have to be in the beauty of listening to each other's breathing in silence, and what a wonderful space that can be.
Well, as we're coming out of this space, I just want to invite you to remember the feelings and the questions that came up in your body and your mind too. Things that, what arose, what felt alive in your heart. And as we move into that, we're going to put up an aha slide for everyone to input what came up for them and what questions came up for them in that moment, or just things that you have been holding and feeling into over whatever amount of time in your life, in your heart.
Yeah. As we land, what are the questions that came up for you? I have nothing to say for that. I'm curious. And there should be a QR code. If not, I will. Maybe that should work.
Yeah. There you go. And then the link is there as well. There's
I'm gonna do that too.
Yeah. The link is on the side. But copy and could you copy and paste it into the chat, please?
Yeah. My apologies.
There's one other question that has always been going on through my whole life, and that is, what is humanity's role in the universe? What's our purpose? What is it that we're supposed to be doing when we're doing what we're supposed to be doing? And the answer is co-creation, is that we're to learn the nature of nature and then to join in as an active member for all life. And that's what I think is so wonderful about the Design Science Studio, is that we're really pursuing that. And it's my heart, my heart. I'm just glad. So.
Thanks for sharing, Rock. Yeah, I think as not an answer to that, but just to add on to that, one of the greatest pieces of wisdom I've heard, or my partner shared with me, and it's something one of his an indigenous elder that he's worked with a lot had told him, is the great mystery is not meant to be understood, it's meant to be enveloped in. And I think that is the why and the how. And it's more of a question than an answer. But we're going to invite folks, more folks, to share what came up for them. I'm just going to give another few more minutes for people to enter some questions in silence, and then we'll go into more of a share back of what this has brought up for y'all. And love to hear from more of you. And also, if you're unable to access the AHA slides, feel free to add in the chat, or you can, when we're ready to share, we can also just talk about your questions and we can log them.
I really like a lot of these questions.
I think folks are still typing, so we'll give another minute or two, and then start our share back.
You scroll down a little bit.
Yeah, I just need to move I think actually, oh no, there we go. Yeah. I think the beautiful practice, if we can transition to the next piece, Justina, I feel like a really beautiful practice in this is not answering any of these questions and just seeing what questions people have. And and there's so many more that could come up. And be like keys to doors that we don't even know sometimes.
And I guess the question or the only question I want to hear the answer to in the share, I know it's really hard to, not answer questions, but is just what came up for you in this practice, in this sitting with the questions. What are you feeling right now? What are you uncomfortable with? Anything like to that degree. I'd love to hear from you, and you can raise your hand, or write in the chat, or whatever way you feel comfortable participating in this now.
I think the beginning of this our session here, I forgot to share a quote that was going to come in the beginning, and then there's one at the end here too. But the one at the beginning was, the surest way to become tense, awkward, and confused is to develop a mind that tries too hard, one that thinks too much. This is by the Tao of Pooh, like Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, if no one's called to share, maybe me and Ian can share first. When someone is excited. Ian, did you want to say anything, or did you want me to share?
Go ahead. I'm just gonna arrange something real quick.
Okay. Well, I think for me in that practice, yeah, I think I like surprised myself a little bit. And just how many, or I was surprised on how many emotions came up for me in the movement. Like I like to dance pretty regularly, but I just felt like a real potency and felt like the full spectrum of emotions, from like joy to anger to pain, and really was trying to allow myself to really feel into those. And that was really powerful. I felt like I was laughing and breathing and crying, and so many images came through my head from just like, I mean, being outside and seeing all the trees and their wisdom, and feeling my feet on the ground, and feeling all the people's feet that are on the ground, and also all the like desperation and all the destruction that's in the world, and really being able to feel that in my body super viscerally. So that's what came up for me. And for anyone else feeling called to share, it's okay if not, we can always just transition on.
I could share maybe.
Okay, love that.
Yeah, I kind of like lost where the slide went though. But I can
Oh yeah, Ian, we want to put that back up because it's a nice visual.
maybe I can still look at it on my phone.
We'll put it back up. Sorry, I think.
Oh no.
Unshare. There we go.
Yeah, it was interesting. Like I was like, I'm gonna take a nap. I like really wanted to take a nap. And I was like, I would literally like brought the computer over. I was like, oh, I really want to listen to their talk. And then as soon as you were like, we're gonna dance, I was like, oh, I could tell that the cells in my body were just aching because I've just been working so hard. And I was like, oh, this is a Roxy song. I was like, no, I'm just gonna get up. And so this first one that came up was like, why don't I remember more when I feel stuck? Because I was feeling stuck. I'm like, oh, I need to finish 4 run of shows, and you know what I mean? In my brain, I was just like, and then there's a floor plan, and I have to leave in a few hours. It's just like starting to go over everything in my head, and I need to sleep, and I'm like, ah. And then as soon as I danced, I was like, ah. Right. I don't know. There's just like so much more wisdom inside of my body, and it had just been like so condensed into like this like weird singularity and this like very linear path. And so it let me like connect with the nonlinear nature of the living system that I am. And it was very nourishing. And the other one that I wrote down, because I was having this moment where I was also like, oh, I need to like send a reminder email to like all the people and be like, this is what's happening in case you lost track of the schedule, you know? And then I was like, when did bigger become better? Like I was like, this is fine. Look at all these amazing people in this room. Like all of them are incredible. And there's some people on the stream and whatever. But like, I don't know, it was just interesting. It was interesting to like have like feel into different dimensions of scales of time and wisdom. And then as you all were like posing the questions, I finally felt tired. Like whenever we sat and I was listening to your like hypnagogic voices, like gently asking, all of a sudden I was like sort of, I don't know, it was my overshare of sleepy, but not sleepy. It definitely stirred up what needed to be stirred. And it left me more with more questions than answers, but I'm very grateful for all the inquiries.
I'd love to riff on that for a second before I bring Mage up, since he has his hand up. I also resonate with that sense of kind of like inner answers being answered just by me moving, like inner questions, kind of like it's almost like you said the word of singularity, and I also feel that sense that when I move energy in any sort of way, there's this opportunity that opens up where like questions and answers can kind of just like flood in and be answered at the same time, but not have to like find a place within some sort of jigsaw puzzle within myself. It's just like this like ease and grace opens up, especially when moving. Even if I'm left with a lot of anxiety or challenge, there's still this like freedom of spaciousness that like opened up from movement or drawing or some sort of like artistic practice. So yeah, I definitely resonate with that piece. You're welcome to share if you'd like, Mage.
Yes. So first off, I just love what y'all prepared in the music and everything. It's been awesome. The
Mage,
thing
can you
that
turn your volume up a little bit?
Yes, give me a second. How's that? Awesome. So first off, I wanted to say thank you for this. Second off, what had come up for me, and with the need for answers piece, I'm in in my local community, there's this like restorative justice process that's happening, and obviously it's very sensitive, so I'm not gonna share the story of that. It's not mine to share. But one thing that's been coming up for me a lot is how can we, as we meaning I, meaning you, meaning anybody that's involved in a community, support each other better when people involved of allegations of harm aren't willing or open to have a conversation or to enter that kind of process. And what I've observed is this feeling of like being stuck in that space where, okay, there's harm done, but people aren't open to having that conversation. So it's kind of just there. And then the other part where it's like, wait a second, I wasn't directly involved with that, and I'm emotionally absorbing that because I care about these people. And I like to consider myself like somebody that is a safe person in the community that can hold space. So that's just something that's been coming up. How can we support each other through in community whenever there's situations of harm that people aren't willing to have conversations about? And yeah, that's it.
Mage, thanks for sharing that. I feel you. That's all I gotta say is that is a big question that I've been sitting with for a while too. And I don't know.
It also has
Oh, go ahead.
It has a multiplicity of answers that can only be answered by so many factors too. And I think that's why our long format share of why we felt inspired to have this in the experience. I wrote, wrestling with the tensegrity of truth is something that is coming up at this time. Come share your questions so that we can bathe in them together. I promise you we will not answer anything. Diversity of questions are vital to us all getting closer to something genuine. And I think that last part of the something genuine is what I want the most. I use this word honesty a lot, and I continuously find more reciprocity and opportunity when people are continuously more vulnerable and honest. So I definitely also, to speak to the genuine piece and questions, the more questions people ask, the more I feel closer to them. Not because I like will say an answer and they'll like nod at me and like be like, thank you, you wise human. It's more like, thank you for sharing your questions with me, because there's something vulnerable in that opportunity of sharing these, like, you know, it's because they're not weaved. And I think sharing like a non-weaved part of ourselves is like is really vulnerable, because if you just like share with everybody your like, you know, your pottery that's like fully situated rather than, you know, this like pottery with little chip in it, like I'd rather hear the chip in people's pottery rather than, you know, see a bunch of pottery that's fully, you know, perfect, because that's not true in life. So I think there's something more genuine in asking a lot of questions and being in that like continuous query space, and answers can be inferred upon through the process. It's not like we're trying to get amorphous and not get anything done, because there's actually a lot of action that comes about through this process of questioning into. So Krishnamurti is actually one of my idols in this way of asking questions, and he often had these audiences of 200, 300 people, and he denounced his title that was that the people tried to give him when he was born, as some sort of like guru. And he has these presentations where he'll ask a bunch of questions, and people will sometimes get like angry with his like feeling into the question. And it's interesting how he responds, because when people feel aggro at his version of like what they interpret as an answer, he'll say, this isn't me answering. I'm just like feeling into the possibility of something here. And there's this gracious space in between like question and answer where there's something juicy, and I don't know how to articulate it, but there's something really juicy in that space. I'll leave that there for now.
That's awesome. Yeah, I definitely appreciate that. And I appreciate the word honesty a lot. And just those questions, the curiosity that keeps us open and receptive to what could be rather than what we're trying to force into being. And nature doesn't force like that. It happens effortlessly. So I definitely resonate with all of that.
Yeah.
And so we got about a minute left in the segment. If there's any kind of closing thoughts and stuff that you all want to bookend with.
Yeah. I think one thing I just want to say, like responding to what you said too, is I really appreciated the specificity of your question of like how situated it is, because for me, like a big inspiration for me is like the work of like ecofeminism, or especially specifically the work of like Donna Haraway and situated knowledges. And I think there's a lot of like with being localized and really feeling into our local questions, there's so much power in that. And yeah, I just want to say thank you for everyone for doing this experiment with us and being willing to sit with the known and the uncomfortable. And I just really appreciate you all. So thank you, and keep asking questions, and we're gonna create some kind of format of these questions and share back so that you can sit with them, continue to sit with them, and see each other's questions. Ian, did you want to say any closing thoughts?
Yeah, I really loved feeling a little bit like squeamish and like squiggly and strange with the format of not of like I've never really practiced doing this. I have a thing called Pluto's Cove, where we actually come together in a philosophy group and we come together with a question, and then we just like all like jam into it, not with answers. And it was interesting doing that in this format and feeling like I really want to bring in more invitation of silence into my group that I have here at home, because there's something about the wisdom that comes through, like sitting in the uncomfortability of people not talking while you're actually internally asking a bunch of questions and then bringing them forward and not having anyone answer anything, because it's such a proclivity to jump to them. But yeah, I'll drop in the quote that we had as our last piece and sort of a seed to plant for people to hopefully lock in something. A good question is never answered. It is not a bolt to be tightened into place, but a seed to be planted and to bear more seed toward the hope of greening the landscape of idea. It's John Ciardi. I'll just say it one more time. A good question is never answered. It is not a bolt to be tightened into place, but a seed to be planted and to bear more seed toward the hope of greening the landscape of idea.
Amazing. Thanks so much, you all. That was wonderful. And just the final thought I have on the subject is there's a difference between being uncomfortable and being unsafe. Uncomfortability is an invitation to change in conversation, and unsafety, like not being safe, that's a conversation for the community. So I really appreciate your offering and look forward to participating in the future. So with that, I am completely comfortable passing off to Tico, which is going to apparently there's a wiggle that's about to happen. You want to fill us in on that?
Yeah, that means a few things. It means that we're gonna have a little mind jam, and we're also gonna have a little body jam. And so maybe we start with the body jam. Let's just like kick off a little bit of music so people can just wiggle. Let's see, sure sound. How can I give me a sec. All right. Let me know if you can hear this. Can you hear it?
I hear it. I'm gonna summon my feral friends for this.
So feel free to get off your chairs and move a little bit your body. On. Great. Spunky, are you there?
Wait, can you hear me? Hold a second.
Are you talking, Spunky? I can hear you.
Hello. Yes,
Hi,
I'm here.
hi. All right. So, Spunky,
Scratchy.
are you scratchy?
Yeah, scratch.
Are you in Regenaissance right now?
I'm almost there. We're on an epic voyage. Tomorrow I land, but see, I got my ship in the background, made from recycled cardboard that was found.
Perfect.
So I'm getting there. I'm
Perfect.
close.
Well, we're waiting for you here. We can wait for you to come. But in the meantime, I was thinking that we could do a little exercise that we love to do here at Regenera. We usually do this at the Futurist Cafe, whenever it's needed. And it's an exercise. I don't know if you guys know this. This is something that not many people know. If you're not from Regenera, in here is pretty common knowledge. But Regenera has another name that we call it, locals call it, and it's imagination. And so we usually refer to it as imagination. And one of the things that we love to do is to imagine things, and it's actually how Regina came to be. It's like we were like in there a little struggling, and we decided to just like think really big and start imagining what could be and what was possible. And so let's do a little exercise in imagination. I'm going to ask you to think about the following question, and you can either write it down in the chat, or you can raise your hand if you feel a little bold and a little brave to come on stage and share. And we're going to do a round of this, and then we're going to another round. The first round is, the question is, if you had all the resources in the world, imagine you have like every resource, monetary, contacts that you need, convincing governments, you name it. You have resources, real resources, no magic here, just resources. But you have all the resources in the world to solve one problem, but only one problem. What would that problem be? So you can think about it. I'm gonna bring back a little of that music in the background so your brains get a little more inspired. Let me know if it is the volume enough in the background that you can hear me well?
I could probably take it up like a little bit.
A little bit?
Just a little bit.
Is it there?
I know my first problem would be like, how would I eat all the food I could afford? I mean, for real.
What will you need for that?
Well, I guess money, but like, I mean, food. Like how, I guess I would need more stomachs, or actually I could just distribute it because it seems like a benevolent thing to do.
You would need time as well. You would just need to sit down and take the time to eat all that food. Do you think you can eat for like many hours all together?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point. I just need more time to eat more things.
2018 Senate Armed Services Committee's briefing on
Hi, Moni.
Skinwalker.
Do you have any idea that you want to share with us? No? All right. Okay, so we have in the chat, we have militant belief systems. Okay. How do resources move through the system? I don't know, you tell us. You have all the resources. You can move the resources as you please, and you can bring resources to move the resources. All is possible. Justina, you seem to be thinking really hard. Do you have any idea? Come on, guys, all the resources in the world shouldn't be that difficult. Just choose a problem.
Choose your. I mean, I feel like it's knowing where to act, knowing where to start. It's part of it.
We need to start somewhere. Hunger distribution. Okay, hunger is a good one. Ian, do you have any good ideas on what to focus on?
I have practical examples from my own experience doing gleaning for a permaculture guild for a few years. We even had our own vehicles. It would be actually going to all the farmers and creating a way to take the like 30 to 40% waste that they throw back in the field. So just like making sure you recapture what is probably going to go in the compost or back on the farm.
That one. Yeah, definitely farming. Definitely the farming. There was one of my favorite examples on how to hack systems in simple ways was during World War II in the United States. There was like a lack of food. There was like a lack of food production, and so the government did something really simple. They mailed in like a proper envelope to thousands of citizens a few seeds and a letter that said, please plant these in your front yards, plant them locally and share them among your neighbors. And if you know this, like front yards in the United States is the largest piece of land altogether. Or the front yards are completely unutilized, and not only that, but like we've also killed all the ecosystems, the pollinators. We just have to bring that back, and we can also bring food systems, and we can share it among our neighbors, and we solve a few problems. Just a few seeds, so simple. Okay, Timmy, do you have any idea? Okay, we had a hand somewhere. It's a Scratchy. Where are you? Where are you? Come back.
That's a somebody's going first, but I had an idea too. Mage, not Scratchy though. Somebody already had their hand up. Then. Oh.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Hi, mate.
Hey. Yeah. So I'll just share real quick. We don't. I don't know if somebody already had their hand up or not, but it was basically when I came into this program. Looking at 3D printing technology and using biomaterials such as clay and porcelain and things like that to be able to create scalable structures that can have hydroponic systems built into them and modeled into them, and basically creating scalable solution that use automated technology to use organic materials to create locally sourced structures that are artistic and stylish, but also have a net zero carbon footprint.
I like that one. You know, I think the one that I would solve is actually imagination. I would invest a lot of resources on creating some sort of like Disney of the 22nd century, where we will start creating incredible films that will like inspire an entire generation and make them, just like foster imagination. I think that's good.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was coming from too, using technology with imagination to solve housing crisis, which also can like double, triple into energy, renewable energy, and also food security as well. Like be able to solve multiple problems with one solution.
We can definitely get inspired by raccoons and food security. All the food.
He who scratches.
Yeah, all the food being reutilized. Everything is like, you know, I'm a part-time chef, and I really love this idea of a route to live. The idea of cooking everything, never throwing away. Like it's one of my favorite ones. Like, I don't know if you're one of those people that throw away the leaves of the cauliflowers. But the leaves of the cauliflowers are the most yummy part of the cauliflower. Throw them away. It's I cook them. They're a little harder to chew, but they're way more delicious than the actual flower. Good to leave. All right. Well, with this, Scratchy, do you want to say goodbye? We're about to transition and introduce our next guest.
Yeah, definitely. So I just want to reflect and to say that I resonate that I eat everything as well. I don't waste a thing actually, and so the cauliflower leaves. I'm just gonna, I'm a third party verify that. It's take notes. But yeah, I'm gonna say bye. I'm gonna say hi in the future. We're almost to Regeneron. I'm so excited that the intention we're here, but we're not here, but we're about to be there. Oh my goodness. And with that,
We
I'll
can't
disappear
wait.
into
We
the
can
night.
wait. I'll have a big plate of food prepared for you. And if you guys if you guys are one of those that like throw away the cauliflower leaves, just maybe send them to Scratchy. He can put his address in there, and you can all donate them to him.
I stay fed, but I'm always hungry, you know?
All right. So I'm gonna invite to our stage to Pamela. Maybe Pamela can start videos. Her here. Pamela, are you there? Are you with us? Oh yeah, there you are.
I am indeed.
So let me bring you up here with me. Hello.
Hello.
Nice hat.
Yeah.
It's similar to mine. This is a nicer color. All right. Well, it's a pleasure to have you here one more time, and I'm really excited to introduce you. Pamela, you're an artist, among many other things, and a fabricator that transforms reality into innovative creations, scraps to furniture, moments to media, visions to a sustainable future, and a lot of fun things along with that that are very unsafe at times. And so I understand the helmet. You said safety third always. And so I'm really excited to learn more about the visual film synopsis that you're going to introduce us to.
Yeah.
It's all yours.
This is a story has been in my head for a very long time, and I'm super passionate about it. But the story constantly shifts, and I really had no idea that this is the world of screenwriting. So now I understand why I have friends that has been writing scripts for years. But I'm excited to share this version of the plot. I think I'm close to a good one. And I'm imagining evolving in so many things, maybe a graphic novel, a feature film, and it can be a chance to build it even together, you know, and it could start as a short and expand organically, maybe through collaboration. Anyway, here is a little taste of the story. And make your screen as big as you can. Let me see. Sound. Uh-oh. I am not sure what is it telling me. Let me just check one thing. Because we did do some check. Sure, computer, please install the Zoom audio device. Okay. Am I?
We're seeing the A screen, but it's black. And so you're sharing something,
but
we
that's a
don't know
good
what
thing.
it is. Okay.
But I'm also trying to kind of change anyway. It might be a little cropped, but let's see. And you let me know if you hear it too.
It doesn't say you're sharing your audio.
Yes, I think let's see. You let me know.
Okay. It normally has a little audio symbol if the audio is on.
Aerial shot of Manhattan with zoom in.
Okay. I'm not sure why. Oof. Okay. Okay. Can you hear me?
We can hear you and we can see the image, but it's.
And did you
it
hear the
doesn't-
sound?
No, you have to click the share audio
Yeah,
button.
yeah, I thought I did. Let me just recheck. Mhm.
The suspense is killing me.
You know why? Because it says to share your computer audio, please install the Zoom audio device, which is, so this is the problem, but yeah, let me just do one more thing. And it's very strange. You know. Okay.
This is why you wear the hard hat, you know. Sometimes there's dangers.
Yeah. No audio.
You want to try to like exit and come back into Zoom and like update it or something?
Okay.
Technical problems. We always have some of those. Rock, how are you doing? It's been a long time. Are you there? Come chat with me for a second. Unmute yourself. I can hear you.
Yeah,
I can
I'm
hear
here.
you through my brain. You
It's
have an
good to
image
see
of
you,
yours.
Nicholas.
You're overlapping over yourself. This is very meta.
I guess it's me squared, but
If
you
I had
usually don't see me in a square. But yeah,
can I have
it's
a
easy. I
picture
just
of
covered the thing, you know, the doo-doo.
can I have a picture of you and put it behind, and so we have like you well, square would be 3, no? So no, we can have a cubic version.
Yeah, or maybe maybe me to the second power would be a better way to say it. We leave the boxes out of it.
It's good to see you, Pamela. How are you doing? Getting ready?
Yeah.
Hopefully. The same thing happened before, and I thought we sorted it out, but now I'm like a little bit panicking.
Don't panic, don't panic. You can always improvise.
Yeah, I can read it.
Well, when it can I ask you a question about but are you clicking just whenever you click share screen? Are you clicking just share sound, or are you also clicking optimize for video?
Just share sound. It doesn't let me optimize my video. Is that?
So you're clicking it on a different window, and then you also click share sound, and it says no.
It's well, because I'm doing up a portion of the screen. And and then it tells me, please restart your audio sharing application since the media player after install your computer is sharing computer sound. And then I really don't know what it means.
And when you closed and came back, did you search to see if you had like an update?
No. Let's see. I think maybe
this worked.
Yeah, let's see.
Audio.
The film opens with a buzzer, and from an aerial shot of Manhattan, we zoom in on the first character, Andy Girl. We are following her walking up the stairs to her film producer's friend's loft. They are meeting up to bounce ideas on each other's film project, and Andy Girl is also receiving a package that was hand-delivered there. Sorry, I don't understand what's going on. contains VR goggles for an unconventional meeting with the CEO of a major investment company who is making headlines as the first to invest entirely in regenerative practices. She's hiring Handy Girls Cooperative of Women contractor for the next project. Handy Girl puts her goggles and enters the CEO virtual office. Amina, I don't know why it's not moving. The CEO is not only a financial guru, she's also a philanthropist and an art lover, and she just bought an abandoned building where she wants to create a makerspace, a marketplace, and an art gallery for the community where she grew up. Amina shows Andy Girl the virtual plan for the building she's renovating. In the meantime, she explains that her company has grown so much that she's been using artificial intelligence to keep up with the volume of investments. The AI, who named themselves Gaia, has the philosophy of regeneration at the core of their choices. Amina brings Andy Girl to the Museum of Regenerative Art, where all the art pieces are connected to her regenerative investments. The centerpiece is a video where Mother Earth announces she reclaiming management of the planet and establishing a new way of exchange that allows people to do business directly with her. And she's inviting everyone to become a citizen of this new Earth system. Is this going to be another cryptocurrency? It's more like a system of incentives. And a GPS that tracks the flow of resources so the AI can analyze what we need to invest in. And you can also analyze your consumption. It empowers our choices. Once you are in, you can start building your bank of images right away. I'm sorry, it's just a mess.
It's quite beautiful though.
I don't know why it's not like moving something, it's just, I am playing it off the, because of course I didn't have like, I'm not sure, maybe I should just restart.
I think it's because like you're playing it directly from there. Can you export it maybe? Shall we give you some time to just make an export so you can have the video exported?
Well, what I should do is actually probably save it and reopen, and then it should be faster, because I really kind of breaks up the flow, and I really want you to have a good experience.
Of course. Want that.
A full-on experience. So.
All right, so I see the Benjamin or next is not here. Unless you're hidden, there's a name. If you are, manifest yourself. And if not, so we can give you some time to reset. Yain, will you be ready to go, maybe? Or is this too rushed? Yain, are you there? Okay. All right. Does anybody want to share anything in the meantime? Well, I'm gonna just reset the computer. Mage, do you have some poetry for us? You have some spoken word.
Pamela, I'm loving it so far. I'm totally getting it. Don't worry. I get it. And I'm sitting here thinking how like it would really kind of be a brilliant graphic novel.
Exactly.
Because the images are so cool. I mean, even what you got going now, like as a graphic novel, it would work. But I mean, I know you want to make the film, so I'm not gonna.
No,
It can go. It can be both. But I really see it as a yeah. I'm getting it. So
I started to see it as a graphic novel too.
yeah, I could see that. Yeah, for sure.
And I love graphic novels.
Yeah.
But now there is no way I can show it because now it's like apparently I'm having real big problems. So I am not going to be able to. Now I just can't find the footage even, and I don't really know how to do that.
We'll bated breath. We'll watch the whole thing, but it's really good so far. And I totally get it. And I'm already caught up in the story. So sorry, Mage, if I cut you off and you were gonna do some poetry.
No, I'm not ready. I'm not finding the media. The media is
I was
not,
coming in improvised style, so no, I'm completely fine.
I think you should just I don't know if you have a next speaker, but this is really not happening for me.
Rock, you're in a little bit, but are you more or less ready? Would you like to go next? After some word smithing from me?
Yeah. Let me go get
yeah, go prepare.
Let me go.
You can have 5 minutes.
I gotta get ready for it, but yeah, I can do it.
Okay,
But,
perfect. So let's
right.
have some words, and then we'll get you on stage.
Okay.
Lovely. All right. I'm assuming that my voice is sounding audible in the moment. So,
sexy and smooth.
Woo! Yeah. All right. So yes, this poem that I wrote, I'm gonna take the mic off the stand, so excuse the noise for a moment. This poem I actually wrote during this cohort. Oh, okay, gotcha. Anywho, and I think somebody's unmuted right now, but it's I wrote this during
VR goggles.
cohort 3. Things are falling over. It's hilarious. But this one is it's regenerate recycled storylines. Tell it differently this time. We're not doomed. We're inspired to dream a different outcome. Anticipate alternatives to accessories we don't accept. Amplify the signal so the information's all in step. Entrain and evolve. The drama dissolves. Solution contained in puzzles to solve is wisdom obtained from rhythm untamed, from infinite source, that which cannot be named. Entrain and evolve with the natural rhythms of light so that we may elevate exponentially when our embers are enmeshed, and transform the toxic tapestries into tessellating temples. Lead by example. The torus is more than just a symbol. The titanium tetrahedron, Tyra, symbiotic spiritual spiral, the vast potential scopes a system no power system can rival. It's multifaceted, holographic, heliocentric diagram, casting imagery onto optics through light. The sun is soon to rise after the darkest part of night. So that's one that came through, I don't know, maybe it might have been like first couple of sessions. And I have a book down here that I'm going to open and read from. So I don't know what's gonna go, but here's my my beautiful book that I scribe the poems that are to a point of completion in. So there's a story for you. And let's see. Oh, here we go. This is a fun one that I wrote that is a tribute to plastic. um, and this one's to plastic, a problem that's Jurassic. Underwater dump like the ocean's gonna mask it. I'm decomposing complex hydrocarbon chains. Molecules digest what the industry invests. We need to divest with every dollar bill to stop it. Innovative claims, but at the forefront, the profit. All you do is burn rubber. No offense, my brother. We're messing up the planet like we're gonna get another. Extract the herbs with the 90 proof flow, but never touch no 9, yo. Leave that ish behind, bro. Turn the next chapter and then one thereafter. Catch me in the lab grinding sweatshop, NAFTA. Flow on rapid. You can keep that vapid. You call it music, but I call it magic. So there we go. It sounds like we are ready for Pamela to come back to the stage and show this amazing video. So welcome back. Welcome back.
Let's try one more time.
Can dance. I need to.
So I was gonna try and make it smaller, but I think oh yes, I can. So that I can actually see. My whole thing. Okay. So shall I start from the beginning?
Yes, please. And can you turn on your camera so we can see you?
Yeah.
The buzzer, and from an air.
Can we hear it? Can you hear it?
It's stopped.
Aerial shot of Manhattan,
Oh,
we
nice
zoom
working.
in on the first character, Andy Girl. We are following her walking up the stairs to her film producer's friend's loft. They are meeting up to bounce ideas on each other's film project, and Andy Girl is also receiving a package that was hand-delivered there. It contains VR goggles for an unconventional meeting with the CEO of a major investment company, who is making headlines as the first to invest entirely in regenerative practices. She's hiring Handy Girls Cooperative of Women contractor for the next project. Handy Girl puts her goggles and enters the CEO virtual office. Amina, the CEO,
Almost worked.
Just to get to the same point, huh?
Yeah. Okay. I say you tell us a story. It's okay. You need to say it. We'll hear it from you.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I can tell you the story for sure. Actually, yeah, let me tell you the story. And I'll pull up some of the notes just to give me some support. All right. It's just a little harder. Visual really, really tell the story, you know. But all right. So basically, yes. Yeah, so basically, she's in the office with the CEO, and the CEO is like let you know that she's just shifting her whole way of dealing with things by using AI to manage, let's say, all these investments in regenerative practices. And she brings it into her museum of regenerative art that connects all the art with basically okay. Oh, I can also do this and okay. I think if you give me again,
Hello?
Sometimes it goes.
Is not only a financial guru. She's also a philanthropist and an art lover. And she just bought an abandoned building where she wants to create a makerspace.
Yeah, no. Anyway.
Can I suggest you that you just forget about the technology and just be present with us for 2 minutes?
Yeah,
and
yes.
just convey your story and your idea and share however much you want to share, and it'll be fun.
Okay, anyway. She basically explained how how the investments can work for everyone. Basically, she's like, if you include in the picture on each transaction you do, Mother Earth too, so it's an exchange between three entities, then you can start thinking about a future way of exchanging by using this economy, And so basically Mother Earth is entering business, let's say, and she describes these three ways to invest. And so one, it's and she talks about how to be in the system through this ID that it's called trust keeper, which is basically it's an idea that is supported by the people around you. And so all the transaction within the system will continue to shape the trust ID. It is a badge of reputation that's earned and maintained through action. Anyway, at this point, the script cuts into a Brooklyn apartment where we see the Gen Z version of the characters we just met. And they know each other since kindergarten, Amina is a Black woman. She had a master in finance. She hoped of changing the system from the inside, even chose to do an internship at BlackRock, but quickly learned that the system is very resistant to change. And so she's now more determined than ever to completely reshape the landscape of money and power. Karuk has indigenous roots. She grew up in Brooklyn too, and she struggled to connect with her heritage while her family wanted her to blend in. And she became a water protector and activist, and works for an organization that supports conversion of company to worker-owned cooperative. She strongly believes in her work and knows the cooperative are the way of the future. And then you have Andy Girl, and who is an immigrant, an Italian immigrant, and moved back from Italy when her parents divorced in her early teens. She would return to Brooklyn in the summers to spend time with the girls and her dad, but constantly struggled with mental health. She moves back to New York after high school because her dad got sick, and she later inherited this brownstone where the girls are now living together with the help of Karuk. She's dreaming about opening a women contractor cooperative. And so we basically close the script and we enter in this room with these three girls. And what the fuck? This is not a fun film to inspire people to join a movement for change anymore. I am Mother Earth, a finance class. And what happened to Mother Earth message? You butchered it. I mean, it was dated. Karuk made it in high school. Let's undate it then, Karuk. Updated. We need to give more space to Mother Earth message. She's who we are entering business with. And why does my character have to be so flat? Isn't mine and Amina's character supposed to be attracted to each other, have this feisty conversation where we have intelligent, stimulating, sometimes challenging debates about the future economy? Yeah, it's supposed to represent the ruling class that meets working class and finds common ground. Right. And working class now is not that hot. She has no chance to look any interesting. What happened to all my notes? And what happened to the CEO? You're so attached to that character, you couldn't even make her retired and let Gaia take over. And this script doesn't even explain the X forum. The idea of collective decision-making over resources is basically lost. Karuk, calm down. We're still working on it. We can make Mother Earth message maybe better. Maybe she's the one introducing X3. Amina, why would she? She definitely didn't study finance. You guys, you are getting confused about what we are even doing here. We are not creating a new economy. We are building a movement. Wait, no, actually, we are making a film about building a movement to enter a new economy. Girls, just remember, we are here for the bigger picture. Maybe we should just hire a script writer. No, we can totally do it. Sometimes it's so hard to make a decision in this house. I fantasize about using the X3 forum to help mediate our decisions. X is not a game. No? Maybe it should be. Right. The building of the film is the important part. I can't believe we didn't think about it sooner. Everything starts to making sense. It's like an analogy inside another analogy. Our story is just one piece of it. The real story, the big story, needs to be written by many voices. I actually think I have the best name for the game. What do you girls think about non-fiction for the name of the forum, like making fiction reality? I am running for director, no doubt. No doubt indeed. Well, you know, I have great, grand ideas. Yes, we know. We have videos proof of your visions, which we will bring to the forum. Are the basic rules of the forum going to be the same? Will it work for building a new storyline? It should. The goal is the same, to collect more voices and have them make sense together. It's a forum of discussions and consensus, a speed policy making process. A film, speed story making. Our ancestors are very clear about the importance of stories. Speed dream making. Maybe we can fast prototype the game at the Regenaissance Summit in San Francisco. That's an idea. Oh, We have to crash this economy, create a collaborative one, and declare peace. The film cuts to another script. And we are back where we started. Oh my God, I can't stop reading this. I love all the chaos. This is the friend. I love all the chaos. They're all over the place. It reflects so much the now, the excitement, the life. You just want to be in the room with them, arguing and building. This back and forth is so dynamic. Oh my God, let's strategize. You need money, you need marketing, you need... and the girl blocks are there. I need nothing. All I need to do is to let the story go. Wait, you mean, yeah. What I want this to be the people film. I want to make my version of it, but through the game, finally, we can edit Andy Gore visions, the collective vision. That's how the film will end. She dreams of big social economic shifts and goes through the list of investment and disinvestment like she's running for office. The point is to inspire, create consensus, to have people think and show that we, the people, are the economy. We could live in a paradise. People are scared to crash the system, but don't realize we have to crash it. It has become too corrupted. And we have the power to divest and invest through our daily choices. We can build our free education system, and we can build a free life and healthy planet. I'm going off. Her friend, wait, I'm confused. Is this a film or a revolution? The end. Yeah.
I actually like this version more than the visual one.
Oh my God, that was so, yeah, okay. Well,
I love that we're going to prototype it in San Francisco. Let's go.
yeah, I really, really wanted to try, you know, and I'll probably have the video so we can watch it and then we.
I love that. Well, thank you for improvising and showing us your amazing acting skills
Bravo.
to get through this. Right.
Thank you for, you know, keep on trying with me.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So, Benjamin, if you wanna activate your rotors and your cameras, I can bring you here with me. Ah, hello, sir.
Hello.
Oh, and so
It's
happy
great
you're
to be
here.
back. We had such a great night together last night. It's nice to have 2 days in a row hanging out with all of you.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
you're
so
a
nice.
citizen. It's the city. You're here in your favorite city.
Yep, it's definitely my #1 favorite city. I love when it comes to town.
And you know, I gotta say this. I have a personal crush on your brain, and so I'm really happy you're here. Benjamin is one of my favorite humans in the world. It's like a true revolutionary with all the words, and a visionary in so many ways. And your work is so inspiring. Everything you do, all the work around civics, all your work around like non-rivalry, all your work around like social systems and reinventing everything. And so I'm incredibly excited to have you here and to give a stage to your voice. And thank you for all the work that you do. It's very, very important.
Thank you. And I love that I'm sandwiched between after that last amazing performance of what was, I think, perfectly done in a live improvisational way. I loved hearing, I felt like I dropped into that space even more. And I've been joking with friends of mine that Open Civics, which is the context that I'm going to be presenting in today, maybe our unofficial mission statement is making near-term solar punk fiction a reality since 2023. Because we are solar punks at heart, and we're also really of the position that we can actually create these new institutions and these new mechanisms that actually reflect this value system. And so I love the themes that came up in the last share around the need to kind of reset in a way, like to actually allow things to crumble so that we can rebuild, because there's something fundamental and foundational about what's emerging here that's very different from corporations and the state as it's traditionally conceived. So that's a little bit what I'm going to share about today.
Listen, I'm going to leave you the stage. Since you mentioned solar punk and somebody's mentioning lunar punk, maybe give a little intro to what that is, and we can kick it off from there. The stage is all yours.
Well, I'm actually going to share about that in this presentation. So I'm going to wait until it comes about right towards the end of this talk. So I will definitely cover what solar punk is. I'm going to start sharing my screen to just share some slides here. That's coming through. Yep, you can see the slides. Can I get a thumbs up?
Yeah.
Great. So the context that I want to share in today is a third horizon. It's having that audacity to hope and to dream beyond the world as it currently is, which is so much about what solar punk is about. Having the audacity, that kind of punk spirit to say, even though it seems like we are in a state of crisis right now, we can still dream and we can still paint a picture of a more beautiful world. And so what I'm attempting to do in this talk is to use the framing of bioregionalism, which I'll share a little bit more about later on, as a way to kind of ground and systematize all of this amazing regenerative ethos into systems and structures that actually reinforce this value system that's emerging. And so this builds off of the work of Vandana Shiva's ideas around Earth democracy, Tyson Yonkaporta's Indigenous Knowledge Systems Lab, Nora Bateson, the history of the cooperative movement, as well as various local and national revolutions that have happened around the world that have changed how power is actually held and distributed. And at the core of it is the inspiration that I've drawn from the work of Joanna Macy, who many of you may know. And she created a model for what she called the Great Turning, from an extractive industrial growth society into a life-sustaining society. And within that transition, she identified three main areas: holding actions, which we can think of as traditional activism, preventing or mitigating the harm of our current systems; shifts in consciousness. A lot of what's happening here are this is the expression of people shifting their worldview, coming to this realization that I am because you are. We are mutually co-arising as life. That's a shift in our awareness from thinking of ourselves as a fragmented individual to part of life. And then the third being structural change. And I find that often in our regen systems change community, we can often focus on the first two. And I like to bring our attention collectively to think about what are the emergent structures that reinforce this life-sustaining society. Because so often we go out into the world and we're trying to make ethical choices, but we're actually still stuck inside of structures that make ethical choices almost impossible. And so this is a deep systemic transition, and I want to bring us through a shared understanding of what that might look like. And so I always start any of these conversations with very briefly painting a picture of where we currently find ourselves, because I believe that if we fully understand what the crisis is that we're facing at the fundamental level, we're going to be able to use that as a set of instructions to inform systems that don't reproduce these current dynamics of extraction and runaway growth. And so Daniel Schmachtenberger, who some of you might know, refers to this as the meta crisis. And the reason I prefer that term over polycrisis or even the idea of wicked problems, which are kind of antecedents that came before the idea of the metacrisis, is that the meta part of the metacrisis is the self-reinforcing part, where we might elect someone to go into office to make a change, but by the time they get into office, they usually have had to raise so much money from corporate donors, and they're usually stuck inside of institutional two-party dynamics. They can't even make the change that we elect them to make. And so this is a self-reinforcing feedback loop, which means that we actually can't use democracy to address the crisis. And similarly, in our economy, we have a race to the bottom. We have multipolar traps, which are basically system dynamics where wealth and power concentrate, and our incentives are misaligned to creating a life-affirming world, and that only feeds back on itself. So, as has been shared earlier, these are like baked into the system itself. And it means that we actually can't utilize the mechanisms of either democracy or even market mechanisms to address the fundamental drivers of the crises that we're facing. And that's a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing in that it means that our crisis is a birth. It means that we actually have no choice as a species to actually fundamentally reimagine how our systems operate. The bad news is that that's not the only potential outcome that we could get to. There are three main probabilistic outcomes that Daniel Schmachtenberger has identified as the different systemic equilibrium that this runaway feedback loop process could get us to. And those three attractors, he calls them, are chaos, authoritarianism, and distributed coordination. In the chaos, it's pretty easy to imagine a kind of Mad Max scenario where runaway feedback loops of climate change, food system breakdowns, mass climate migrations, that causes our traditional institutions to break down and to collapse, leading to a kind of local neo-feudalism and a fragmented society. The second would be authoritarianism, and we can already see this on the rise around the world. Whether you're a hyper-nationalist who's utilizing xenophobic fear tactics to hype up nationalistic tendencies to take authoritarian control, or whether you're a set of multinational corporations attempting to create a kind of planetary authoritarianism. Both of these are expressions of legacy institutions trying to clamp down on the power that they have as things start to run away and they're less and less able to control them through other means. And this is a kind of techno-fascism. The third attractor, which is the hope punk attractor, this is the one that we actually have, I believe, an ethical responsibility to move towards collectively, is distributed coordination. This embraces the reality that we're about to go through a massive transition with a lot of bumps in the road. And so in order to do that effectively, we need to have direct grassroots coordination to help us become resilient to the different changes that we're going to encounter and face. And this directly empowers local communities to steward the places that they call home, and to do so in a fashion that is distributed, where power is not concentrated anywhere, and enables people to respond in this cosmo-local manner. And the three kind of characteristics that would define this distributed coordination to avoid the crises that we're currently in are self-correcting feedback loops. This is effectively participatory democracy informed by a holistic understanding of the impacts of our collective actions. So we need to both upgrade democracy, upgrade the education of the citizenry, and provide really high signal data that helps us understand the ecological impacts of our actions. And then we also need aligned incentives. If you've studied the monetary policy of the United States, you understand that our money is created through debt, and that creates a fundamental incentive for extraction. We actually, if we use a debt-based money, we're going to get a system based in infinite growth and extraction. And so we actually need to rethink how our money works. And we also need to shift the macroeconomic design of our economy to be completely worker owned, and that we can actually provide economies of scale through federations of worker owned cooperatives. And in doing that, we would effectively bind the incentives of our economy to life-affirming principles. And lastly, in order for all of this to work, we need a revitalization of civic culture. And I sometimes use the phrase civic religion because the word religion means to bind. And I believe that from a worldview of interbeing, there is a both scientific and spiritual understanding that we are effectively bound to one another. In the words of Martin Luther King Jr., I cannot be what I am meant to be until you are what you are meant to be. This is the interconnected fabric of reality. And he was not the only thinker who thought that way. This is actually perennial wisdom that comes from indigenous peoples and comes from wisdom traditions all around the world, that we are very literally bound to one another. And this does not need to have any sort of metaphysical undertones. This is actually a very bio-spiritual, biophysical reality that we are all mutually interdependent. And so to have a civic culture where we recognize that interbeing as the fundamental quality of our relationships to our fellow citizens is an important characteristic of this third attractor, or this critical path forward to a life-affirming civilization. And I believe that bioregionalism, which I will explain, is an expression of this underlying systems diagnosis of both the problems and the solution space. Because bioregionalism represents a fundamental reimagining of our human social systems and economic systems based on our understanding of living systems and biomimicry. In nature, there are only wholes nested within other wholes. All of the cells in my body are not in a rivalrous relationship with each other, trying to win at each other's expense. They are collectively working so that I can be healthy and whole and thriving. In the same way, I am a cell within the body of life, and I belong to various layers of community and ecology and place. And to reimagine our human social and economic systems from that understanding brings us to this idea that we should be thinking in terms of the living systems boundaries to which we belong. And that is essentially what a bioregion is. It is a geographic territory that is informed by species and water and geology. And this way of thinking could also be described as cosmolocalism. If you're not familiar with that term, the idea of cosmolocalism is that there are certain universal principles of living systems. And there's also incredibly hyperlocal adaptation and nuance and complexity. And that if we hold these two paradoxes at the same time, that everything at the local level is completely unique and unto itself, and there are some generalizable overarching patterns that compose living systems, we'll be able to design human infrastructures that actually mirror that intelligence. And so just in the same way that humans organize at the most local level around water, for instance, or food, those patterns of how they go about doing that could potentially be adapted and shared to other watersheds or other food sheds. And that by designing these systems in this way, we are effectively creating this participatory learning feedback loop, where as we learn how to be good stewards and how to create thriving human cultures and communities and ecologies, we're in a global process of sharing our insights together, learning together. And that in that way, we're unleashing this evolutionary process of co-learning and co-weaving these infrastructures as people of place. And these are commons architectures. These are ways of stewarding the commons, and they can take many different forms. And when we think of our design approach from not just a worldview, but designing them into infrastructure, into tools that through utilizing them, help people to embody this different way of being, we're invoking this amazing Buckminster Fuller quote. That's one of my favorite ones that he ever said. If you want to teach people a new way of thinking, don't bother trying to teach them. Instead, give them a tool, the use of which will lead to new ways of thinking. If we empower people to be commons stewards through the tools that we offer them, we're actually empowering and enabling what I believe is an innate aspect of the human spirit that wants to take responsibility, that wants to be a good relative. But in our world of extractive capitalism, the only tools that we have in our toolkit are tools of extraction, commodification, isolation, fragmentation. And so we need to embed this design philosophy into new infrastructures that instill this new way of being. And here is a not totally fleshed out map of what some of those utilities might be. We can think about new forms of governance that are oriented around bioregions themselves, which might nest into watershed councils, which might be part of a planetary federation of bioregions. We can also think of place-based hubs that can be part of the rematriation of land to indigenous peoples, that as we rematriate land, we can create physical spaces where this kind of commonsing approach and these kind of resources and skills can be shared. And we can also think of this in terms of economic structures, creating open templates that empower people to start their own mushroom business or their own composting business or their own way of doing homeschooling. All of these can be templates that we design and distribute as a commons. And this is not a fully fleshed out set of infrastructures, but the idea here is to think in terms of what are the fundamental utilities that would support this phase transition into a planetary commons. And the key considerations that are always alive for me in all of these different infrastructures is thinking about bioregional governance, eventually replacing nation states and the United Nations, and having a people's assembly of bioregions that is nested holons all the way down to the grassroots level with a form of liquid democracy and participatory democracy throughout that entire stack of self-governing processes. And then thinking in terms of circularity of our economies, how do we create new community currencies, new ways of organizing cooperative business structures that allow for all of our economic activities to exist within that band of life-affirming processes. And then lastly, I think as the most essential are these bioregional hubs, because I think you can't actually experience this, you can't actually understand this transition until you've experienced it. And so I believe that we need physical infrastructure that are basically third spaces or civic spaces that bring people together to engage in both deep healing work as well as upskilling with the kinds of skills needed to create regenerative businesses. And here's where we really get into the solar punk ethos. What I love about solar punk is that it is post-tragic and it is pro-topian. And the post-tragic to me is looking square in the eye of everything that is broken and failing about our current systems, being with the grief and the tragedy of species extinction and genocide and oppression and violence, while having the audacity to still create anyway, and to be a hospice worker and a doula at the same time. And I always like to reinforce the protopian aspect as well, because I think oftentimes people who are giving talks, I'm one of them, I'm sharing with you a vision, and sometimes it can seem like, oh, I have this big idea and you should get on my team and follow me. And I don't actually have a complete vision of this perfect utopia. I actually see this as a participatory process. And civic innovation is a way of engaging everyone as peers, as equals, as citizens, as Gaians, to engage in this process over time, because everyone's voice matters, everyone's needs matter. And we want to take incremental steps collectively where we harness the power of our shared agency to move in a direction that is of mutual benefit to all of us. And so this is the vision that I hold of how we might deploy infrastructures that create a stronger bioregional movement, and how the regenerative ethos really land into systems and structures that reinforce the kinds of behaviors and cultures that will create a world that truly works for all.
Woohoo!
Thanks, everyone. And if anyone has any questions, I don't know if we have time for questions or Q&A or a brief conversation, but
we're a little tight on time, but I would
great.
say let's do at least one question because it's worthwhile. If anybody has one. And I'm gonna also bring our dear Scratchy here with us because why not?
Bet Scratchy has a question. Scratchy always has good questions.
Hey, Scratchy.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, so I don't know if you saw during your talk, I installed a solar panel on my cardboard ship, and I really don't know how it floats because cardboard doesn't really do well in water, but I got a solar panel on my ship now. It's not really a question, but I'm
Thank you
definitely
for
punk
being the
rock.
solar punk that you want to see in the world.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I can't not. I mean, we don't have a lot of time left. I mean, we do, but we don't. Let's be real.
You definitely raccoon punk. I think we should invent the genre of raccoon punk.
Yeah, I'm down. Yeah, we'll settle it in person. How about that? Yep.
Okay, does anybody have one last question before we move on and we let them go? Okay.
I mean, maybe Resting Kitten can come out of her cove.
Resting Kitten.
Resting Kitten.
Are you rested?
Oh no, I need rest.
No,
I need
still
rest.
resting.
Yeah, I'm still resting. Resting Kitten is still resting. But I wanted to just kind of lean into that last piece. Hold on, I even wrote something down. Where'd it go? Yeah, like the post-tragic. I haven't connected those two things before. So you just the way that you brought them together, I think I associate with protopian narratives as post-tragic, but I just wanted to acknowledge that I think that framing them together in that way, and then with the audacity to kind of continue to be inside of the space, it's just less of a question and more of an appreciation. And I guess maybe my inquiry then becomes as you have been playing with these different kinds of planetary commons infrastructures and potential federated futures, and how Open Civics is starting to address these at a fascia level, what are some of the ways that you're getting to start to apply it? I know that there's some stuff cooking. Maybe you can share a little bit.
Yeah, so there is a crew called the Planetary Regeneration Alliance that is working within a version of this theory of change around at the infrastructure level. And the contribution that Open Civics is making, because we're primarily a decentralized organization of civic innovators, is we're creating an open protocol library that effectively provides all of these different kind of core functions, whether that's how do I make decisions as a group? How do I define my mission statement and my vision statement? What are the membranes around the social organism that I'm creating, and how do they relate to other membranes? And this kind of fundamental pattern language of this is how self-organization can occur. And then being able to take all of those fundamental building blocks and compose them into what we're referring to as civic stacks. And that's basically an open source pattern that helps a group of humans do a particular thing together. So there could be a stack around food system organizing. There could be a stack around creating housing cooperatives. There can be a stack around doing watershed stewardship. And that each of those are kind of recipe books for how communities can self-organize to do different functions of their community together. And we're hoping that this tool is something that's a living document that gradually grows and feeds back on itself over time, so that it becomes a kind of Schelling point or a like convergence point for people who want to engage in common stewardship with their communities to be empowered with all of the tools and skills and capacities that they need to do that.
And so these are being like participatorially designed and adjusted based on the needs of the local communities. And across the network, different stacks are being kind of built and then shared and then tested and then documented to some extent.
Yeah, you can imagine if you like get a recipe out of a recipe book and you're like, well, actually, tomatoes aren't in season right now, so I'm going to replace them with this thing. And then, but then you could actually push back to the recipe book and be like, I added this ingredient instead of that ingredient. And so in that way, it becomes this learning feedback loop where local communities adapt and then push them back as learnings to this open source library that then keeps growing and iterating over time.
Yeah, I've thought a lot about like what kinds of interoperable sorts of systems can work at like the level of lightening the load, because there's so many people who are constantly trying to build for collaboration, and it is so hard to be successful. And it also is very different for different people. And it takes like, you know, the right equation of, I think you were talking about this last night, like combination of honestly like humility and practice and vulnerability at the same time as like rigor and, you know, curiosity and like vetted systems. And it's definitely never one size fits all. And so I'm like really interested in like understanding or just like being a part of exploring the different types of structures for systems that can meet the needs of different communities and not become like, I don't know, for example, like I don't know why, but like my brain and Notion, just like the can't, I'm like so good at Airtable. Like I cannot Notion. Can't Notion. I'm like, I try and then I just spend all this money and it just sits there and I'm like, this is a great tool for some people, you know? And so it's interesting, like whenever like frameworks get nested inside of things that are difficult to access for certain types of people. And how there's some sort of like on, I don't know if it's even onboarding, but you know, like the interoperability layer, like to the level of efficacy and like how you adjust that for different types of communities, I think is a really interesting opportunity.
Yeah, I don't think most technology is designed with this orientation. And so you end up with tools that are very fitted to the way that engineers' minds work, or the way that technologists work. And so the realm of humane technology and community technology, as well as the kind of more social process, I think those soft skills are actually where most of the magic happens. Like I've seen amazing coordination done with just like a WhatsApp group and a Google Doc, if you have and some Zoom meetings, if you know how to run a social process really well, where everyone feels included and knows how to participate and can kind of slip into it. I mean, I feel like DSS is full of this. There are people just taking agency to go do things, and it's this chaotic organism that finds a way to do what it does. And so we just want to create things that empower more of that kind of self-organization to happen, which doesn't have to take place on Notion or any technology. It's actually more, how do we relate to each other?
Yeah. But then there's also like really practical tools and stuff. And the more I've been learning about DWeb, I'm like really interested in, you know, different types of storage and collective care and management of you know, our vulnerable cultural data and all this kind of stuff. And so it gets really interesting to, you know, those sorts of systems only get easier the more people who use them. But it's a great thing to chew on. And I'm glad that you're chewing on it. Because we need to be able to like collaborate instead of why am I forgetting the word? Because I'm sleepy. Tell me the word.
Instead of competing?
Of competing. Thank you. Yeah, we need to be able to collaborate instead of competing. And I don't even think people intend to compete a lot of times. They're just so focused on their own individual priority. And they miss the opportunity to like be, a tide that can collectively raise each other's ships. So
one more little tiny nerd thing that I love is that when you think of things in terms of membranes and holons that are nested within each other, if you have a framework that says when you're creating your social organism, it's important for you to understand how your holon is nested inside of other holons and what are your relationships to your peers and what are the holons inside of your holon. And that way of thinking just immediately flips a switch that's like, maybe I'm not competing for scarce resources. Maybe I need to just find my fit in the ecology. And this is where evolution of the fittest was totally like warped by social Darwinism. It originally meant the ones that survive fit into their niche the best and play up the role that they're designed to play. And so I see that happening in human social organisms to say, okay, I'm fitting this particular niche and I'm not trying to compete. I'm just trying to do my function the best to serve the whole. And that's like a fundamental worldview shift that makes competition just not even rational anymore because of our interbeing.
Yay for nested holes. Well, I think it's appropriate that we have Ian McIntosh coming up next to bring us into what happens after we leave Plato's cave. I've been waiting for this session for a while, Ian, and I'm so excited that it's happening, and I'm excited that they're happening near each other. Earlier, Benjamin, we were like inside of a deep embodied inquiry space together with Ian and Justina, and it was very healing to like not problem solve, but just like be in the question and like live in the web. So thank you for taking us in. And thank you for all you're doing. And it's been so amazing to have you 2 days in a row. And yeah, such an incredible part of this community. Thank you for all that you are and all that you do. I love you so much, brother. Welcome in.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Benjamin. I was really glad to see on the list that I was coming after you because I was at the Plant Spirit conference this year in BC here, and there was a lot of epic people, but I wish that they like sort of partially engaged with each other's talks, sort of, because it was kind of just this like, here's a bunch of answers, here's a bunch of answers, here's a bunch of answers, and I don't have any answers, but I have an arc to a new era to share. An arc, not the arc. And I think it's sharing the screen at this point.
Yes.
Thumbs up, maybe, yeah, cool. So I have a story that came from a dream that that was definitely inferred by a lot of my experiences in life, as well as a lot of popular stories like The Matrix and Truman Show and a lot of other stories written and made into movies that have been quite potent and definitely were backdrops to where this story came from for me. So I'll just jump to the next slide here. So I called this space the Broken Down Theme Park when I woke up from the dream, and then I started to like play with it and retell it and see the interplaying layers of what it is, and I'll get into that more. And I put confront here on the slide as well too, because there's a confront, release, change process in the journey of healing and growth and transformation, and I don't even recall the thing that Benjamin said last night in his songs and such, but he really spoke and sung to some beautiful messages about that, about those points, about how to truly lead and be moving potent energy in this world. You have to have done work and really like be honest and honest with yourself, and you have to, that like a leader really needs to be have gone through process, or else they're not going to lead very far, maybe, is how I interpret it. So part of my invitation is to encourage an opportunity to imagine and feel into a metaphor that I call the broken down theme park. It can be used as a placeholder for cultural challenges that are present at this time. We all have the choice to tap into and alchemize so that we may witness and transform rather than live and move from ignorance. This metaphor is an interoperable imagination tool, is how I imagined it after the fact, to support and the confront and release change cycle. So Plato's cave is that original piece of where the story of Pluto's cove comes from, and we'll get to that. So there's this journey of confronting oneself, or the things inside of oneself, inside of the cave, and then you leave the cave and you walk past these people holding the sticks, and then you're in the fire, and it's this like awakening process, if you will. But in order to like truly go through the whole cycle, if you will, there's the requirement of going into the, some people call it the night of the dark soul, and you go through the darkness into the light, which then brings us to what I call Pluto's Cove. And Pluto's Cove is this place that I landed after leaving the broken down theme park. And the broken down theme park, I realized afterwards, when waking up and retelling the story, was kind of like an analogous understanding of a way to interpret the world around me, the world around us, as a place where there's burnt popcorn being, burnt, with lineups of people just waiting for burnt popcorn. They know it's burnt and they're still lining up. There is roller coasters that are hurting our necks, but we're still lining up, and no one's really like changing things. Some people are trying here and there, and I'll get to, there's a lot of optimism in this. And so escaping the theme park, after experiencing this theme park and being disgruntled at how janky it was, and how I was like becoming aware of how uncomfortable and disintegrating the space was, I jumped over a fence, and it turned into this 3D space where I was driving along in a boat, and there was lizard men with lasers shooting at me, but from behind. And in a later realization, after telling the story a few times, I realized it's analogous to the fear brain that happens when you release from the thing from the confrontation that you just had. There's this like anxiety and fear that can come up, and that leads us into the space of change afterwards. And this is basically kind of like the opportunity to have spaciousness and meditate and do yoga and create an opportunity to be silent and listen, and imagine beyond fear being a thing that tracks you down and tries to take you down. And let's see, going to jump to back up one slide to a few slides here to Pluto's Cove. So I found that the change place often for me was this like more beautiful world, if you will, where that happened outside of the journey of getting through the cave. And then even just in like rewriting these slides again, just reincorporating the story over and over and telling it over and over for myself, I'm like, oh, there's the confront, release, change. You can like continue the cycle of flipping it over and over again. And you could just put change in the place of the shadows and try to change in the place of when you come back from these epic realizations, you have to like come and be grounded and change. Release change thing is not this like nested thing that stays exactly as it was. You continue to see how confront, release, change can continue to be in every single space of the whole process. And then I'm going to jump to the yin yang here. So the yin yang symbol is a 2D vantage often that people see on the right, and it showcases and infers division at a glance. However, the more you look at it with added dimensionality and thought and perspective, the more you see white in the black and black in the white. However, as the main thread I am pulling on here goes, the next chapters or the new ideas, the new stories that happen after we metabolize old ones, we need to start to create new ones or add pieces on in order to continue that evolution process. The next chapters, interpretations and perspectives are yet to be written and remembered. Not simply recreations of the same symbols with different colors and aesthetics, instead by adding dimensionality to the yin yang on the left here. It has within it the opportunity to shift perspective and see a cohesion of the ever-growing puzzle of complexity just a little bit more. And it's intriguing that simple shift of angling and adding that animation just like locked in a pretty potent key for me. And the next slide here is going to be the Ouroboros, which maybe if you hold the vision of this transmuting, moving around yin yang to the next slide, and just think about it in reference to the yin yang, to the Ouroboros, which isn't moving here, and it should be switching to that slide. There we go. So the Ouroboros is an example I've been feeling into. It is the one of agency versus victimhood and fear. The Ouroboros being a great example of this cycle. This is a choice that exists to perpetuate cyclical patterns or to find an alchemical end to cycles of suffering. To give a nod to the wisdom of the Ouroboros, it has helped humanity become aware of cycles throughout history, and yet it lands in a similar fashion to me as the Plato's Cave, Pluto's Cove allegory, with the conflicting version of history becoming ever present within the underground. I am not sure of the truth of the earliest known finding of this motif. However, most people date it back to at least the ancient Egyptian funerary texts, which is, they found the original one on the left there. That's not the original one that was in the text, I'm certain, but that like circle. And again, that idea of a different version of the yin yang, the different version of the Ouroboros, if we don't just think of it as this like thing that is circular but has dimensionality, it really reminds me in that second picture on the right of a yin yang. And similar to breath work and other practices of movement, as soon as we stop that cycle of circular neurotic thinking, etc., we start to fall into this pattern where the breath breathes us, or life brings us synchronicities, but we have to keep moving. And I don't think movement actually really truly lives inside of this circle. I think it lives inside of the yin yang, breaking out of old patterns truly, and having that death rebirth of patterns. And as a caveat to the lineage of ancient knowledge relayed to us by history, forgotten, fragmented, and architected by both the Ouroboros and the yin yang, had a lot for us to explore and unpack. I'm holding the mystery and grateful be on this journey of asking questions with you all, because I don't know what is true, and nor does really a lot of other people. And I think it's audacious to think that you know, all of history is just as we've heard it. To live at the cove would be choosing another flavor of ignorance. So basically hiding in spiritual bypassing. Because as soon as you view the more beautiful world, you're like, I want to keep going back there. But if you don't continue to look behind you and see your ancestors and your shadows and your fuck ups, you start to unconsciously go back into that circle pattern where you're basically just going back into the cave over and over again, rather than like going back and forth into the cave, out into the sun, into the cave, out into the sun, and through that whole journey, you know, being burnt by the fire and, you know, going into the dark night of the soul, etc. It's just this cyclical pattern. The purpose of the cove is to visit a space of inspiration, beauty, true somatic relaxation, and tangible hope, with the intention of bringing all that has been felt and seen back to the theme park in order to proliferate and spread discernment and possibility rather than judgment and the perpetuation of fear and shame cycles. And I have in my life experienced a lot of journeying into the more beautiful world and attempting to bring that same potency back to the world, and found myself butting up against opportunities and people to proliferate and spread discernment and possibility, and then also people and experiences where I perpetuate fear and shame cycles within myself and within others. So it's a continuous dance of moving energy, or else we're just going to keep doing that cycle. So that is pretty much all. Yeah. And I'd love to ask any questions if there's any time, or ask people if they have any questions or inspirations or anything that really truly like is burning, because I feel like that was a lot. So
Mage, I don't know what's happening. It's like going back and forth from you.
Oh, I was holding it down. But yeah, I was saying that we are basically on time. We have about two to 3 minutes for questions, and then so keep on. Della?
Okay. Yeah, I think Ian started a little late, but yeah, one thing I'd like to ask is, was this dream, the sections that you've got are so beautiful, the way you interpreted it and presented it, and I love your animation with it. I know your animation, so I could see it in my mind as you were speaking. It was really beautiful. But one question I've got is, did you have that dream in one night, or did you have the sections in different nights? Or did you have some of those things come to you during the day and some of the night? I mean, I'm just wondering about the process.
I think you kind of spoke to a lot of my context in your question, because the initial main dream happened in one night, and then my continuous journey of going into the dream and understanding layers and context by retelling it. Basically, there is no true division between dream and waking life, as some of us may have experienced before. And so really we're actually able to, you know, go back into the dream and add more. And that's like what a lot of storytelling is going in and fleshing it out and making it tangible and juicy, so that we can transmute it in ways that can touch other people.
Yeah.
Because I'm not currently able to literally take it out of my head and share it. It's, you know, I have to expound upon it within time. So
yeah, it's beautiful. I think it's a combination, as you say, and it comes to you at different times. One part then leads into the other, and yeah, it's beautifully done. Thank you for sharing.
I want to also say too that this is not my story, and a profound and crucial piece I want everyone to walk away from this with is, this is similar to Benjamin's share. This is not my story to tell. This is everyone's story to continue to like add their own fodder of understanding as the seed plants. If the seed plants and if the seed continues to grow, it's it's your opportunity to step up to the duty of tending how that grows for you and in what ways it does, and if you and architect how it grows to hopefully feed the rest of humanity too. I think that's a crucial piece. This is not my story. I have no, I'm just telling another an interpretation of what happens after you leave the cave, and we all have different answers for it, as my earlier share with Justina was. I don't know anything, honestly, but yeah.
Yeah, the story is told. The story is being told. The story has been told in the animation, and people can interpret it and go into their own stories, and that's beautiful. It's always a great way of doing it. It's wonderful. Thanks a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I love just the notion that in a lot of ways we're tending to the we're tending to the seeds that were planted in the past by other people, so like we're alive, and the people that have planted the seeds that we're tending to now might not be here anymore. So it's really a lot of this like collaboration with those who came before us and leading this legacy of where, as a society, as a community, as a collective, we really want to go. So I feel that.
I mean, the interoperable future where it works for everybody, I imagine we start to let go of copywriting and we start to reimagine with each other in a true way. And that's kind of one of the things I'm butting up against here is, good job, Plato and his following, and now who's coming next and what's coming next. So yeah.
Yeah, and that's I mean precisely how I feel about AI. Like I understand why people who had their data scraped is upset about it, but it's a situation where like it's only making an iteration of what we've already fed to the internet, whether consciously or unconsciously. So it's like one of these things of like, it's actually an extension of consciousness. It's not trying to I don't know. A lot of people try to assign some type of like motive to it or something like that, but I think that it's really a tool that's going to help us expand in a really big way.
AI is an interesting one because I think a lot of people, as soon as they hear the word, they have a billion answers, and I'm like, I want to hear a bunch of questions. So, yeah.
I feel that curiosity. Remain curious, my friends.
Oh, thank you so much, Ian. That was amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we had next Rock, who was here and then disappeared and disappeared into the ether. Oh, there you are. Uh-huh. You were hidden in plain sight.
Yeah, it says I'm Kim Moore. That's my sister, and I'm on her computer because I'm not so well equipped. But shall I begin? Should be
Absolutely. You can. Oh, there you go. You change your name, so stage is all yours. So happy to have you here. Rock is one of our steady rocks of the Design Science Studio. Absolutely epic human in all the good ways. An inventor that has been carrying on Bucky Fuller's legacy and quest to integrate human creativity with nature for like decades. And his main two projects are developing the seed system, which he'll tell you about, and it's absolutely mind-blowing, and the transdimensional design strategy. And every time we got a chance to have you here for like a good amount of time, I vibrate because the wisdom that you bring is something that has been brewing for decades and is truly extraordinary. So an absolute honor and pleasure to have you here, and stage is all yours.
Okay, well, it is a pleasure, and I'm glad to be here, and I'm glad to be part of this thing. And anyway, here we go. So one of the things that Benjamin said a moment ago, we was talking about Bucky Fuller's quote, where Bucky said, "Give them a new tool. Don't try to change people, but give them a new tool, and they'll come back later showing you how to use it." And that's what I've been doing is I've been working on the tools. What are the physical artifacts that are going to create the new paradigm. And if Kimmy, can you do give me up for screen share and all that? Just take just a minute. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay. So I've done this slideshow before, but I'm going to give you a little bit different audio, but the same imagery. And
All right.
Are you getting?
Let's make it big.
No.
Sorry, doing it. Yes.
Okay,
You
here
see
we.
it?
Yeah, can you guys see this? Yet.
You see it.
Screen share. Yeah. Okay. The seed system, I'm going to just briefly give you the nutshell about what these are. The seed system is synergistic ecological elemental designs. And imagine that you had like 12 devices, the living room tools, and each one of the tools were like mind-boggling, magical, super multifunctional devices. Nature, this is one of the things nature does. If you think about oxygen or carbon, how many different things you can do with those two entities? You can create a whole myriad. So anyway, it's a group of devices. They're all super multifunctional. All of them integrate with all of the others so that when you create a change in the design, there's a ripple that goes through the whole system. I'm not going to show you everything because we don't have time. And transdimensional designs are how do we take the existing raw materials that are available to us right now in every city, all over the world, not all over the world, but how do we take the existing lumber, fabric, and with the least possible amount of manipulation, go from making squares and cubes and rectangles to creating crystals and bubbles and flowers and honeycombs. And so I've been working on that. And here we go. So Buckminster Fuller has been my life inspiration. And he said the great challenge that he left the world was make the world work for 100% of humanity. And you've all heard it, in the shortest possible time through spontaneous cooperation. That's the hard one, without ecological offense or to the disadvantage of anyone. And I'm going to give you the skinny on each little bit of that challenge. He said, make the world work. So that implies something's not working. And what it is, what the nature's working, the animals and the plants, they're working. They're beautiful, brilliant, but it's humans that are making things that are poisonous to the ecology. We create all these things. We have tons and tons of piles of garbage. We make things that give life, diseases, et cetera, et cetera. And what I have realized is the way we make the world work is through ecological human life support. So that's where my focus is. How do we take care of it says for 100% of humanity, and the only way we can work on 100% of humanity is to work on one of us. Because if some of us can get together and figure out how to take care of one of us, then all of us will have the possibility of being able to live at a benign with nature life. In the shortest time possible, we got to make a movie. We can't create a whole worldwide. We have to tell the story. And you've all heard this. We got to look back. The movie's got to be started 50 years in the future, looking back on how we came from where we're at now to create this earthly paradise of the future. Spontaneous cooperation, that comes back to the idea of focusing on the individual. So that if I'm trying to become ecologically self-contained, self-sufficient, and you're doing the same, then we really come to a place of equality where I don't need you, you don't need me, and neither one of us are hurting the environment. And without ecological offense, we got to at least be benign, you know, and or to the disadvantage of anyone. So this is one of my domes. It's called a crystal dome, in which I'll get into a lot about it. And I started on this quest way back in the early 70s. I was making backpacking equipment. I was selling on the street in Austin. There was a thing called 6th Street, and I was making backpacks for bicycles and campers and school bags and all this other stuff. I had an old farmhouse where we were making all this stuff. That's me on the left there. And anyway, I'd made all this equipment for myself, you know, my backpack, my poncho, my sleeping bag, my parka. I had made all this stuff, and I was on a backpacking trip in southern Colorado, and I was going 10 days. I was going to go up a mountain stream, over the mountain, and then down. And I had like 45 pounds on my back. And by the third day, I was shot. I was hurting all over I had way too much stuff. And I was near a summit, and I was feeding a squirrel. You can see him there in front of me. They knew the campers were good for something. And I was feeding that squirrel, and I started thinking, you know, that squirrel's living out here, and he doesn't have a backpack. He's here all the time, and he doesn't have anything. He's not carrying anything. And here I am for a few days, and I got 45 pounds of stuff. And I started thinking, well, who's smart? And it wasn't me, it was the squirrel. And so that got me thinking. I had 45 pounds of inspiration on my back as I'm trudging along, and I'm thinking, what have I got? Why have I got it? And I realized that I had all these things that I was only using one or two at a time, and the rest of the time I was carrying it. So like I never had my parka on when I was in my sleeping bag. I didn't wear the poncho when I was in the tent. I didn't, when I was asleep, I didn't need the backpack. And so it got me thinking that I knew that I'd had theatrical training as a young child, and I was part of the technical team, you know, building the sets and all that. And I knew that the square wasn't stable, because you could build a brick wall out of canvas, you know, for a stage set, and it looked like a brick wall, but it was only this very lightweight thing. But I knew that you had to go in and put triangular braces on the four corners, or the thing wasn't stable. And I knew that the triangle, and this is what brought me to Buckminster Fuller, was I was looking for triangular construction ideas, and I came to him, and I fell in love. But I knew that the triangle was the only stable shape. And so I started thinking about, well, what can I make with a triangle? 2 triangles make a diamond, 3 make a rhombus, 4 make a parallelogram, 6 make a hexagon. And so I started cutting out fabric in these shapes and playing with it and see what I could create. And what I came up with was the chameleon. And this is one of the multifunctional parts of the seed system. And it's real simple. It's just 3 shapes. It's a hexagon, it's a cylinder in the middle, and a little round pocket. And the hexagon gets bigger and smaller as you get taller and shorter. The tube in the middle increases as your body size increases. And the little pocket was the leftover fabric from cutting the hole in the hexagon. And the first thing I figured out to do with it was that I could zip them together and make tents. So in these pictures, the first one is two. These are the early chameleons. This is no longer. This is already obsolescent, but you could make 7 of them would make 7 of them would make the white tent. 3 of them. The next picture, 1 of them is a little pup tent. 4 of them. And this is just exemplary, but these hexagons would go together all kinds of different ways. And let me see, how do I do this? Okay, so anyway, and this picture was in Discover magazine, and I'm standing there. This is back when I had more hair. The little pocket folds it up into makes a little frisbee pillow, and you can really throw it as a frisbee. You can sit on it. You can sleep on it, and it's the pocket when you're wearing his garments. And then I'm wearing one as a kind of a poet's shirt, and I got another one on as a pair of pants. The little purse at the lady's feet there, it makes a purse. She's wearing it as a gown. She has it on as a cape. She's wearing one as a hat, like a turban. The one is made into an umbrella in the back. Two of them is a tent. The guy is in one, using it as a sleeping bag. And then he uses drop cloth. And this is only exemplary. It does like over 50 things. And it only weighs 12 ounces. So anyway, keep going here. I took it, I was invited, and I didn't realize, it took me a while to realize later, I was invited to an Inventors Exposition in 1984. And the picture, the letter here is the commissioner of the patent office, and he came around and he told the reporters that not only had I came up with a new invention, but I had come up with a new way of inventing. That this is a totally different approach to inventing things. And it took me a while to later tie the things together. I'll tell you more about Bucky Fuller. He and I had we knew each other, and he used to work at the patent office, and I wondered why, and I was realizing that it was probably Bucky got me into that show. And from that show, I got all kinds of publicity. I'm the handsome pirate there in the middle. All these different magazines. We're talking about I was the hit of the show, et cetera, et cetera. Everybody in this picture is wearing chameleons. That's all it's it. And you might notice it looks very like elemental, very elf and fairy. The way I've been making a living up until COVID hit, and then I retired, is I was selling the chameleons at Renaissance festivals. The lady there's got one on as a cape and a V-neck gown. I'm with a camel there, got it on as a poet's shirt and a pair of pants. And we sell them like hotcakes. We'd sell 120 in a day sometimes. And the chameleon just fit, and that's why we did that. This is one of my favorite pictures. This is a backless sundress, and there's other variations of it. And the seed system is a comprehensive whole system approach for providing basic human life support. So like there's a walking staff that turns the chameleon into a tent, or it turns it into an umbrella, but it also creates a bow and arrow. You make it, this walking staff becomes the framework for making it into a chair. But if you can imagine that, you've got all these devices, all of them work with all of them in the same way that the different elements, they all work together for the most part. So this is they're all gauged for the individual. I'm just trying to take care of one person. They're all multifunctional. They're all universally integrated to work together. They're all nature emulating. They're all life nurturing, and they're benign. They're green energy powered, and the combined synergy of all these devices is to create self-replicating systems. Okay. So this is another one of the devices. Oh, this is a triangle, and it's got a drawstring in the perimeter that goes around the perimeter. And one of them makes a kind of a suitcase, but but then the suitcase becomes a door for the tent that's made out of the chameleons. You can make underwear and bikinis and all this other stuff. And the little handbag that the lady's wearing, you can fill it with water and use it as a water bag. And by pulling one edge, it creates a shower. So let me keep going. Yeah, so here it is, like a food dryer, a window, a screen window. Another one is a seed bag. And this one, if you see the parallelogram in the back, the schematic in the back, it's as long on the long side as the chameleon is on its side, and then the half, and it's a cubit. It's 18.5 inches. And if you take one of them, you can make a little tetrahedral bag. If you take two of them, they'll zip together into an octahedron, an octahedron bag. And the interesting thing is the octet trusses that are also made are all tetrahedral and octahedral spaces. So you can take these parallelograms and literally fill the wall up with these two different shaped bags. And two of them also make a pillow, and one of them makes two of them make a vest. Two of them make a pair of pants. That's a down insulated chameleon. One of them makes a hood, and the pants and the vest zip together to create a full jumpsuit. Okay, and let's keep going here. So here, yeah, there it is. It's a pillow, turns into a sleeping bag, mummy bag. And then you put a couple of them together. It looks like an ice cream cone. And then this is a chameleon bubble. I've only made one of these, prototyped one of these. And what it is in the blue picture, you see a hexagon on the top, and there's a hexagon on the bottom. And it's with a ring of fabric that connects the two hexagons. And by turning it 120 degrees, it folds down into a singular chameleon. And then you can use it in all the different ways that a chameleon used. But you can open it up to the wind, and it turns into a 2-meter bubble around your body, and it rotates. You can get inside of it and hold the tubes on each side, and it rotates around you as you walk like a squirrel cage. And I keep having these fantasies of a bunch of us running in these naked in these bubbles out into the middle of the lake, and then bring them to their side. And because they're the same shape as a honeycomb, we can hook them all together and create like artificial islands, or we could build double wall dome cities. This is a fly's eye. Bucky had a vision of these floating cloud cities. And this is, I don't know if y'all can imagine that, but this is all, imagine having a domed city that's made out of our clothes. All right. And this is some woodworking, working on learning how to emulate nature's patterns. And once you start working with the shapes that nature's employing molecularly, everything you create ends up being automatic biomimicry. So you end up you can create houses that look like crystals or bubbles or honeycombs or big flowers that create a lot of structures, look like great big flowers. So this is what I'm working on. How do we create the Crystal City, which will be the birthplace of Regenera? How do we create that using only this? How do we take the existing materials that are available all over the place, and with the least amount, and this is what transdimensional design is. We got a 2x4x8, we got a 4x8 sheet of plywood. There's standards building components. And so I've been working on how do we take those components and with the least amount of cutting, manipulation, turn them into universal crystalline building blocks. And I've got it down to where I can take one 2x4x8 stud, which is the most universal size board that's out there, and with only making 9 cuts, turn it into 20 universal octet truss. They all snap together. It only requires 1 screw per hub. I don't have any pictures of that, although I've created many different things. And then I'm going to give you a little bit of history. This will be way back in, seems like early 70s. At my farm, I had a tetrahedral well. And this is my first dome frame that I created. And this is my first crystal prototype of what I call a crystal dome. And I've made them in all different sizes. This one's 32 feet, 21 feet high. We had a rope hanging from the middle of this one and with a harness, and you'd have somebody get you going in a circle, and you would be in this harness flying, and we just end up flying right up the wall. It was great fun. And I was selling at Renaissance fairs because the chameleon looks right, and it's sold really well there. And I started making the crystal domes for other vendors so they could use them for their sales booth. And this is where most of my prototyping took place. Here's the first dome cluster, 1984, like 40 years ago. Oh God. And they have vertical walls. The triangles that hit the ground are all vertical. And what that does is that it allows the structures to dock together and to be able to create clusters. And these are all different sizes, but all of them dock into all of the others. This 30-foot crystal dome was I started making. This is the lattice work that I was talking about that I make that snaps together. And here we go. And then this is in Portugal. I made a bunch of tents for a guy named Muji, who has an ashram there in Portugal. Spent a lot of time with him. Great, really great, beautiful people. Here's a platform. Looks complicated, beautiful, got a nice energy to it with the swirl. And every component in the frame is exactly the same piece. It's all the same. And every board on the top is identical. They're all the same piece. This is what I'm talking about, the least possible manipulation. This was my first hardened dome. This is a house I built in Crestone, Colorado. That was, I think, the late 80s or something. And then geodesic domes, they enclose the greatest amount of volume with the least amount of surface area, which means the best bang for the buck. And, I was always thinking, well, why aren't they everywhere? They should be everywhere. But the problem is that domes are made out of triangles, but all the building materials are coming in rectangles. And when you go to start cutting out the triangles out of these rectangles, you end up throwing away, and they haven't been, you end up all the gain that you get from it enclosing the greatest amount of surface area, you lose in the waste. And so that's one of the reasons they haven't been, adopted. So this led me to thinking, well, okay, how do I go get the materials? And with the least amount of waste and the least amount of thing, how can I create the greatest volume with the least amount of materials? And how do we go from the box to the crystal? And I don't know if you can see this. I don't like this is one of my early prototypes, but this structure is made. It's got 6 sides. It's got vertical walls. This is looking above it. This one, and it's 16 by 18.5, which is a magical. And what that is the 18.5 is the sides, and the 16 is the vertical perpendicular bisector. And when you make octet trusses using this size, all of the parallel lines end up on 16-inch centers. And because they're 16-inch centers, plywood, sheetrock, insulation, everything from Home Depot will just drop right in, no waste. Okay, so here's the cutting pattern for that structure. And it's made out of 27 sheets of 4x8 materials. And I've got the waste, what you throw away, see the little yellow on the bottom right side? That's the waste. I've got the waste down to 23/10,000ths. That's less than 1/4 of 1%. And every time you make a single cut, you're actually cutting out two pieces. And it's corner to corner, corner to corner, down 6/8, up 6/8, pop a line, 3 equal pieces, 2 equal pieces. And you can cut one out on a table, specially designed table with a skill saw, in just about twice the time it takes to unload the truck. There, you can cut a whole structure out in about an hour. It takes two people, excuse me. Here's the layout for the plywood on the base. This is one going up in Colorado. Little crystal house. And I'm also making tents that are the same size that dock together with them. So you can go out, if you're going to go homestead some land, you can set up the tent the first day you're there and live in it while you're creating, and they'll dock together. The cloth structure and the hardened structure, they'll dock together. So they cluster. You can create little villages. And this is why they're great, is because they're the least amount of material for the most volume, and almost no waste. The vertical walls allow standard windows and doors. The vertical walls allow docking and clustering. The simplified construction means less labor and a really short learning curve. You don't have to know, you only have to know the formula for the guy that's cutting it out is it's 1 over and 2 up, and that's the angle. So you don't even have to know any math. You just know that it's 1 over, 2 up, pop a line. It's scalable with existing tools where you can make up, and then the tent will turn into a permanent house. But there's more, and this, what I was just showing, you see the little crystal dome at the bottom. It's the second one. I've been making these out of 4 sides, 6 sides, 8 sides, 10, 12, 16. I've made them as big as 20 sides. That was a 3,000-foot structure. But they come in renditions of bubble domes, flowers. I've made a lot of the flowers. They make honeycombs, and then they make the crystals. And every one of those of the different genre and different size will dock with all of the others. So it's a good way to like start with something little and then you end up with a palace before you're done. This show you again, but looking at from the top. Also they will cluster. So like in this picture, this is some 12-sideds with 6-sideds and 4-sideds. And they make these, I don't know if y'all can imagine, it would look like a geode. Like it popped up when geode is all these crystals. Another picture, you can cluster or you can meander. So you can go like into the woods and there's a lot of trees there and you can literally weave them around the topography. And this, I'm going to show you some other tents. These are flower of life tents. If you look at them from above, it's the flower of life. Each of these are about 1,200 square feet. And I did this for an ashram in New Mexico. This big tent, this is 20-sided, 3,000 square feet. Got a picture of the interior, the yellow picture, and it's over a pit. This tent took me, I designed it and I sewed it together in 7 days. The entire process, single-handedly. And I had, there were 6 other guys that were building the pit. And we had a bet going on. Could they build the pit before I could get the tent done? I won the pizza. And yeah, you can see me there sewing. And it was a marathon. I hurt for 2 weeks after making that one. This is at Burning Man. I've not been there. My tents have been there. A surrogate son of mine was taking him to Burning Man. So this is where it leads. I've got this idea, I call it a community in a can. And you see the acorn, and then on the opposite side, you see an oak tree. And imagine that an acorn's like a workshop. and like an oak tree is a village. And you have everything in the acorn to be able to build the village. So it occurred to me that we could take shipping containers and put in all the tools necessary for building villages. And that we could, like in that shipping container, you could pull out a number of tents to create a whole cluster that has everything in it to build everything you need to build an eco village. So we can deliver these shipping containers anywhere in the world. They all go on trucks, they go on ships, they go there's tens of thousands of them that aren't needed, and they're cheap. So the idea was, and I'm imagining with the vision train, that what we're doing is we're going around from town to town and we're setting up a community workshop that'll build the Crystal City, and we leave it. We show people how to run the machinery stuff, and then we just leave it, and it'll either take or it won't. So the idea, and it's nature that's doing it. I've been looking very deeply for a long, long time at the way that the shapes that the atoms make when they come together, and then imagining it. Well, what can I do with a hexagon? So I'll come up with a chameleon. What can I do with a vector? So I create a staff. What can I do with all the different components? And what I realized after doing this, and keep in mind, I've only shown you a little bit of this, is that everything I created looked like it came right out of the fairy tales. It was just like the elemental beings. There have been cultures all over the world that have stories about the we people that, and so I've got this notion. What this has led me to believe that maybe there is a microscopic civilization that's creating life, and that eventually that will be the human role, is that our civilization will be like organisms, but on another cosmic magnitude. So that we'll be getting our blueprints from nature's microcosm, and we'll be developing them, mimicking the story of evolution, that life, that life and nature are going to tell us how to do it, but we got to know how to look at it. So anyway, this is me. This is Buckminster Fuller's Casa Mañana in Fort Worth. And this is where the yellow brick road has led me. And I'm seeing us all, yeah, oh, back up here. Yeah, I'm seeing us all like Dorothy and crew heading to this is where we're headed, is to the self-replicating Crystal City. And the Crystal City has been told in many different stories over the years. What I'm also visionizing is that we create an ARC, and it's the Atom Resource Consortium. It's kind of like Sam's Club, but it's all products for helping humans live ecologically self-sufficient. This is, have a way that we can deliver all these things to people wherever they're at. And let's see. The ARC initiatives, I have an idea. One of the things you've heard people say, if we could just get one day's worth of the military money, if we took all that military budget from all over the world, just one day of that, we could feed, clothe, house, transport, take care of everybody. We could create paradise on earth with just one day. And so I looked, that got me thinking, and I looked it up, and the reported money which they spend, which of course is not, it's way more. They got so much that's hidden. Was about $3 trillion worldwide. And so I was thinking, okay, we could do it with $3 trillion. But I started thinking about the different, we all have different times in our lives when we're willing to make fundamental changes. When we graduate from college, when we get married, when we get a divorce, when we get a new job. These are times when we're able to like reset, get a new home, move. But there are several times in our life. And those of us that are lucky enough to live long enough to retire, now we got time on our hands. We got a stash that we've put away for our retirement. And so I had this idea. So I did a little more research, and I found out that total money for retirement on the planet, the planetary stashes, whether it was in a corporate, retirement fund or Social Security or in the mattress or, whatever, is on the planet is between 200 and 300 trillion dollars, not billion, trillion dollars. So me as a representative of the baby boomers, we were going to save the world with our love. We were going to, our love got us pregnant though, and we had to get a job, we had to get a car, we had to get insurance, and pretty soon we'd become what we were trying to change. And so I'm wanting to rally the baby boomers, and for the others, how would you like to retire at 20? How would you like to retire at birth? That would be the goal, is that eventually you're born into a civilization where money is, if we use money, it's a creative tool. It's no longer, it has nothing to do with our life support. That we've got our clothing and our housing and our food and heating, cooling, all of that has been figured out, and it's being done locally. One of the things that life does is it sources locally and it self-replicates internally. And so we need to design our cities and our houses so they have that ability. And I think that's about all. I just want to say one thing. I've been doing these Renaissance fairs, and I retired when I hit COVID hit. They closed them down for a little while, and anyway, I ended up getting sick because I was used to using my body all the time, and suddenly I'm not doing stuff, and I got sick, and I'm finally coming out of it. But I went back to the Ren fairs, and I'm building stuff. At one Ren fair, I'm building like an elfin fairy village, and using the seed system and the transdimensional designs. And they really love what I'm doing. And they've given me a whole theater. I got an entire theater. I'm putting in right now we're putting in a control room for a live video and live audio mixing, and it's huge. We've got plenty of room for creating stuff, and I'm hoping that some of you guys get to see the stuff there. So, and I think that's all. Let me see what else I got. This is one of the things that inspired me. It's this 27-foot poster that's at the Smithsonian. It's called the Tower of Time, and I had to truncate it, but it's the story of evolution, basically. And if you look on the far right to the bottom of it, you'll see all these little bitty glowing structures that are getting together, and they're creating a large spherical structure like the floating cloud city. And what I'm seeing is that we're going to be able to make greenhouses that turn into hot air balloons that reassemble like a fly's eye and create literally cloud platforms in the future. And so I'm saying that later, what it'll be is winter winds are coming in, and you grab all the seeds that from your harvest, and you turn your greenhouse into a hot air balloon, and you let the north winds or the south winds blow you to your next location, and it comes down. And what happens is you're going back and forth. Eventually, the whole world will have gardens that you've planted, with perennials that has everything we need to create our clothing, our housing, our food, our medicine, and but it'll be done by us, being migratory. And eventually, and some people say that the Brazilian rainforest it has food everywhere. and they think that it was intentionally planted. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, well, there it is. Yeah. So imagine that these are our greenhouses, and they're turning, and then this this could be something as a base for Regenera. But I'm seeing made out of universal components that can be morphed so that we can create these dome cities and tetrahedral floating islands. Bucky's got these visions of these three different kinds of cities, but they're all made out of the same components so that one thing will transform into another thing. And I think that's it. Anyone, any questions or?
Yeah, exactly. Let's have some questions. If you guys have any, please raise your hand. I can bring you here. Wait, let me add you. There you go.
Okay. I'm sorry I didn't hear anybody?
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was wondering about the fabric materials you use for the tents and for the clothing. What type of fabrics are you using?
I'm using organic cotton from southern India right now, but and I have Prabhakaran and his beautiful wife Shankar Devi. It's a home factory, do all the work for me, and I'm wanting to make keep in mind that I've been down for like 2.5 years since COVID. COVID did its thing, and we're coming back online next year at the beginning, or maybe a little earlier, and we're going to hemp and all hemp and linen and silk and all wool but all the organic materials.
And that's for clothes and for tents. You're using 100% cotton.
The tent. I've made them out of everything I get my hands on. Okay, and my feeling, if you make it out of any kind of plastic materials, or then it needs to last a long, long time. It needs to last 100 years, and then it starts making ecological sense. But having a throwaway, creating a tarp like they have that'll last maybe a year, we got to stop that stuff.
Right. I've been trying hard to find the best solution to that exact thing. Natural materials are awesome, and I've thought about like taking those hemp, linen, or cotton canvases and coating them in maybe hemp oil or even like a hemp plastic coating. Or silicone is like, it just hardly uses any petroleum. It's mostly like glass molecular structure, silicone. But there's no companies out there right now producing that stuff, so it would be really expensive and custom. But it seems like there is a real nice solution somewhere in there for a perfect fabric that would be super durable and last a long time and could really make the surfaces for a whole suite of new architecture.
Yeah, in fact, there'll be species if you take this approach. And keep in mind, I'm just one guy. When when the kids that are coming up get it, when they get how to take the natural patterns that life's using, they're going to take it places I've never imagined. We're talking the big fairy tale, down the road. And one of the things I didn't show you in this thing is that I have a fly that fits over the crystal domes. And so the next generation, what I'm doing is they're going to be made out of like a hemp canvas, but the fly is going to be made out of something waterproof. And so you end up having it'll look like imagine a house that looks like a crystal under a flower. It's really pretty.
I think I'll be starting with a triple layer polyethylene fabric. They got some thick plastic, but that'll last 20 years plus. So I think I have to start there because it's the only thing really available. But like I said, I'm trying to find that balance, and I think it'll be a lifelong mission of either finding or developing myself or in collaboration with other people, a perfect fabric that mixes these natural materials and really
So you have you discovered big duck canvas?
duck canvas.
Big duck canvas. Yeah,
That's
just
that's like a type of coated cotton canvas.
it's a company that sells all kinds of canvas.
Okay, I'll look that up.
Organic, non-organic, etc. And they got the best prices. You know, of course, I'm going to be getting stuff. I'm going to be doing classes at this. They have summer camp at this Renaissance Fair, Sherwood Forest Fair in Texas, and they have summer camp. And they're urging me to create a class so that people can come in and make their own domes, you know, teach them how to do it. It only has one pattern piece, the crystal dome, just one pattern piece to create the thing. And I've got the waste on all the designs. I've got the waste minimalized so that there's almost no garbage created out of this thing. But I don't know, you know, I don't know if you guys can imagine it, but imagine a village that looks like a flower garden, you know, or
I can totally imagine it, and that's exactly where I'm going.
Yeah. And the bubble, listen, the bubble when it's folded down into the hexagon like the chameleon, and a woman puts it on as one of the gowns, it looks exactly like diaphanous, multi-layered handkerchief corner wood nymph fairy gown. I mean, it's like right out of the fairy tale books. So anyway.
That's awesome. Yeah, and I'll just share mine real quick. First off, amazing presentation, and I know we've been kind of chatting, but we haven't actually went in on like what I'm doing, what my vision is for Cicadia, which is the piece of property that I'm stewarding in Midwest Tennessee, and essentially it's the top of the 7 acres is at a hill, and it's in between 2 hills, has a creek on the property, and it's 7 acres of forest land, and I precisely had this vision of having a bunch of little huts, a structural geometrical kind of tucked into the hill. You can't see it from above. And I've been working with this organization called Mandala that's based here in Nashville, and then another organization based in Italy called WASP, and it's a World Advanced Saving Project. And they basically learned how to turn clay and porcelain into a filament for 3D printing structures. And so they have like these amazing, they call it WASP because they're inspired by the wasp and how they make their nest, and some of their proof of concept projects are actually, they look like wasp's nest, like the kind of dome type structures, and then they're also made from clay. So I've been collaborating with them, and also hearing what you're hearing is so inspiring. And I'm whenever there's downtime, maybe, who knows, maybe I'll come out to Texas for that. So just thanks again for everything that you're doing, Rock. You're a legend.
Yeah,
you are a legend, Rock.
Yeah,
truly. Thank you so much to everyone for all your amazing questions. Thank you, Rock, one more time.
Thank you
for all of your yumminess. This was amazing. Okay, so we're gonna take a second. We're gonna need to close the stream because the streamer needs to go on her way. And then as soon as that is done, Roxy, little kitten, let me know.